Whom Mayor's eyes spun and she giggled while asking Violent Demon. Executives. Don't tease. Inner disciples have to be in the radiant stage at the very least, to say nothing of elite disciples. While junior brother here. You're looking down on our steward Zhua? Violent Demon laughed. Steward Zhua is so otherworldly that no common sense can describe him. The way I see it, even being an elite is a waste. He's better off working as executive from the start. No, that is beneath Steward Zhua's talents. He should be an elder. Sly Demon sucked up. Wimp Demon threw in his 2 cents. Elder won't do either. A venerable is more like it. What venerable? Just make Xie Wuwei retire, and have him become sect leader already. The 4 scheming demons got rowdier and more obnoxious while Hu Meier's cheeks twitched. Something's seriously wrong with their heads. She had long since heard of their illustrious infamy. I won't get anything about the kid out of these weirdos. Then again, with how they suck up to the kid and treat him with such respect, he must have deep ties in the sect. Hu Meier eyed the ever-cool Zhuofan, unfazed by the 4's outrageous display, like a well whose waters never ended. Miss, what might be your name? Zhuofan turned to the girl. She only spared him a glance, then huffed. Ha ha ha, Hu Meier giggled. Junior brother Zhua? She is Yuer, an outer disciple with the same cultivation as you. In the 6th layer of profound heaven stage, she will be your senior sister. It's best if you get along. Ha ha ha. Yuer. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow, then picked up the discarded short blade. The curved weapon was 4th grade demonic treasure, bearing the name of the moon and wielding a full moon blade. How fitting. Yuer just glared. Yet she was caught by surprise as Zhuofan traced her neck with her weapon. Widening her eyes, Yuer could not dodge because of the heavy wound she had. Hu Meier was startled as well to learn that a new disciple would raise his hand at a fellow disciple. The 4 scheming demons snickered. They never tried stopping Steward Zhua's actions. Not like they could. Besides, it wasn't like sect leader would cry over the death of some nobody outer disciple. He wouldn't have invited Zhuofan just to lash out at him. No? The glinting blade reflected Yuer's panicked eyes. But her will never wavered, relentless even in the face of death. Whoosh! The blade stopped just shy of her skin. She still felt its sharp edge, being on the brink of death. Gulp. Yuer looked around nervously at Zhuofan, her very first time looking him in the eye. What was revealed was a twisted and insidious smile. Letting go of the blade, Zhuofan laughed. Lass, your sneaky attack had me frightened. Now I've returned the favor and we're even. Ha ha ha. Steward Zhua. She has hurt you and yet you're letting her go with just a scare? Violent Demon glanced at the blood on Zhuofan's chest. Zhuofan shook his hand. I just got here and seen your sister Yuer and I only exchanged greetings. You better not go snitching to sect leader either. Forget this ever happened. Yes, sir. The 4 scheming demons shrugged and cupped their hands. Hu Meier was even more startled. These 4 weren't just looking after the kid, but are his lackeys. Is he some venerable's heir? Hu Meier sized Zhuofan harder. Junior brother Zhua is mighty and grand, just like father. When did you see my old man? Zhuofan snickered inside, knowing fully well that she was playing with him. So he gave a vague answer. Senior Sister Meier is too kind. But since you mentioned father, I remember him telling me that the sect has a disciple called who is thoughtful and kind. He must have meant you, Senior Sister Meier. He always said having Senior Sister Meier tending to me is the utmost bliss. Ugh. The 4 scheming demons looked at him oddly. When did he have a dad and why didn't we hear of him? And since he knows Hu Meier, is he perhaps in the sect? Hu Meier was stunned. He must have backing. But whose? While she wanted to dig further, Zhuofan cut their meeting short with a bow. We should be going now to meet sect leader. Farewell. Here, Senior Sister Yuer. Zhuofan handed her the curved blade and Yuer took it with a cold glare. Zhuofan and the 4 pygmies left Hu Meier alone with her doubts. Yuer, go tend to your wounds. Senior Sister has some matters to tend to. Hu Meier was gone the next second. Yue nodded and sighed, putting on a hurtful look, like a kicked puppy, while Zhuo Fan and the 4 mini-demons passed by many great buildings. Violent Demon asked puzzled, Steward Zhuo, you're just gonna let that girl go after hurting you? Or should we look for a chance to waste her? Ha ha ha, you'd better not. I just like the last character. Just like me back when I stepped on the demonic path, blunt like a birch stump. Zhuo Fan snickered. As they say, the fool strikes while the wise talks. Yue might be the one who attacked, but I knew from a glance that she was oblivious to everything, ending up being used. It was the late arrival, Hu Meier, who came to mediate and to loosen my tongue. If we'd not leave the matter at that, she'd have killed us all. Zhuo Fan breathed in. For scheming demons? Did anyone else know about my coming to demon scheming sect? Why was someone after me the instant I got here? Well. The 4 scheming demons shook their heads and Violent Demon shrugged. That's normal. Demon scheming sect's competitiveness is ruthless. And since we're a demonic sect, it goes double for its disciple. You know it very well how cruel our methods are, using other souls and flesh to practice skills. Where are we supposed to get the raw material? Going after other sects will blow in our face and lead to war. Only by weeding out the weak and making them our furnace can the elite be born. Losing here means death. Right. We only succeeded to train in our unity tactic all because we used 999 disciples' souls. That's how we can turn to smoke. Sly Demon bobbed his head. No one knew better than Zhuo Fan just how cruel and twisted the demonic path was. The loser went through hell while the winner had everything, standing above everyone. Xianxia must have leaked it on purpose to get the disciples' attention fixed on me. Hu Meier just now was sizing his potential, whether to take him out or not. A tough backing didn't absolve one of attacks, it only made the enemy more cautious when he acted. While having no one behind him at all would make anyone attack him on the spot, to nip him in the bud. Zhuo Fan snickered. You'll have another thing coming if some hatchlings on the demonic path can trick me. Once yours truly becomes an elite disciple, you'll all fall in line. Is that the disciple sect leader recruited? Deep in the forest of a cloudy weathered peak, a figure scoffed at the 5 of them. 6th layer of profound heaven stage, so average. Yet sect leader not only recruited him but even used a 9th grade pill. Hu Meier sighed from behind him with equal disdain. That fool is quite interesting. It was Yue who stabbed him, yet he took the first step in putting the matter behind them. And from his tone, his father must be someone high up in the sect. Hi. He's just like a prodigal son, naive and innocent, unlike a demonic cultivator. Pulling strings to get in? Sect leader isn't that immoral. The man's eyes glinted, his smile cold. Or maybe, he has a nice talent to catch sect leader's attention. Oh, what about his fight with Yue? Second senior brother, he is weak as a bug. He did break Yue's arm, but she stabbed his chest. His win is marginal. That means his strength is nothing special, typical of a 6th layer of profound heaven cultivator. Second senior brother rubbed his chin. Let's wait for the sect leader's decision. Making him an inner disciple with the sect leader's personal instructions will mean he has outstanding talent, and he is a threat to us. If he's put with the outer disciples, he must have plenty of connections. Sect leader and the venerable must have reached a secret agreement. Hu Meier broke into an enchanting smile, her eyes taunting. The little guy looked so pure, dumber than even Yue. Sect leader has no time for his kind. The latter has a much higher probability. My thoughts exactly. Second senior brother had a wide grin, laughing along with Hu Meier. The 5 finally arrived at the sect's grand hall, where sect leader along with venerables and elders were present. Violent Demon eyed the closed doors with a smile. He didn't get to report their arrival when the doors opened to reveal a middle-aged man with a pencil mustache. The 4 scheming demons bowed. Elder Yao. N. He nodded and turned to Zhuo Fan. Are you the new disciple, Zhuo Fan? I am. Zhuo Fan gave a respectful reply. By the order of the sect leader, Zhuo Fan is to enter the labor office. He will be a laborer disciple. Take him away. Elder Yao left them speechless. La Beau Rare? Zhuofan's eyes twitched as all five shouted the word with dull and incredulous faces. Tianyu's finest steward, the demonic emperor, head of the 8 emperors in sacred domain, came to your sect to be a laborer. Xiaoyue. Get the hell out. I promise not to kill you much. You wasted a 9th grade pill just to get a slave. Zhuofan's face twisted into a grimace. Violent Demon panicked. Elder Yao, that can't be right. Steward Zhuo is versed in letters and martial arts. How can a rare genius end up as a laborer? No mistake. These are the sect leader's orders. Now take him to his post. His work begins tomorrow. Elder Yao eyed them coldly, then slammed the doors, almost catching Violent Demon in between. Shrugging helplessly, the 4 pygmies sighed. Zhuofan held his head, unable to come to terms with his new reality. Just what the hell is Xia Wuyue up to? Planning so hard to get him only to work his ass doing housework. Are you that short on staff that you'll throw a 9th grade pill as incentive? While in the forest, second senior brother and Hu Mayer were just as speechless. Second senior brother, no matter how average he may be, he is still in the profound heaven stage. He's good enough to become an outer disciple, so why punish him by throwing him in the labor office? He just got here and hasn't stepped on anyone's toes. Hu Mayer was puzzled. Second senior brother frowned, then his eyes lit up. Maybe, do you know something? Hu Mayer asked. Senior brother mocked. It's just like junior sister said. He pulled strings to get here. As you very well know, for any disciple to join, he needs 2 people's vetting, sect leader and High Venerable. With High Venerable's upright and fair nature, he follows the sect's rules to the letter, especially in the case of prodigal sons using their dads to squeeze their way in. He hates their guts, and ever since the defeat at the last Double Dragon gathering, his mood has been even worse. There's a high chance sect leader and that Venerable's deal got found out, so they reached a new agreement. The kid can enter, but not as an elite and cannot participate in the Double Dragon gathering. No laborer is good for anything and they'd be soon taken out just after entering the sect. They're useless. That takes care of him then. Hu Mayer giggled at the other's misfortune. Second senior brother shook his head. I don't think so. If he'd come here just to die, there's no way the one behind him would have agreed. I reckon it was all to give him time to grow in power and become an elder or venerable the sect needs, and he'll get all the resources he wants. While anyone from the labor office can't become an elite disciple, there's nothing to say being an elder or venerable isn't possible. For this reason High Venerable butted in, to stop wastrels from dragging back the elites and to avoid a single dominant clan to form inside the sect. Hu Mayer nodded in understanding, then batted her big charming eyes. Should we keep an eye on him for longer? What for? Ha ha ha, since his chance to become elite is shot and he can't join the Double Dragon gathering, he's no threat to us. Just let him be, waiting in the labor office for the time his backer makes him an elder. Second senior brother left in joy, having one roadblock cleared. Hu Mayer gave Zhuofan one last look, but sneered before following the second senior brother. They had no interest in some wastrel whose only redeeming quality was some backer. They only had disdain for him. If it weren't for this, they might have risen to be in the middle 3 sects in the last Double Dragon gathering. Outside the hall, Zhuofan and the pygmies sat on the stairs, like an adult reprimanding 4 naughty children while enjoying some fresh air. Sigh! Zhuofan entered a thinker pose. The 4 demons copied him. Sigh! For scheming demons. Give it to me straight, what's a laborer in the sect? Not high, probably? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow, gnashing his teeth. Violent Demon began. Labor office is the sect jail for unredeemable criminals. Once you go in, you'll never get out. No matter what trouble we used to make, the most was that we got sent to Thunder Swarm Mountain. It is a disciple's grave. The disciples who failed the entrance test end up here, getting no resources and wasting their lives away until they die of old age. Someone yearning for power always appears now and then, and through grueling dedication to cultivate, they would become elders upon reaching radiant stage as a reward for their willpower. With Steward Zhuo joining them, You'd have no trouble becoming an elder on account of your talents. Wimp Demon consoled. He only earned a cuff from Violent Demon. You moron, Steward Zhua is to be a sect leader, not some executive like us. That's a waste of talent. The other three didn't join the fight and actually nodded. For the first time ever, Wimp Demon had no resentment, giving Zhuofan looks of pity. To him, Zhuofan was a true cultivator of the demonic way. It was then that the faint crack in the open doors of the hall shut tight. The insides were lavish and opulent, with braziers raging bright light over the wealth in 2 neat rows. In the center sat the imposing Xie Wuyue on an exquisite jade throne, looking down on the hall. Elder Yao came in with a bow. Sect leader, I have sent the kid to the labor office as you ordered. Good. You may leave. Yes, sir. Elder Yao bowed as he walked backward. As the hall became empty, Xie Wuyue turned to the seat next to him, who had a just as grand person seated on it. High Venerable, are you satisfied? Such a talent thrown into labor. Humph. Now all our hopes to win in the next Double Dragon gathering are crushed. Sect leader cares much about him, but I find it hard to second that emotion and would rather watch him from the shadows. Just what kind of junior could get Sir Sect leader to use even a 9th grade pill to draw him into the sect? With a hum, the large seat sported a figure in gray clothes. Xie Wuyue sighed. Those wastrels must have given you quite the scare, High Venerable, for you to go against even my candidate for Double Dragon gathering. But you are wrong. I am just like you, aspiring for the Double Dragon gathering and would let no one stop me in achieving it. I want to become the greatest sect leader the demon scheming sect has ever seen. As his eyes flashed, Xie Wuyue's mighty aura exploded. High Venerable nodded. Wuyue, you've been to the last Double Dragon gathering and know of our humiliating defeat. I've never doubted your conviction to win, but to let a kid not even in the Radiant stage become an elite disciple is something I can't do. Ha ha ha, it's fine. The kid is no mere shining gemstone, and you'll see it in time. He has every right to be the pillar holding us all in the Double Dragon gathering. Laughing, Xie Wuyue walked away from his throne. High Venerable watched him go with a mutter. No one has ever garnered such praise from Wuyue. Is the kid that amazing? Impermanence 5. What do you think? 5 elderly figures appeared around High Venerable. When the kid used the sending jade to request for help, Wuyue wanted to send someone else, but I vouched for you. Also, I could have you check him out if he's worthy to be an elite. Well? High Venerable asked. Elder, she replied. High Venerable, we did lend Luo clan our aid, and even with the short time around the kid we did manage to pick up on his sharp mind and wisdom, just like our sect leader. He has a vaulting ambition, and is the sole decisive figure. He is manipulative to an extent even the sect leader can't be. Oh, so he's a tough one. High Venerable nodded. Here I thought he was soft and can't hold his own. That makes Wuyue's evaluation trustworthy. When we captured beast taming sect's elders, one of them had no body. After a summary questioning, we found out that his vessel got destroyed by that kid. Elder, she continued. High Venerable cried out, What? Is he not a profound heaven cultivator? How did he destroy an ethereal stage expert's body? Ha ha ha, those 3 experts were so dumb that they fell for his every trick. But for a kid to have 3 experts dance in his palm, with one getting heavily injured, now that's talent. Elder, she smiled. High Venerable pondered. Elder, she resumed. Does Sir remember those 4 scheming demons, the twerps? Those mavericks had no control, no amount of punishment worked on them, always doing what the heck they wanted. Thus sect leader has no choice but to throw them in Thunderswarm Mountain. Yet now they've shown up with smoother edges, especially around Zhuofan. The thought of going against his orders never crossed their minds, and they even stood up for him. Elder Yen noticed that the kid has the charm of a ruler, drawing people towards him. He may be the person Sir has been searching for. Shuddering, High Venerable eyed the 5 as they nodded. His eyes glinted. Perhaps I ought to test the kid. Ha ha ha. Evening. A time when the crimson sun bids goodbye to the 5 lonely figures shuffling down the path. Zhuofan walked at a snail's pace on the weeded path, as if he was going on a road of no return. dragging it out as excruciatingly long as possible. Yet it only delayed the inevitably cruel fate destiny had for him. Steward Zhua, here is the labor office. Violent Demon lifted a weary finger at the shoddy and small building. Zhuofan was stunned at the sight. It was worthy of its name. A dump just like his house in the slums of Drifting Flower City. The only saving grace in that case was that his stay was temporary. While now, he had no frickin' clue how to leave this shithole. Xia Wuyue, you haven't seen the last of me. You think it's funny, using a 9th grade pill just to get me thrown in this thing? Zhuofan spat. The 4 scheming demons shrugged. Violent Demon shouted, "Whoever is in there, get out now." I'm coming. A panicky voice replied, followed by an old man in ragged clothes and white beard running over. He bowed and flattered Violent Demon. "Ha ha ha, elders, what can I do for you?" Zhuofan's gang looked with disdain at the 5th layer bone-tempering elder. So old yet only in the bone-tempering stage. Such a poor talent this secular world has. That's why he's here, and this is where he'll meet his end. The 5 shook their heads. The old man ignored their blatant disdain and wore a wide smile. "Hey, old-timer. Where are the rest of you? Don't tell me you're the only one here." Violent Demon finally found a chance to be high and mighty. Though the high part was questionable, the mighty part more than made up for it. The old guy bowed, giving a humble reply. "Elder, they're all out working, watering the herb garden, sweeping and cleaning. Are you the one in charge here?" Violent Demon continued. The old man beamed a yellow smile. "I am Yuan Xingong, the one taking care of this place and already 100 years old." "A bone-tempering cultivator got to 100 in this place?" Zhuofan eyed the old-timer. The 4 pygmies said the labor office was the sex dump used as consumables in others' training. The old-timer must have had some luck to reach 100 in this hellhole. The old man noticed his doubt and spoke softly. "Young master, surviving the labor office is a bit tricky. Either work hard to be an elder, or lay lower like a pygmy. Hee, that's me, tiny. To be taken away for practice, one must first have some value. I've suppressed my cultivation and look utterly worthless to everyone, thus reaching old age. I must admit I am the oldest one here, so I ended up looking after the place. Like the old adage, the tallest tree gets the wind. So this guy kept himself too plain, the king of nobodies." Zhuofan sighed. "If it were me, knowing I'd one day end up under someone's knife, I'd just fight my way out. Why wait here for death?" "Young master, that is such a simple way of thinking. The disciples in the labor office all have low cultivation and don't know how to open the barrier. How can we get out?" The old man sighed. "The world is cruel, and everyone is its fodder. A man's fate has always been to struggle against death since birth. And the only thing that can change this is one's skill. By escaping the depths of misery, one would finally attain strength." Zhuofan eyed the old-timer in surprise. To think an old bone-tempering cultivator would have such a deep insight into the world's nature. The old man returned to his servile manner with a smile. "Elders, where are my manners? How may I address you? We will be here together after all. Hee, old-timer, perk your ears. We are the graceful and magnificent demonic cultivator hero quartet of the demon-scheming sect, the 4 scheming demons." Violent Demon grinned, his nose way up high. The old man cried, "Ah, executives, forgive my lack of manners. May I ask what sirs are doing here? Who's the blind fool that forgot to sweep? That's not it. We don't even know our home's cleaner, he." Violent Demon waved and his brothers laughed, pointing at Zhuofan. "We came here because Steward Zhua has irked the sect leader for some odd reason, getting demoted to the labor office. It's fine though, since this'll be just a short stop. Take good care of him, or you'll be liable. Elders, I'd never neglect young Master Zhua, moreover." Then he glanced at Zhuofan. "With his profound heaven cultivation, there's nothing I can do to him. Only, labor office does have some unruly young masters." "What unruly? Just use our title." Violent Demon snorted and barked, causing the old man to shy away. Zhuofan figured out more as he said, "Is your title that well known? To quell anyone?" In this dump, everything will rest on me in the end. Ugh. The four exchanged a glance and laughed. Steward Zhua is right. With your skills, you don't need our care. Then, sir, have a nice stay while we'll be making inquiries as to how this happened in the first place. We will get you out. Violent Demon nodded, his gaze firm. The other three echoed him. The old man watched it all with a glint in his eyes. After many demons repeated warnings to the old guy, they cupped their hands at Shuafan and flew away. Shuafan chuckled. He never thought the day would come when these four shits would look after him. Mr. Zhua has such nice friends. I've seen my fair share of strong people coming to labor office, but never before like Mr. Zhua, with so many executives looking after him. The old man spoke simply. Shuafan smiled. Just Shuafan. I will be calling Sir Elder Yuan. That won't do. I can't accept it. The old man waved his hands around. I'm but a bone-tempering cultivator, a whole stage beneath Sir. Ha ha ha, what's that got to do with anything? When I respect someone, they have something of worth. Sir's cultivation is low, but your insight into the world can't be compared. All that's left is for your talent to increase and sky is the limit. Shuafan beamed as his hand now held a vial. This is my clan's heaven-reaching pill. It enhances the body and makes cultivation easier. Let us expound on the heavenly Tao together. Startled, the old man received the vial. The soothing aroma coming from it had him flabbergasted. TT 10th grade pill? Elder Yuan is truly wise. At the bone-tempering stage yet aware of such a pill. Shuafan raised an eyebrow. Gulping and struggling to regain calm, Yuan Xingong gave a dry laugh. In my days as a laborer, I helped an alchemist around and had the fortune to witness a 10th grade pill. I never imagined I'd be seeing one again. Mr. Zhua, this is our first time meeting, yet I feel ashamed accepting such a lavish gift. Ha ha ha, it's fine. There's plenty of it where that came from. Shuafan shrugged. That had Elder Yuan stumble, looking back at Shuafan with a freaky gaze. Mr. Zhua, where did you say you were again? If you have 10th grade pills, why would you come to demon scheming sect? Can't help it when you're obligated. Shuafan shook his head, then looked at the crumbling building. Elder Yuan, where will I be staying? Yuan Xingong turned from him to the pill, having mixed feelings. Holy moly, a big shot has come to town. What a godly return, using a 10th grade pill to pay back for a 9th grade pill. In a field of flowers, people with white robes and the mystical words sewn on their shoulders in gold landed. Rustle. They all made a sign and the flower field shimmered, turning into a lofty landscape of towering mountains. One pale woman, with blood on her lips, stepped forward in silence. Her arrival had people shouting, "Someone help! Senior Sister Shui is hurt!" Ripples came from a deep cave in the mountain, from the four elegant women holding their hands in a circle and releasing prismatic lights. Next to them stood a grizzled old man with a long beard and a fine young man with soft features, in his 20s. But his waning face betrayed his fragile health. He coughed on and off, his eyes filled with worry. Elder Su, wasn't Senior Sister Ruohua's condition light? Why isn't it improving? Should we notify Father and the Venerables? The young man sighed. Elder Su smiled. Young Master, these four are executing the 4 elements cycle array, holding metal, wood, water and fire, and by connecting with the earth the cycle is complete. Under the effect of this great cycle, Ruohua's condition will improve in no time at all. There's no need to bother sect leader and the others over such a trifle. The young man nodded but was worried still. After another ripple, the 4 women took back their power and the prismatic glow faded. They opened their eyes and stood up. Shui Ruohua bowed to the other 3 in gratitude. Thank you, junior sisters, for saving me. Senior sister, it's nothing. The others returned her gesture. The young man walked over impatiently and grew excited at Shui Ruohua's healthy state. Cough, Senior Sister Ruohua, are you all right? Ha ha ha, of course, silly brother. Shui Ruohua ruffled his hair and the boy smiled. They had grown up together and were practically kin. Despite the difference in status, he still treated her like family. Just then, An icy tone echoed, "Senior sister, since you're all right, I'll return to my training." The woman in white caught their attention, possessing a blinding beauty but an icy character. No other than Chu Qingqing. The young man stared at Chu Qingqing's delicate face, then shied away. When he finally mustered his courage, he said, "Junior sister Qingqing, isn't it dull having cultivated day in day out since the moment you came to Mystical Heaven sect? You've finally taken a walk outside yet you want to return already? Young Master Xiaoyu, practice makes perfect and cultivation requires dedication. The only reason I'm in Mystical Heaven sect is to cultivate. If not for Senior Sister Ruohua's wounds needing the 4-element cycle array, I would never have walked outside." Chu Qingqing's icy tone came. The others shook their heads. Junior Sister Qingqing has always been a frozen blade, cold inside and out. The young man sighed. "I've seen beauties all my life, yet the only one to have touched my heart is this ice princess. Besides being so uninterested in others, she also keeps everyone at a distance." Xianxia had a bitter smile, his wan face turning whiter. Shui Ruohua knew his thinking fully well and shook her head. "Not just anyone can thaw the frozen heart of an ice princess. Junior Sister Chu, please wait." Shui Ruohua called out to her before she left. Chu Qingqing turned around in puzzlement. Shui Ruohua said, "As I was in danger while getting the herb, I met someone. He seemed to have a connection with you, so I hope Junior Sister can attest." "With me?" Frowning, Chu Qingqing looked even more skeptical. "Didn't third young Master Han hurt you? What does he have to do with me?" Elder Su was also curious. "Ruohua, the disciples said Demon Soul Sect's third young Master Han hurt you. Qingqing and they have no relationship, so why would you ask this?" "Elder, allow me to explain. Third young Master Han did hurt me, but..." Shui Ruohua gave Chu Qingqing a long look. "The one to save me was from the demon scheming sect." "What?" They all looked at her in shocked silence. Xianxia even more so. "There's nothing but open hostility between our sections. Why would they ever go on demon scheming sect's bad side for us? He didn't save Mystical Heaven sect, just that it had something to do with Qingqing." Shui Ruohua had a bitter smile. It left them even more confused about Chu Qingqing's relationship with Demon Scheming Sect. Chu Qingqing was just as confused. Elder Su's beard shook and he stared at Shui Ruohua in all seriousness. "Ruohua, explain just what is going on." "It's like this." Shui Ruohua got her thoughts together and said, "We discovered a 9th-grade herb in a valley, the tricolor soul-fixing grass." "That's great. Did you get it?" Elder Su jumped in. Shui Ruohua rolled her eyes and revealed the herb in a flash of white. "Of course. I'd go through hell if it means I can heal Brother Xiaoyu." "Sister Ruohua, thank you." Cough. Xianxia had a coughing fit as he thanked her. Elder Su was overjoyed. Go on, ha ha ha. We couldn't get a hold of it actually because Demon Soul Sect came for it as well." Shui Ruohua explained. "Demon Soul Sect's third young Master Han was strong, and I ended up badly hurt after one move. Third young Master Han is despicable to not even spare women. The next time we sisters meet him, we'll give him a lesson in manners with the 4-element cycle array." One pretty lady in red robes snorted. Shui Ruohua glanced over, but smiled and wiggled her cute button nose. "Third young Master Han isn't just anybody. Don't underestimate him." But even a young master from the middle 3 sects had met his nemesis this time. All turned quiet, even the fiery lady, hanging on Shui Ruohua's every word. "When I was on the brink of death, a man showed up. He merely flicked his hand and scarred the land in 2 halves, forcing third young Master Han to never overstep that line. Even as the man left, third young Master Han never crossed it." Shui Ruohua's heart thrummed as well, recalling that scene. "He is the one who gave me the herb, a man from Demon Scheming Sect." Success. Everyone gasped and looked shocked. Why would Demon Scheming Sect help them without rhyme or reason? The lady in red blinked her big pretty eyes, her smile naughty. "Senior Sister Ruohua, did he fancy you and wanted some dual cultivation?" You mustn't fall for it. Demonic cultivators are vile and insidious. Shui Ruohua winced, then shook her head, even as she felt let down for some reason. He gave me the herb with one condition. His target wasn't me. But Shui Ruohua looked at Chu Qingcheng. He asked 2 questions about junior sister Chu Qingcheng, then gave me the herb. Which 2? Chu Qingcheng asked eagerly. If you're in mystical heaven sect and if you're doing well, Shui Ruohua replied. Chu Qingcheng asked again, even more eager. What's his name? I don't know, he asked me to forget all about it. But those 4 radiant stage pygmies called him Steward Zhua. It's really him. Chu Qingcheng shook with pure joy. Her icy features melted into a beautiful smile. He misses me. 2 trails of tears accompanied her bright smile. Everyone was stumped, having never seen her smile and finding it a work of art. They also never expected her beauty to be so radiant. An unsmiling Chu Qingcheng was already a worldly beauty, yet now she was divine. Just who is he? To make junior sister Qingcheng so overjoyed just from hearing his name? Balling his fist, Xianxiao's eyes glinted with envy. Shui Ruohua shook her head, but Zhuo Fan's courteous manner made her smile. He is a demon who is able to worm his way into your heart. The moon hung high above the black eerie sky in complete silence. Zhuo Fan sat in a shoddy house, eyes closed and an azure flame flashing on his forehead. He had little clue about how to use Kunping's gift initially, but the sacred beast had pointed out that it was second to none when it came to soul refining. With the flame nurturing his soul, it grew clearer and stronger, faster than ever. But a frown set in on Zhuo Fan's face due to the cawing outside, and the azure flame faded out. Zhuo Fan, wake up! We have to gather! An aged voice echoed with anxiousness, followed by Elder Yuan opening his door and pulling Zhuo Fan outside. Zhuo Fan inquired, Elder Yuan, why all the rush? Oh, right, you've just arrived. 2 sirs have called for all the laborers. We've got to move fast or our lives are forfeit. Elder Yuan's eyes swam with panic. Zhuo Fan was even more baffled. 2? Wasn't the labor office under your administration? I only have an honorary position. Whenever there's someone stronger around, he's the one in charge. Look at my cultivation. Can I just call myself king? Elder Yuan pulled Zhuo Fan faster. This place must have some lurking snakes too. Though Zhuo Fan didn't care much, since even if the dragon had a tough time quelling the snake, he was the soaring demonic dragon piercing the sky. No matter the snake, I'll waste him the second he looks at me funny. Humph? Star Reader. The dragon and snake is an idiom referring to not even law can tie a mafia boss down. Zhuo Fan let himself be pulled. They arrived at the labor office's deepest part, a man-sized black hole carved into a mountain. People were coming from all over like them and entering the cave. Elder Yuan cried out, Sigh! So few left outside. That means we're late and everyone's inside. So, since there's still more people coming over, we're not the last ones. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. Elder Yuan shook his head. You can be late, but I can't. And pulled harder on Zhuo Fan towards the cave. Torches graced the cave with light from each side as people followed the tunnel deeper, to an even brighter area. It was a large open space dug up in the mountain, tens of miles in range. Tens of thousands of people were already there, watching the 2 people on the dais. One was a girl with a scorpion drawn on half her face in purple and black. Her vile eyes and powerful vibe put her in the 3rd layer of radiant stage. The other was a tall and sturdy man with a stubble on his face, wearing black and had a cold smile. His aura had Zhuo Fan take him for a 4th layer of radiant stage. So even the labor office is a den of monsters, Zhuo Fan said. Elder Yuan pulled his sleeve, whispering. They were all inner disciples casted out to the labor office due to a serious offense. Their lives are over, making their mood even worse. Don't taunt them, even if you have 4 executives behind you. They have an elder's protection. So don't get carried away and end up dead. Elder Yuan, what are you still doing down there? What are you muttering? The boorish voice got everyone to look at the savage face of the man on the dais. Elder Yuan shirked. then gave Zhuofan one last look before going up with a nice smile. Sirs, forgive my tardiness. Humph, geezer, the only reason you get to keep your stinking rotten life is because you're too damn useless even as a training target. You just keep getting slower. The man glared. Elder Yuan nodded with the same smile. Thank you so much for your mercy, Sir Kuei Lang. Ha ha ha. Take out the roster already. I want to see the numbers. Kuei Lang cursed. Wretched filthy sack of bones. Using you as an ingredient will ruin my cultivation. Yeah, ha ha ha. Elder Yuan put on a lowly face, presenting the roster. Kuei Lang went through a roll call. Li Ergu, Hua Tai Shu. Kuei Lang's booming voice rang in everyone's ears, showing off his power. The men being called raised their hands, while the hesitating ones earned a harsh rebuttal. Wrapping up with the names, Kuei Lang's attitude never changed until he got to the last name. We have a newcomer? Zhuofan. Here. Zhuofan raised his hand. Kuei Lang eyed him and snickered. As a newcomer, he must be taught the rules. Young Master Kuei, please show mercy. Elder Yuan panicked and pleaded. Young Master Kuei. For executives brought him with explicit warning to not be touched. Harming him will forfeit my life. Kuei Lang balled his fists, ignoring him. What about executives? I've got an elder. Here we all must follow the rules. Young Master Kuei, those executives care very much about him, even going to the sect leader to petition for his sake. Would the young master's elder do the same? Elder Yuan's eyes darted everywhere as he pointed out. Kuei Lang paused in thought. All the people here were sect rejects, with even their own masters seeing them as hopeless. They couldn't care less about leaving their lives to fate. The only upside to all this was paying their master a visit for some crumbs. As for getting the master to stick his neck out, it was a total no-no. With the executives behind Zhuofan going to such lengths for him, even risking going against sect leader's command, roughing him up would end with the culprit getting thrashed or worse. He didn't feel like getting the executives on his case. Kuei Lang, since the kid is so important, it's best to tone it down for now. The girl reminded him. Kuei Lang nodded and relaxed his fists. The risks outweigh the gains. Kuei Lang turned solemn. I've called you all here for one reason. Today, the Azura Circle begins anew, and only the winner may leave this place. What? The crowd went wild. Is this a joke? Azura Circle is once every 3 years. Why is it being held again after only 6 months? Kuei Lang snorted. Regardless of the time, the result doesn't change. Only the strongest can live. The losers will become the sect's resource for training. In this very cave, the first bell starts the fight while the second stops it. Is that clear? The crowd panicked, caught totally unprepared. They figured the gathering was for something they had planned, like some elder's birthday. But nobody expected it to be the Azura Circle. Did the inner disciples run out of target practice already? Elder Yuan was worried for Zhuofan and pleaded. Young Master Kuei, Zhuofan has just arrived and does not know the cruelty of Azura Circle. Could he not participate? Rules are rules. I won't target him on account of those executives. But the rules state all laborers must participate, or I'll have to answer for it. Kuei Lang snorted. The girl eyed Zhuofan. Old Yuan. He's a 6th layer of profound heaven cultivator. He'll live, so don't worry. Kuei Lang nodded. They're letting him in not because they don't care about the executives, but because Zhuofan will be fine. Elder Yuan nodded as well with a sigh. Twisted-faced Rakshasa Yuling? Black Yama Kuei Lang. That's F*** king bullshit. A man from the crowd pointed at the two on the dais and swore. I know the sect has no demand for target practices. With the outer sect promotion test coming up, you want your little sister to have all the materials to train. I'm reporting you to the sect. The man in the 2nd layer of profound heaven stage flew for the exit. Kuei Lang snorted and a black wind shot for the man. He cried out in pain as he spat blood and slumped on the ground from the dizziness. The rest trembled in fear. Zhuofan squinted. Soul attack, but a brutal one at that. It must be related to his cultivation method. something insidious that has twisted his soul to such a degree. Zhuofan turned and watched everyone around him. With so many prime materials around, no wonder, not like it's any of my business. Zhuofan's eyes took on a sagely light as he shook his head inside. A sound then came, that of a bell as Kuei Lang struck the copper bell next to him. Let the Azura Circle begin. Deserters will be killed. A deathly silence ensued. Everyone put up their guards, with eyes darting everywhere for any incoming blow. As the stalemate continued, the pressure only mounted, visible from the sweat pouring out of them. Bam! It was an 8th layer of bone-tempering cultivator who gave the start, flying all of a sudden and landing dead. The others jerked and saw Kuei Lang letting his hand down. If you don't fight, I will do it for you until I reach the quota. As for who the poor devils are, time will tell. Kuei Lang's eyes glinted. Gulp. The crowd tensed harder, their eyes turning crazy. Ah! Someone took out a demonic treasure and hacked around him while the rest unleashed their power and picked their closest neighbor. Wails, shouts and cries set the stage for the blood spurting everywhere, dyeing the lit cavern an eerie red. Corpses littered the ground as they fell. Yet their eyes did not have the panic or shock one would assume, but only fear mixed with madness. Zhuofan took it all in with a critical eye. It is madness born out of dread and horror. What started as a fight for survival has devolved into this fanatic killing into oblivion, forgetting even their goal. In a slaughterhouse like this, their inner demons took control while they only played along as puppets on a string to kill and kill with empty minds consumed by a sick thrill. This was the Azura Circle, a place where one became demons and stopped being human. Whoosh! 1/3 layer of profound heaven expert lost his mind in the madness and targeted Zhuofan, despite the obvious 3-layer gap. Zhuofan was tranquil while standing there, breaking his bones and tendons with practiced ease. But not even that agony could wipe the manic grin on the corpse's face. Zhuofan shook his head, his mind lacking sadness or joy, only having serenity. He just stood there among the fanatic killings, unmarred and untouched by its corrupting influence, only making a move when an overzealous killer went for him. As if he was the eye of the storm, despite the frantic winds lashing at his clothes, his steel will never wavered. At the same time, he was glaringly obvious in the circle. What's with him? Kuei Lang frowned, pointing Zhuofan out. Such a bloodthirsty arena makes even my blood boil a bit. So why is he the only one unaffected? It's like he isn't even here. Yu Ling frowned. He is truly an oddity, unlike how a demonic cultivator should be, or any cultivator for that matter. This stage would make even righteous cultivators turn to bloodlust, but he's a true expert. Elder Yuan rubbed his beard, staring at Zhuofan with a deep look. Everyone has their demons. As demonic cultivators, we draw them out and refine them to achieve enlightenment about the inner workings of the world. But most people only glare at the surface of their demons, resulting in being consumed by them in a bloodbath like this. Except him, having understood the root of his demons and having tempered his heart to another level, a true demon. The inner demon has no hold over him, while he has it in complete control. Elder Yuan sighed. So young, yet he has such a deep heart. It will bring him a limitless future. Elder Yuan was full of praise, making Kuei Lang and Yu Ling speechless. When did the old-timer turn into a sage? And why is he talking gibberish? Old Yuan, have you lost it? Kuei Lang stared at him. Elder Yuan chuckled, finding himself under their scrutiny. Ha ha ha. It's just my feelings. Please don't mind it. I was just saying that Zhuofan is special. Someone you should get close to. Bam. Kuei Lang decked Elder Yuan and spat. So your act is to have us look after him? Think you're an expert with your aphorisms. Ha ha ha. Yeah. I won't ever do it again. Elder Yuan smiled. The two shared a glance and shrugged. The old foggy wasn't much to look out, yet his act and preaching almost had them. It gives credence to the saying, the old are hypocrites. And this old guy must have made it into an art. An hour into the killings, The Azura Circle's reverberating roars and shouts of murder never let up. Time in which the ever-collected Zhuofan figured he could do some fishing among the chaos while waiting. Kuei Lang figured the killing was enough and sounded the bell. Though it wasn't that easy pulling their minds out of their demon's control. No choice but for Kuei Lang and Yu Ling to let their voices out. Cease at once! The thunderous sound echoed in the cave so much even the ground shook. The two's powerful soul, along with their voices, yanked their minds into collapsing. The crazed killing field turned deathly silent. The living participants held their heads and groaned while flouncing around. The dead forever remained still among the pool of blood, their eyes open, bloodthirsty yet empty. Kuei Lang saw Yu Ling's nod and said, "This should last them 2 months." Yu Ling returned the nod, having a rare smile on her lips. But just then, Kuei Lang's smile froze and his eyes widened. "What's wrong?" Yu Ling raised an eyebrow. Kuei Lang lifted a shaky arm to point. Yu Ling found herself experiencing the same shock as him. There, Zhuofan stood just like before, watching his neighbors with self-confidence. "That's not possible. We used bewitching whispers together. Why is he still standing?" Yu Ling couldn't make sense of it. Kuei Lang surmised, since a profound heaven cultivator's soul has no chance of being stronger than ours, it leaves only one option. He has a soul demonic treasure. Yu Ling nodded, having reached the same conclusion. "I have said he is special. Sirs should take good care of him." Elder Yuan jumped in. The two nodded after a pause. "Not anyone could just have a soul demonic treasure. He's just a 6th layer of profound heaven cultivator. Someone must be watching his back to possess such a bauble." The two held Zhuofan with higher regard on the spot. Yet behind this misconception, one finds Zhuofan a freak of nature with a soul so strong. Not even peak radiant stage could top it. As for backing, Xiaoyue did invite him here, but his immense confidence in himself left him to his own devices, i.e. he had none. Alas, Zhuofan was neck-deep in mysteries and good at keeping others away. Ahem. Moving on, Kuei Lang turned to the rest of the survivors with a shout. "Grats, people. You have survived another Azura Circle. You are now free to go. There are many tasks that await you tomorrow." Kuei Lang and Yu Ling had others collect the corpses as they left. The lucky men here who still lived left overjoyed at their new lease on life. While only Zhuofan sneered, "They're no different from cattle. But they are different. They have a hint of hope." Elder Yuan smiled, coming over and seeing everyone gone. "Men are selfish and men's hearts have demons. Uprising has no chance of success and the sect would have long since removed the labor office if it didn't serve its purpose. But to keep that from happening, the sect gave them a slim hope to cultivate hard and they would come out as executive elders at some point. That's why they fight, so that one day they'll excel, while making labor office fulfill its purpose in the meantime. In truth, it's not the sect rearing them, but they are locking themselves inside their pen." Elder Yuan's eyes glinted with disdain. "Which is perfect. In a world where strength is everything, even here only the strong make their way forward. As for the weak, the stragglers, death becomes them." Zhuofan nodded. "The world was cruel. Its creatures nothing but fodder. It went double for demonic sex. Labor office was hell, the supplier for the sect's disciples' cultivation needs while also being the place where the strong transformed. The survivors of this hellhole were crucial pillars of the sect, having gone through one culling after another. It only went to show its importance to the demon-scheming sect. The labor office was empty of anything humane, reduced to mere survival or death. But unlike the world outside that had the same nature, this was a corner of the world free of hypocrisies." Zhuofan's eyes flashed as his heart and mentality grew. As he understood more about the world he was part of, With a flash of azure, a flicker of flame appeared on Zhuofan's forehead. Elder Yuan's eyes bugged out in shock. With a light pop, Zhuofan's aura doubled. He just stood there like nothing happened, yet his cultivation rose to the 7th layer of profound heaven stage. Elder Yuan was flabbergasted. Having witnessed the Azura Circle, The kid has come to his own discoveries, driving his cultivation to rise. Even though cultivation defines your strength, while the heart defines one's potential, the two are unrelated. Such a case where a heart state improving leads to an increase in cultivation had been far and few since time itself. Yet here and now Zhuofan has done it. It is proof of his immense insight, of his great talent. Elder Yuan was stirred watching Zhuofan. His throat became dry. When the azure flame withdrew and Zhuofan opened his eyes, he found the golden halo in his eyes flashing brighter and brighter. Ugh! Zhuofan frowned. Having an old-timer watch him with such heated gaze was not normal. Ahem, Elder Yuan. What is this? If you're pent up, don't come to me, I don't swing that way. Elder Yuan recovered from his stupor and beamed. Sir Zhuo must never ever misunderstand. I may be old, but I am straight. The two burst out laughing. Elder Yuan, I must say I never thought the materials from the labor office were picked this way. Zhuofan and Elder Yuan were walking out. It only makes Elder Yuan's survival over all these years even more peculiar. What's so strange about it? We each live our own lives. The strong have their own path and so do the weak. Besides, in my days there was no Azura circle. The elders came to pick the materials and in fear of being included, I suppressed my cultivation. Not registering in their eyes meant going on living. And that is how I am the only one reaching such an old age here. It's only natural that they've put me in charge and absolved me from dying here. Then the Azura circle. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Glancing around, Elder Yuan whispered, Zhuofan, Azura circle is something Sir Kue Lang came up with when he first came here. Why would he do that? Zhuofan asked, piqued. Elder Yuan smiled. Zhuofan, the labor office has two kinds of people. One are the cast-out disciples. They can either resign to their fate as materials, or break the mold and become elders. The other type are those demoted here as punishment. They are forever criminals with a short road ahead of them and a high chance of never leaving this place. But the sect has a rule, those with great merits will have a clean slate. That's what they tell the others. What great merit could a criminal get in the labor office? Zhuofan shook his head. Elder Yuan smiled. That's not entirely true. Like I said, the strong will always find a way. Like now, for instance. Keeping Azura circle going is a great merit. What makes you say that? Zhuofan asked. Elder Yuan's eyes glinted. Those in the labor office know the condition but few manage to escape, which makes everyone mediocre, living their lives like me, who suppress their cultivation to avoid becoming some elder's guinea pig. That makes the materials here dregs. While now, because of the Azura circle, people here want to live longer and thus have to become stronger and cultivate harder. Soon the materials' quality improved and the elders were satisfied. And there's an illusion about Azura circle as well, that they are the masters of their own fate. The dead become materials while the living continue existing and not get picked by elders. Strength gives you life while weakness takes it away. With this trend, the level of the labor office will soon reach outer disciples. Especially after Yu Ling came, adding a few rules. Bone tempering stage needn't join Azura circle, keeping the new blood pumping and saving them from drying out. Everything was made so that the labor office's standards grew, another great merit. The two of them might even return to the inner sect with their credit. Zhuofan nodded. All the two did was use mind games, throwing these abandoned slackers through a murder machine to awaken their ambition. An objective watcher would see them as lambs, but in the Azura circle, they turn into wild animals who would do anything to survive. Looking at it from another angle, if these people had resources to boost their cultivation, they'd reach far greater heights than even inner disciples. Zhuofan's eyes flashed, muttering, Does that mean Xiaowua threw me in here to first earn great merit for the sect? What did you say? Elder Yuan stared. Zhuofan shook his head. Nothing. I was only lamenting. These two are some mother-fluffing geniuses. It's such a waste letting them be stuck here and not higher up in the sect. Yeah. Elder Yuan nodded. By the way, what were their crimes? Zhuofan continued, but Elder Yuan's response was cut short. Russell. The moon hanging in the night sky draped the land in a silver curtain, revealing a delicate figure dancing among the stars with her blade tracing bizarre arches. Zhuo Fan watched the dazed figure, like a fairy, and clapped with a smile. Such exquisite swordsmanship, Miss Yuer. The graceful figure stopped and Yuer's fine features turned icy. She ignored Zhuo Fan, looking elsewhere. Her cultivation had to stop when Zhuo Fan's cawing resumed. Miss Yuer, what a coincidence. Have you been punished as well since you've come here? Stumbling, Yuer turned a hateful glare. You're the one punished. True, I am in the labor office. Zhuo Fan answered with a smile. Yuer was lost for words, gnashing her teeth. Elder Yuan was giggling at the side. Yuer mocked in the end. When you arrived, you said you'd be an elite, but sect leader didn't even let you in the hall, throwing you in the labor office. You only know how to boast. How did you know that I didn't enter the hall? Were you looking out for me? I didn't know you cared. Zhuo Fan chuckled. Yuer flushed and raged. Who would? Everyone knows about your scandal now. You're the first person to not even get to see the sect leader before getting dumped in the labor office. I see. Zhuo Fan's eyes glinted. He was sure someone was keeping an eye on him when he entered the sect. There was no way that a common disciple's matter would spread otherwise, not so fast at least. But he reckoned all of this stopped the moment he was placed in the labor office. Or with how the labor office was filled with all kinds of people, there was no way he wouldn't detect something after so many days. Zhuo Fan smiled. Miss Yuer, did perhaps Senior Sister Mayor miss me as well? Senior Sister didn't care one. Yuer caught herself and blushed harder. Zhuo Fan had played her again and she was irate. I don't care about you. Ha ha ha. Elder Yuan laughed. Zhuo Fan is just like the rumors say, cunning and sly. An ignorant miss won't stand a chance. It was the worst possible reaction as Yuer's eyes flashed with bloodthirst and she slashed at them. Since she was put on the spot, Elder Yuan cowered behind Zhuo Fan on the double, while Zhuo Fan just stood there, grabbing her soft wrists before the blade touched him. She cried out as the blade fell from her grip and she frowned. Zhuo Fan let her go at once. I've barely used any strength, so how could it hurt? Don't tell me you're still wounded from last time. None of your business. Yuer huffed. Just then, another cute voice came. How dare you mess with my sister? The wind whistled. In the biting cold gale, a figure in red landed, keeping Yuer behind her. Zhuo Fan found her to be none other than twisted-faced Rakshasa Yuling. Zhuo Fan was taken aback. She's your little sister? Yuling burst with bloodthirst. I don't care who protects you, but you've messed with my sister and must die. You're not the first prattling fool who has said that to me, nor the last. Zhuo Fan snorted. Yuling's fists tightened, her mood sinking lower, yet her determination to attack faltered. She couldn't believe that a 6th/7th layer of profound heaven cultivator would dare talk back to a third layer of radiant stage expert. It only meant one thing: he's got strong enough backing to ignore even the likes of twisted-faced Rakshasa. It would be all too easy to kill the punk here and now, but then she wouldn't be alone in this mess. Her little sister would suffer too, so her thirst for blood ebbed. Elder Yuan jumped in with a smile. Miss Yuling, it's all just a misunderstanding. Miss Yuer was practicing while we passed by. There's no conflict here. Zhuo Fan was just praising her form. Right, Miss Yuer? Ha ha ha. Elder Yuan begged Yuer with his eyes. Is it true, Yuer? Yuling turned around. She didn't want to cause trouble over nothing. But if the punk did it on purpose, he'll get justice all right. Yuer glared at Zhuo Fan but nodded. They didn't do anything. It was I who attacked first. Zhuo Fan nodded inside. The lass is stubborn but simple, doing everything by the book. How admirable. But Yuling was unreasonable. That must mean he instigated you. Humph. Damn brat. This isn't over. Not by a long shot. Yuling pulled Yuer away as she warned. No one in this place is good, Yuer. Better stay away from that guy. If anything happens, come find me or Senior Sister Mayor. All right? Yes, sister. Yuer was meek as a lamb, but on her way away, she sneaked a glance at Zhuo Fan. scrunched up her cute button nose and stuck her tongue at him. Zhuofan was speechless. Hey, is this how it's done? Her sister is to blame yet she takes it out on me? There's no justice in the world. Only the strong preying on the weak. Elder Yuan sighed like a calamity had passed. And Yu Ling has only let this go because she didn't know of your backing. But you better watch out for her tricks. Zhuofan shook his head. How could I forget? This is a demonic sect and anyone can attack without excuse or warning. While outside, no matter how much one hates you, he needs a pretext if he doesn't want a bad name. Elder Yuan. Was Yu Ling gathering materials for Miss Yuer? Zhuofan frowned. Elder Yuan nodded. Yu Ling is called Rakshasa, with a nasty temper and vile tendencies, but always dotes on her little sister. It was because of Yuer that she ended up in the labor office. Her little sister had poor talent and would have ended up in the labor office, so she stole a 7th grade pill from the alchemy office to remold her sister's body, leading to today's Yuer and the punished Yu Ling, who had the makings of an elite. Oh, she's quite fond of her baby sister, huh? Zhuofan nodded and sighed. But her kindness is destructive. Why? Elder Yuan frowned. Zhuofan paused. I heard Yuer trains in the demon-devouring saber. The crux of it lies in the demon-devouring, swallowing thousands of demonic auras and grudges to increase the blade art's power and triggering the demons of the users. It would go as far as being able to kill everything in one's path. A shame. What? A shame for Yuer's poor condition. Zhuofan shook his head. Training in her state would have her demons swallow her into madness, and she will fall apart. Yu Ling is sure to regret it. Just that her twisted hand should have been healed with a simple pill, so why isn't it healed after 2 days? Elder Yuan frowned as he caressed his beard, his eyes flashing. Why didn't you say anything? After they yelled in my face, die in this or that way, I couldn't care less about their fate. Zhuofan twisted his head away. Elder Yuan shook his head. From your analysis, I figured you cared a lot. For them? We have nothing tying us, so why should I? I'm no love-struck fool. Zhuofan snorted. I only found it suspicious. I fear the only peaceful place in the sect will lose its tranquility. Elder Yuan smiled. Zhuofan, this is the labor office, the cruelest place in the sect. How is it peaceful? Elder Yuan, you won't understand. Here it is either kill or be killed, live or die. Isn't this simple interaction peaceful? With the schemes and plots outside, where would you find another place like this? Elder Yuan held his gaze, then smiled. Sergua has great insight. You're right. This place is pretty peaceful. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan laughed along as they walked. They discussed on the way about Tao and its mysteries and clicked together, wishing they'd met earlier. Zhuofan had earned big time from their talks, but so did Elder Yuan. In this night, the hearts of these two had grown, widening their path into a longer future. On the morrow, Zhuofan finished cultivating only to find a panicking Elder Yuan bursting in. Zhuofan, come with me. Another gathering? I didn't hear any bells. Zhuofan asked. Azura Circle was just last night, yet it's starting again? If they keep this up, the entire labor office will be empty in 3 days. Azura Circle can't start whenever. They won't dare do it so soon. But as this is the labor office, work begins early in the morning, and you need to sweep the elders' and venerables' homes. How come I didn't do that the first 2 days here? Zhuofan eyed him. Elder Yuan rolled his eyes. I covered for you. But after last night's Azura Circle, I can no longer help you. And that Yu Ling must have put your name in for revenge. She has the authority? Aren't you the chief here? Hey, I told you already, I am only chief on the surface. Here, power is everything. Elder Yuan lamented. I can't force you with my meager cultivation, so please don't make it hard on me. Zhuofan shook his head and jumped out of bed. Since they were friends, there was no point taking it out on the old man. But on those broads. Snorting inside, Zhuofan followed Elder Yuan to a square with poor houses. Others had already gathered here, with Kuei Lang and Yu Ling standing in front. Seeing Zhuofan, everyone gave him a cold eye. And bloodthirst. Zhuofan squinted, his mind ready. Now that everyone's here, we will assign tasks. Yu Ling took the roster from Elder Yuan, Zhang Fugue, Li Yongchong. You're to clean Venerable Shi's room. Wang Tianlei, Zhang Mingqi, you're going to Elder Liang's bedroom. Everyone's name got called. The first three walked forward and bowed before taking a broom from the side as they skipped about. Shuofan found it odd. What's there to be perky about when cleaning? Is there a reward involved? Soon, only Shuofan's name remained unheard, with Yu Ling sporting a nasty grin. Shuofan, take the broom and clean sect leader's bedroom. The other laborers cracked up, enjoying his plight. Shuofan didn't get the joke. What's so funny? But since he wanted to go to sect leader's home at some point, this was the perfect chance. Xiaoyue, just why the hell did you bring me here? You better have some good reason for this. Under the sun's glorious warmth, a youngster and an old man passed pavilions and many crossings to arrive at an opulent grand hall. Elder Yuan pointed at a magnificent roof and warned, Shuofan, here are sect leaders' chambers, a total of 273 rooms. You must be very thorough in cleaning each of them. Blast it, 200? Did he ever use them all? Shuofan grumbled. Elder Yuan waved his hands around and hushed him in panic. This is the prestige of a sect leader. Us, laborers, cannot make light of this or else. Elder Yuan put on a heavy look. Shuofan got it. A demonic sect's leader was no pushover nor a kind grandpa. Anyone talking behind his back might soon find an untimely end. But yours truly was the exception since Xiaoyue had recruited him personally. Why go through all that trouble just to kill him out of pettiness? He'd fail as a sect leader. Shuofan's mind worked to wring out how far he could push it. Fine, I'm going to work. Shuofan walked to the hall with the broom. Elder Yuan panicked, pulling him back. Shuofan, always remember. The sect leader is idiosyncratic and a clean freak. Sweep down to the last speck of dust. Getting sect leader unhappy would make our heads roll. Do you know why the others were so happy to go to the other elders' houses? Because they didn't want to clean sect leader's house. Yu Ling gave it to you on purpose to have sect leader remove you in her place. You must exercise caution at all times. Your life depends on it. Oh, thanks for the reminder, Elder Yuan. Shuofan nodded and cupped his hands, but showed no change in character, hanging the broom on his shoulder like before, strutting into the hall, as if he had come to rob the place, not clean it. Elder Yuan's face twitched. The kid's too wild and fearless. In the building, gold and jade decorations welcomed him. At the far center was a jade long chair, very expensive. There were wall chandeliers on each side, made with utmost attention to detail. The image was complete with stands holding exquisite vases, adding an air of elegance. To sum it up, it was quaint, magnificent but not excessive, glorious but not ostentatious. It got Shuofan's stamp of approval. From the style alone, he guessed Xiaoyue was a man of mystery, keeping everything to himself. A cultivator with a high mentality. Cough. Shuofan jerked and noticed a youth in silk and having cruel eyes looking back at him from the entrance. The youth was amazed the instant he saw his face. Shuofan! Xiaoyue? Eyebrow twitching, Shuofan called back. Grinning and nodding, Xiaoyue passed him and sat on the jade chair. Ha ha ha, that's not quite right. But Shuofan, since you're now in my sect, the least you should do is call me sect leader. Sect leader. Grinning back, this was Shuofan's first time meeting Xiaoyue in the flesh. Last time was just his soul, but he saw no features, just a shadow. May I ask, sect leader, after going through so much hard work, traveling thousands of miles to find me and paying a 9th grade pill to recruit me, was it all just to have me sweep floors? Looking him in the eye, he lifted the broom and held it like a club, ready to go at it. Xiaoyue chuckled. I would lose too much letting you just sweep for a 9th grade pill. Tell me, where exactly do you look like a hard-working and conscious sweeper? Shuofan checked himself and shook his head. He could sweep enemies but failed to sweep floors. Laughing, Xiaoyue turned serious. Shuofan, I have brought you here with the intention to have you become an elite by being sect leader's disciple and represent the sect in the Double Dragon gathering. But High Venerable questioned your ability and had you put in the labor office for trial. I understand High Venerable's worries, but out of the elites, inner disciples, outer disciples, and labor office, did it have to be the worst one? I'm a 7th layer profound heaven cultivator for crying out loud, yet don't even qualify as an outer disciple? And what's that Double Dragon gathering anyway? It's too soon for you to know. As for High Venerable's decision, I am to blame. I've praised you so much that High Venerable grew skeptical and thus put you in the labor office. If you're that great, then you should be able to stand out even there. I thought the same, so I agreed. Since with your skills, getting great merit should be easy. Xia Wuyu snickered. Zhuofan's face twitched all this while, flipping. Shove it. At least give me something to work with. How am I supposed to get merit without some guidelines? With how detached labor office is from the rest, I won't achieve anything. Besides, the merit of strengthening laborers falls on Yu Ling and Kue Lang. What am I supposed to do? It's all in your hands now to figure out, to prove to the whole sect what you can do. If you can't surpass even those two, you'll be stuck in the labor office forever. He brushed off his impeccable sleeves. And stop spouting vulgarities in front of me. This will be your only warning. The next time you'll be sorry. Got that? Freakin' show off. Scratching his nose, Zhuofan nodded. Yeah. Great, now start sweeping. I want to see for myself if you're qualified for labor. Xia Wuyu snickered. This grand and mighty Aravista, the same one that cleaned up Tianyu of all factions and was hailed as best in the empire, was sweeping floors. Xia Wuyu giggled inside. Zhuofan rolled his eyes, grumbled inside, and the broom flew from his shoulder, releasing a gale. A yellow wave spread from his foot along the floor with crazy speed. In an instant, the dust picked up so much it was like a tornado got stuffed in the hall. Cough. Xia Wuyu covered his mouth and nose while shouting, Enough! Stop this instant! Do you hear me? What could possibly be wrong, sect leader? Zhuofan halted and the tornado vanished. Xia Wuyu glared, a vein popping on his forehead. You did that on purpose. Is this how you sweep? You're looking for a beating. Is it not? But it's clean. Zhuofan pointed below him with a straight face. It was damn spotless, without the slightest grain of dust on the paved floor. But the earlier blue stones had now turned white. Eyebrow twitching, Xia Wuyu balled his fists. You're only alive because I have great plans for you. Fine. Now stop sweeping and do something else. N. Zhuofan was too obedient, spinning on his heel and leaving. Yet he only took a step and heard a crisp sound. Holding the broom under his arm, it accidentally hit a vase, now turned to pieces. Xia Wuyu held his head in annoyance. Zhuofan waved his hands. Sect leader? I'll fix it right up. He rushed to pick up the pieces, but the broom swung again under his arm and sent a jade carving flying, sending fragments all over the clean floor as it shattered. Xia Wuyu's eyebrow jumped, his eyes burning red-hot, wishing nothing more than to tear Zhuofan into nothing. It's all right, sect leader. I'll handle it. Zhuofan manned up, but Xia Wuyu had had enough. Handle your dumb ass. You're only making it worse. Now scram the hell out. You're clearly here to pick a fight. Don't ever sweep again and figure out a way to get out of the labor office. Yes, sect leader. Zhuofan snickered inside, skipping out of the hall. Xia Wuyu was left alone in his jade throne, watching him go, filled with rage. Turning to the pristine floor, now filled with rubble. His wrath knew no bounds. Man! Xia Wuyu screeched, his eyes thick with bloodthirst. A short old man ran inside and shivered at the incoming killing intent. He rushed to greet. Sect leader, why is you so angry? Are you blind or what? Can't you see the floor? Xia Wuyu snorted. The man looked around to find the once tidy sect leader hall filled with dust, chinas and jade carvings on the ground in pieces. Shuddering to wipe his brow, he said, this? I do not. I will handle it right away. Wait. The guy rushed to find the culprit and hang him for his crimes, lest the sect leader took his anger out himself. But Xianxia wasn't through by a long shot, barking, "You don't have to go. I know who did it." Sect leader knows? The man's brain was all a mush. "With your temper, you should have executed him by now. I should be here to fetch his corpse. But where is it?" The guy looked everywhere. Xianxia knew what he was thinking and said, "A laborer came here to sweep. Yeah, those wastes must be at fault. God damn it. They are so stupid that they even broke sect leader's stuff." The old man fumed and cut Xianxia off. "Sect leader, I will look into it and bring back the culprit's head." He got up to leave again, but Xianxia shouted, "Get back here. I didn't ask you to leave, did I?" Faltering, the man lowered his head. "Sect leader, what would you ask of me?" "Stay right there and let me finish." Xianxia stressed every word. The man bobbed like a chicken. Xianxia continued, "The name of the laborer is Zhuo Fan. It's great that the sect leader knows his name. I'll go get him at once." The old-timer clapped and laughed, but Xianxia's cold glare cut his joy short. He gave himself a couple of slaps until his cheeks swelled. Sect leader said not to move. "Sigh. I'm so careless." Xianxia ignored this episode. "Zhuo Fan is at fault, but no one can touch him. So get out there and find me the son of a bitch that put him on sweeping duty and waste him." Xianxia's face was a mask of malice, his tone so icy. The old-timer shivered. What he got from the outburst, though, was, why skip the culprit and have his handler answer for it? This has never happened before. With this example, no one would ever send a sweeper to sect leader's home. They draw straws to decide. But since Xianxia didn't explain, in no way was he going to ask, just bowed and walked backwards. Xianxia was left alone again, among the rubbish, and his anger spiked. In the labor office, the people were returning after completing their tasks to hand over the tools. Kuei Lang, Yu Ling, and Elder Yuan took stock and found that out of all disciples, only Zhuo Fan was missing. Elder Yuan frowned with worry. Yu Ling and Kuei Lang had a twisted smile. "The guy must be done for." Kuei Lang snickered. Yu Ling nodded, her eyes glinting. "Sect leader has a vile temper, picky about everything. Many laborers failed to satisfy sect leader's demands and paid with their lives. The kid has just arrived and is going into sect leader's home. He's sure to flop. Hi, the kid won't be coming back." Everyone laughed, reveling in another's misfortune. Only Elder Yuan sighed. "Yu Ling, we can't do it ourselves because of the kid's backing, but getting on sect leader's bad side, he will end up dead all the same. No one in the demon scheming sect will make a peep. He contradicted his betters yesterday, and now he is toast." Kuei Lang smiled at Yu Ling. Yu Ling nodded. But then, a thunderous shout came from above. They saw a small old man flying over. "All managers of the labor office, get out now. Isn't that executive son of the sect leader's hall?" Kuei Lang smiled. Yu Ling's smile grew. "The kid must have done it now. Executive usually just barks at us for a while, then sends us to fetch a corpse. That must be it. But was it a win or a loss getting yelled at for killing that prick? It's a loss for us and a win for the kid. Think about it. For a waste like him to get a radiant stage expert's tongue lashing must be his fortune, ha ha ha." Kuei Lang laughed. Right, ha ha ha." The two laughed until Executive Son approached. "Executive Son, you honor us with your presence. I am Yuan Xingong, a manager of the labor office." "Sod off, you think I don't know who's in charge of labor office? You're just a glorified manager, that's it. Get Yu Ling and Kuei Lang to see me." Executive Son flicked his sleeve and snapped. Elder Yuan shirked back. Yu Ling and Kuei Lang rushed over with a bow. "Greetings, Executive Sunday. What are your orders?" "Orders? Giving any orders to you will soon have my head served on a silver platter, dragging me with you into hell." Executive Son snapped. "What kind of disciple did you send to sweep sect leader's hall? He didn't just botch it, but wrecked the place. He almost tore the whole hall apart. It is our fault. Please ease your anger, Executive Son." Kuei Lang and Yu Ling bobbed their heads. putting on a pained look, yet their hearts jumped with glee. The punk must have struck a calamity. He's definitely toast. Yuling apologized again, then probed. Executive son, we will deal with his body at once and clean up the hall. His body? I didn't say anything about a corpse. Executive son eyed them coldly. The two were stumped. Did the sect leader wipe him off the face of this world? Squinting in joy, Yuling added. Executive son sneered. Keep dreaming. The kid ran. He's not in the sect leader's hall. He ran. Both of them shouted. He got off after such a disaster? That punk sure is something. Kuei Lang bowed at once. Executive son, he can't escape. I will search the entire sect if I have to. We cannot trouble inner and outer disciples over this. Search? When sect leader himself let him run. Sect leader doesn't even blame him for his mistake. Executive son roared. Dong. Yuling and Kuei Lang's brains were hammered, looking lost and dumb. He wrecked everything, yet sect leader let him go. That's not his style. Executive son saw through them with a sneer. Even I couldn't believe it after so many years around sect leader. But this is sect leader's order, that no one can touch Shuofan. And who was the damn bastard who put him on sweeping duty at sect leader's home? Sect leader wants a punching bag. Executive son's bloodthirst slammed into them. Shivering, Yuling and Kuei Lang were soaked in sweat. Zhang Fuguei, I thought I told you to sweep sect leader's home. Why did you make Shuofan do it instead? Kuei Lang's eyes roamed around until they settled on a disciple. Zhang Fuguei shirked, scared out of his mind. No, I swept Venerable Shi. Silence. I told you to sweep sect leader's home, yet you put Shuofan on it? Don't you know that the more seasoned disciples must take care of it? A newbie like him was bound to wreck the place. You are pushing others around and got sect leader furious. For your offense you shall die. Bam. Kuei Lang dumped all kinds of crimes on his head and struck before he could explain. The fierce gale made him spit blood and breathe his last, becoming Kuei Lang and Yuling's patsy. He didn't know even now how he had earned their ire, what he did to deserve this. Bang! Zhang Fugui's corpse hit the ground with blood leaking from every hole, his eyes wide open and oblivious. The other disciples stepped back, shivering in fear. Kuei Lang bowed at Executive Son again. Executive Sir, I have dealt with the perpetrator. What are Sir's commands? Executive Son was an old weasel as well, knowing when not to question, and just warned. Kuei Lang, Yuling, I don't care about what personal game you're playing, but stay out of the sect's affairs or else. Executive Son left the threat hanging with savage killing intent, making the two bob their heads in fear. Also, Executive Son continued, in my decade alongside sect leader, I hardly ever saw him raging like this. But even rarer was a rage that he bottled up. That Shuofan may be a laborer, but you better watch it next time. The two's hearts sank, grimacing. Who the hell is he for not even sect leader would touch him? This is a small matter, but from the sect leader's attitude, the two felt even worse. Executive Son flicked his sleeve. Since the culprit is punished, I'll be reporting my progress. You better behave. Executive Son took to the skies. The two bowed again. Take care, Executive Son. They only straightened when the man was gone from their sights. Their eyes filled with shock. Elder Yuan came over giggling. I told you so. Shuofan isn't normal. Shove off. The two snapped. Elder Yuan shirked and faltered. The two dealt with the corpse and the other disciples disbanded, waiting around the labor office for Shuofan to arrive. They waited and waited, well into the evening. That was when Shuofan strutted over with the broom on his shoulder. Yuling gnashed her teeth and raged. Shuofan, now you show up? Where have you been? Don't you know you must return after your task? Nope, no one told me, Shuofan said simply. Yuling felt awkward. Her and Kuei Lang lost for words. They had put him on sect leader's home with the obvious intention to not see him again. Wasting words on a dead guy wasn't anyone's hobby. Yet this schmuck didn't just return, but even talked back. He's got such backing that not even the sect leader wants to mess with him. The two watched Zhuofan with fear and suspicion. They were dying to put him in his place, but the fear of his backers overwrote that desire. So the two were at an impasse, staring at the stuck-up Zhuofan showing off his swag. Bottling the rage, Kuei Lang said, "Since it's your first strike and did not know, I'll overlook it. But next time you will be punished." The fact that he didn't take Zhuofan's head on the spot showed clearly that he didn't want to mess with Zhuofan. Zhuofan grinned. They must have got the news already to crush their own pride. But Zhuofan cared not one bit. "Sure. I'll be waiting then." He passed the two with a roll of his eyes, not even looking at them. "Hey, is this how you act? You're under us, a laborer, yet you're ordering us." Kuei Lang was this close to exploding. Yu Ling glared at his back, but reined all the hatred in. "Kuei Lang, he has a special background. Before we are clear what that is exactly, we best not tackle him. We will figure it all out once we look into him." Kuei Lang nodded, flaring his nostrils. While the next tasks were handed out, only Zhuofan was left idle since no one pushed any work on him when it came to elders. This young master must have one hell of a background to act all cocky. What was worse, anything the two tried would backfire. The earlier case showed it. They got him to sweep sect leaders home, yet he played around until sect leader vented on the labor office. If they were any more late in reacting, they'd have ended up as patsies. Yu Ling lost all intent to mess with Zhuofan, even hoping for the latter to not come looking for trouble. It went so far that every time tasks were handed out, they singled Zhuofan out in cleaning the most desolate places. Like the ancestral cemetery, the plaza at the entrance manned by two pupils welcoming guests. Stuff like that. Those were the only places he couldn't cause trouble at, or any mess he made could be covered. Zhuofan spent the next 2 months carefree and easygoing, totally ignoring Xie Wuyue's advice. As for getting some credit to participate in the Double Dragon Thingy, thanks but no thanks. He had all the peace and quiet needed to cultivate here, in the labor office. Strutting like a man with a supposedly high background, others gave him a wide berth. Only the old man with a broad mentality dropped by to debate on the Tao. All in all, life was good, lavishing in the tranquility he had yearned for so long. As for the labor office being dirt poor in regards to resources, humph! Make way, moneybags coming through. Zhuofan couldn't be happier these few months. Just around the time the demon scheming sect's inner sect promotion began. Not that he ever gave a damn. Ahem, it falls to us, labor office, to build the outer disciple promotion stage. Work hard, people. If 3 days later something is out of place and the competition can't be held, it's your ass on the line. Kuei Lang, Yu Ling and Elder Yuan spoke to the laborers. Kuei Lang was using his big voice to intimidate them. What he got instead was mockery. They are just fighting. What's the point of making a show out of it? Are outer disciples so useless that they can't fight without a stage? Our Azura circle is far more fitting. PFF. The others covered their mouths. Everyone knew who it was without even looking. The only one to contradict their two bosses in the labor office like a true wastrel was Zhuofan with his special background. So special that even these two prodigal children filled with hot air could only gnash their teeth. This had been going on over the past few months, quipping at them whenever the chance presented itself. Zhuofan, stop complaining. Do you want to live or not? Kuei Lang fumed. Zhuofan shrugged. Want? Kuei Lang looked like he was about to cry. He was the boss in the labor office, but ever since this prick showed up, his name had plunged and plunged at the hands of this obnoxious tyrant. He was a damn spoiled brat. Yu Ling held her head, lamenting her fate. She never nitpicked with the kid, but the brat had other plans, bothering the hell out of them every time and pissing them off. Just why do all elders and venerables' prodigal sons end up in the labor office? At least take some of them to the outer sect. But they all knew this prodigal son would one day get bumped up at some point and leave. But when, in a few years, anything would be better than being stuck in the same place with him. Squinting, they glared at the unfazed Zhuofan, then sighed at their misfortune. Elder Yuan laughed it up. Dad! Sister! The two sudden voices caught everyone by surprise. They watched two young people rushing over. One was a lovely girl Zhuofan knew, Yue, and the other was a youth in his 20s wearing fancy clothes and bearing a striking resemblance with Kue Lang. His son, probably. Yue and Kue Lang smiled on seeing each other. But Zhuofan eyed the limp hand of Yue with a sharp look. Still damaged? Yue, how is your practice of demon-devouring saber going? Are you confident in this outer sect promotion? Yu Ling smiled at her baby sister. Faltering for a moment, Yue revealed a disarming smile. It won't be a problem. Nearby, Kue Lang was patting his son's shoulder, laughing. You better become an inner disciple in this competition, or all your old man's effort would be for naught. Dad, I won't let you down. The youth's eyes showed conviction. Kue Lang smiled in pride with Yu Ling. Yu Ling, who do you think will win if my son and your sister fight? Kue Lang raised an eyebrow. Yu Ling held supreme confidence. Yue, of course. No, it's my son. He's stronger. Kue Lang shook his head. Yu Ling glared. My sister. My son. Sister. The two went back and forth, with the argument getting heated by the second, while Yue and the youth just shrugged. The outer sect competition is around the corner, and you're squabbling as if you're the one going up there. Zhuofan crept up on them like a ghost, saying, it's more likely to end as a draw. No one's really better than the other, they're equal, right? Ugh. The two focused their anger on Zhuofan, shouting, beat it! Shirking, Zhuofan grinned and walked away. Kue Lang glared. Zhuofan, what a rotten mouth you have. My son is about to enter the competition, yet you have nothing nice to say? Are you mocking him instead, hoping that he would lose? If anything happens to Yue, you will be sorry. Yu Ling's eyes grew savage like a tigress, baring her fangs. Zhuofan shrugged. Not my problem, and you started it. In the competition, it is either win-lose, lose-win, or draw. How could they have a smooth sailing? Oh. They were left speechless, resorting to snorts and flicking their sleeves. Zhuofan, you sure pack a sharp mouth. Kue Lang sighed, feeling powerless. This punk would one day kill me due to anger alone. Yue pouted and sulked. I get that he always annoys me every time we meet, but why is sister enraged too? While the young man was dumbfounded at the weird scene. His old man was pretty well known even among the inner sect. Ending up cast out in the labor office ought to make him king. But who was this guy with clearly weaker cultivation to talk back to his dad? And why isn't Dad doing anything about it? This situation stinks to high heaven. Looking at the cringing laborers standing in line, only Zhuofan did what he wanted, to perform his circus act as a mockery to these two leaders. It only worked to deepen his doubts though. Dad. He is... The youth pointed at Zhuofan. Kue Lang groaned, to which Zhuofan laughed and stuck out his chest. I am your father's fellow disciple, Zhuofan. Since you're his son, call me Senior Uncle Zhua for now. Senior Uncle Zhua, I am Kue Gang. Greetings? The kid got intimidated and responded quickly, while Kue Lang rushed over and helped his son up while cursing. Ganger, you can't be so naive to get duped so easily. This punk is some prodigal son for sure. But he has nothing to do with me at all, so how can you call him Senior Uncle? Kue Lang glared at Zhuofan. Rotten punk. I can take your crass remarks and quips but know when to quit. Don't ever mess with my son. So what if I call you my fellow brother? It is your honor. When your son comes crying to his uncle, I might just ignore him. Zhuofan shrugged with a grin that deserved a beating. Kue Lang was about to blow a gasket, yet had no way to vent. Kue Gang was dumbstruck. Why all the mockery then, if the young guy wasn't his dad's fellow disciple? How can Dad still take it? The laborers knew fully well why, snickering inside and giving Zhuofan a thumbs up on the sly. Zhuofan's background was a huge nebula, but at least this prodigal son wasn't hard on fellow laborers, taking it out on the two bosses. It was like he was the labor office's spokesman. Kue Lang pulled Kue Gang. pointing at Zhuo Fan with a hard face. Ganger. See that? He is a nobody. Using his connections to get into the sect. He might one day end up an elder executive, but he won't achieve anything in life. So don't hang out with the likes of him, he'll drag you down. You're bound to go higher than him. Yu Ling did the same with her sister, wearing her disgust on her face while pointing at Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan became the two's perfect negative example. Zhuo Fan grinned uncaringly. So what if I'm a prodigal son? Aren't you the same? Using your meager pull to give your connections, materials to train? Humph, there's no end to human greed. With power comes skimming, it's only logical. What would be the point of power then? You're mocking me for being a prodigal son when in fact you want to follow in my footsteps and pick on others. We're all demonic cultivators here. What's so great about showing off while faking innocence? Zhuo Fan had a flat tone, but no matter how it sounded, he had mocked the two. Kuei Gang and Yue nodded. Zhuo Fan's wording was a tad blunt, but made damn good sense. They had to believe him. The more you hate someone, the more you want to be like them. But no one wanted to admit their envy. Humph, enough of your sophistry. Yue and Ganger have good talents and are hard-working. They're sure to advance. All we do is give our best in supporting them. Unlike you, wasting your life away as you wait for death, stuck in the same dead-end position. You don't know any martial arts, and the only reason you lived through Azura Circle is because of your high cultivation. I bet you'd sooner meet your end in the circle before your patron busts you out of here. Kuei Lang shouted, trying to salvage a modicum of self-respect. Zhuo Fan only had a taunting look. Ignorant man. Martial skills are only tools while cultivation is the core. I know no martial arts, but my heart and my mind are solely on the Tao, helping me see through its mysteries and advance. Insight is the essence of cultivation, of skills and cultivation methods. Focusing on being staunch yet neglecting fundamentals is so laughable. Kuei Lang paused, then shouted, Zhuo Fan? What did you say? I didn't catch that. Dong. The minds of everyone exploded, wearing long faces and holding their heads at his awkward look. Kuei Gang was blushing in shame. Dad sucks at quarreling, not even getting what the other party says. Then again, that was who he was, a guy who relied on his fists. Alas, he couldn't use them this time. Elder Yuan sighed. The disciples of this sect always fought and were ruthless, emphasizing ability over Tao. For even a radiant stage expert like Kuei Lang to be so ignorant of the Tao, he could only lament. If this went on, Demon Scheming Sect would be stuck in the lower three sects for thousands of years. Yet Zhuo Fan, who had come from the secular world, had amazing insights on Tao. Him leading the sect would move the sect down the right path, towards a glorious future. Elder Yuan's eyes shined. Oh, what's all the hubbub? Why are laborers sitting around idle? A teasing voice said. They all turned to see an elegant woman swinging her hips. With how the labor office was filled with men, they all gulped at such a fine specimen entering their pen, only to lower their heads the next second, because this creature was another savage beast. She was no other than Hu Mayer. Zhuo Fan sneered inside. Her kind smile only hides daggers. The last time she showed up, he ended up getting sneak attacked, and this time something was bound to happen as well. Only the target isn't me this time around. Zhuo Fan followed her vixen eyes and arrived at Yu Ling and her sister, Senior Sister Mayer. It's been a while. Yu Ling cupped her hands, coming over with her sister. Thank you for watching over Yue while I was away. I can never repay your gratitude. With a melodious voice, Hu Mayer waved her off. We're all sisters here. Oh, Yue, how's your practice going? Senior sister, I am now proficient. Yue cupped her hands. Pa. Landing her hand hard on Yue's shoulder, Hu Mayer spoke her earnest feelings. Yue, you must work hard. Look how much your sister has done for you. You can't let all her efforts go to waste. You must advance. Yue frowned in pain, but her face hardened with a nod. Hu Mayer's eyes glinted and beamed. Yu Ling smiled as well, happy that Yue was taken care of. Zhuo Fan watched from afar with sharp eyes. Oh, Ganger, how is your blood annihilation training going? Hu Mayer turned to Kuei Gang with the most caring look. Kuei Gang nodded. Good. I've been making great progress these days. Senior Aunt Mayer. I will definitely advance. Hu Mayer's smile turned sinister. Kuei Lang brought his son over. Junior Sister Mayer, it is all thanks to you that Ganger has such confidence in the competition. For giving us the blood annihilation martial art only the inner sect disciples can access. With me and Yu Ling cast out, we are blessed to have you, even using your chance to enter the scripture hall for us. Thank you. Senior brother, we've always been fellow disciples, and that will never change. Of course I'd help. With you in trouble, I of course had to stick out for the juniors like a senior aunt. Hu Mayer smiled. Kuei Lang was touched to tears. She is one of the few reliable people in the sect. Ganger, here is the 5th grade spirit blood pill. When you feel like your time in the competition is too hard, take it and I assure you you'll soar. It works well with blood annihilation, doubling its effect. Hu Mayer's enchanting smile came out as she presented a vial. Kuei Gang trembled with gratitude and was filled with excitement. This pill was what he needed the most. A 5th grade pill was a rarity for outer disciples, even more so were the pills for the battlefield. He might not just pass the promotion, but even attract an elder's attention. Kuei Lang was touched to the core. Mayer, you're like a mother to him. Senior brother, please, don't say that. Hu Mayer blushed and Kuei Lang chuckled. The audience watched with envy. With her care, Yuer and Kuei Gang are bound to become inner disciples, following in their father and sister's glory. Unlike them who were stuck in this hellhole for all their lives, fighting for their lives in the Azura Circle just to survive a little while longer. Senior brother, junior sister, I'll let you finish the stage. I wouldn't want to delay you in case you end up getting chided. Yuer and Ganger work had you too. Don't always stay at your dad and sister's side. You're all so big now. Hi. Hu Mayer smiled, batted her eyes and flew away. Yuer and Kuei Gang were happy to have her. Yu Ling and Kuei Lang were grateful as well. Only Zhu Fan popped up next to them with a sour tone. That sister is too mean, leaving without even looking at me. To think that she was luring me so hard when I just got here, but now that I've hit rock bottom. She only cares about herself. Humph! What did you say? All 4 glared at him. No one would accept someone speaking ill of their friend. Zhu Fan faltered back and snorted. You won't believe me, but I'm a good judge of character. She is no angel, that's for sure. She's only helping you to further her games. Seeing we're all companions in the labor office, let me remind you, you never truly know a person. Shut your pie hole. Kuei Lang snapped. I know the inner sect is filled with cruel and petty people who sow dissent like you. Right is right and demonic is demonic. The demon scheming sect still cares about right and wrong. We once helped junior sister Mayer and now she is repaying it. So stop your false accusations, you ignorant fool. Squinting, Zhu Fan had a feeling what was about to happen inside. Nourishing a viper in one's bosom. He can't even see it, and fell for it as well. Such schemes were the order of the day in a demonic sect. It wasn't just idiotic but utterly laughable to believe the other party would return the favor in kind. The sorrow brought back memories of his self-destruction in the sacred domain. He stepped closer with a respectful look, making the 4 dazed. Then he reached for Kuei Gang's hand and squeezed. Success. Kuei Gang felt a searing pain shooting through his heart. What are you doing? Kuei Lang broke them off, glaring with hatred at Zhu Fan, but was more shocked than ever. There was close to a full stage difference, yet he couldn't pick on Zhu Fan's intent to attack his son. Having it happen right under his nose, he felt fear and dread. Zhu Fan's every move was shrouded in mystery. Uncaring of the audience, Zhu Fan stared into Kuei Gang's eyes. You have trained in blood annihilation for half a year, right? Around for months. Zhu Fan's hard gaze left no room for non-compliance. He was baffled by his reply as well. Why did I answer this prodigal son? Zhu Fan nodded. Boy, uncle here will give you a warning. Don't force it or you will soon live to regret it. Kuei Gang shuddered. The words had mystical power compelling them to take heed. as if the dire consequence was bound to become reality if the warning was ignored. It goes the same for you. Remember this. Zhuofan eyed Yuer. Yuer stared blankly. Yuling shouted and glared. Get lost. My baby sister is about to enter the competition. How can you say that? You don't have to help us set up the stage, so go to the cemetery behind the mountain. Guard it. I don't want to see you for a month. No matter who has your back, in here you still have to answer to us. So go to the cemetery now. Kuei Lang glowered as well. Zhuofan left without a word, but with a cold smile. But then his snide reply pierced their ears. Proceed at your own risk. Your death is on you. Yu Ling and Kuei Lang glared at his back, but their relatives pondered over his wise words. They felt Zhuofan was hinting at something. It was his way of helping. Yuer, you know him, he likes messing around, so don't listen to him. Yu Ling urged. You must give your all for the promotion. Kuei Lang nodded as well. Looking at the two's hopeful gaze, the kids felt at ease. If they failed to be promoted, how could they ever repay their father and sister's efforts? Thus, Zhuofan's warning was thrown out of the window. 3 days later, the outer sect promotion was in full swing, with everyone buzzing. Except the labor office, since it was the worst place in the sect, having no right to even see it. Yu Ling and Kuei Lang grew tense, waiting for the good news from their son and babysitter. No matter how sure they were that their kids could do it, they still wanted to know. Relax, they will surely win. But what about Zhuofan? When will you let him come back? The thick Yin atmosphere over there isn't good for prolonged stay. Elder Yuan consoled on one hand and pleaded Zhuofan's case on the other. Yu Ling glared. I wish he'd rot in there, but I have no choice but to call him back in fear of the sect's investigation. Elder Yuan sighed. Just then, a shout came from outside. Labor office's leaders. Come out. You have a newcomer. Elder Yuan ran over. But then he shouted, Yu Ling, it's your sister. Yu Ling paled from fright and rushed over. She saw her baby sister soaked in blood and barely breathing. The man at her side stated, Outer disciple Yuer received heavy wounds in the promotion contest. Her meridians are broken. She is a reject now, and is being transferred to the labor office. The man's voice felt like daggers sinking into Yu Ling. Yet the man had no sympathy, leaving as he came, cold and callous. Elder Yuan begged, Executive sir, what happened? Doesn't failing the promotion mean being eliminated from the competition? Why has she been sent here? The executive snorted. It is true that losing doesn't warrant being sent here, but this girl's meridians are shot, and she can't stay in the outer sect anymore. Where else are we to throw our waste if not here in this dump? Besides, don't you have that Azura circle? The least she could do is be a good material for the sect. What did you say? Yu Ling was outraged, exploding with power and charging at him. Her red eyes showed clearly that her mind was consumed by fury. Kuei Lang grabbed her and struggled. Yu Ling, calm down. Do you want your soul pulverized? Yu Ling's reason returned and her heart cooled. The executive sneered. You're all criminals. Even though stronger than me, you still have to stand and watch. Disrespect your betters and see how the sect's rules will put you in your place. Damn prodigal. Kuei Lang fumed, but hid his anger behind a straight face and a bow. They knew this executive well, a fellow disciple. Because of his dad being an elder, unable to advance to the inner sect, he lived in the outer sect and became an executive. His talent was so poor that he would never go beyond the second layer of radiant stage. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling only had disdain for this wastrel, but even more fear. Forgive me, executive sir. I was rash and forgot my manners. I only wish to understand how my baby sister ended up so hurt in the competition. I ask that executive would clarify. Yu Ling bowed and cupped her hands. The executive mocked. Why? For revenge? Give up. A sinner like you has no right to touch anyone outside the labor office, or face the sect's ultimate punishment. But my sister is crushed and her life is ruined. For the other party to be so heavy-handed, they must have done it on purpose. How could I, twisted-faced Rakshasa, just let it go? Yu Ling raged. Everyone around her felt a chill from the depths of her wrath. Kuei Lang was about to stop her, but sighed. The executive pondered but still refused. It's not hard to find the identity of her opponent, but I warn you to let it go. Because what happened to your sister is all due to herself. How can you say that? Yu Ling was stunned. The executive said, everyone watching the competition saw your sister exhibit tremendous power with the demon-devouring saber, even scaring her opponent. But the savage energy ran out of control and she received a backlash, resulting in her wretched state. So there's no need to feel hatred for the other. It lies with your sister's unskilled use of the art. What? How? Yu Ling couldn't believe her ears that Yuer had done it to herself and slumped to the ground from shock. Now that she had no one to vent to for her baby sister's miserable state, she was left alone with rage and hatred festering inside. At her dull gaze, the others shook their heads. Yuer, why didn't you tell me that you couldn't control the savage energy? I wouldn't have given you so many materials. Yu Ling bawled next to the prone Yuer. The others nodded. Yeah, you should have said something and these two big shots wouldn't have started an Azura circle, killing so many for your sake. So many died and for what? For you to suffer a backlash. Damn brat. No sense of propriety and lacking morals. A shame for all those wasted materials. Reaching a shaky hand for Yu Ling's finger, Yuer's weary voice cut off the sobbing. Sister, forgive me. I've let you down. It doesn't matter now. But how did you? Yu Ling was heartbroken, not knowing how to reprimand her. Yuer was also crestfallen. Sister, I had control of the demon-devouring saber, but then my arm was hurt. Hurt? Yu Ling cried. Where? How? Who did it? Yuer's frail voice came. 2 months ago. I found Zhuo Fan's entry to the sect suspicious and attacked him. I hurt him and he hurt me, but my wound never recovered. Zhuo Fan. Having the outlet she needed, Yu Ling roared. You did this and now I'll make you pay. You've ruined my baby sister and I will cut you to ribbons. Kuei Lang exclaimed. Yeah. Didn't he warn us just before the competition? He knew something and didn't let on. Or maybe he's behind it all, taking revenge on us. Yu Ling's eyes screamed bloody murder, utterly convinced that Zhuo Fan was to blame for Yuer's pitiful state. Oh no! Kuei Lang face-bombed. Since he did this to Yuer, that means my son shit. Kuei Lang rushed for the competition when a light flew at them. Whoosh! A gray robe appeared, throwing what he held on the ground and barking. Labor office, you have a newcomer. Ganger. The one dumped on the ground was his son and was just as wretched as Yuer, bleeding all over. How could this happen? The previous executive watched overstunned. The gray robe waved. Just what is going on today? That girl was the first and this kid is the second. Both collapsed from backlash the minute they let out a big move. And he even took a battle pill. The backlash was so strong it exploded his vessels. As a cripple, it's the labor office's problem now. So that's why. The previous executive nodded, sighing at the two kids' unfortunate ending. Such unnecessary risk when there's always next year's promotion. Why force it? Why risk your life? Look at me. I've been in the outer sect for 9 years yet still made out as an executive. Bullshit, that's all on your father. You did jack squat. All he got was rolled eyes. Zhuo Fan. Kuei Lang balled his fists and howled. You ruined my son and I'll ruin you. The brat did it to Ganger too. Yu Ling frowned. Kuei Lang nodded. Yu Ling, did you forget? 3 days ago he put his hand on my son's arm. I didn't find anything bad about it, but he must have done something for sure. That punk is our greatest enemy. Yu Ling raged. Kuei Lang, let's go rip his head and make bone meal out of him. Let's go. Kuei Lang shot to his feet and rushed for the cemetery with Yu Ling. Elder Yuan jumped in. Wait, sirs. Before we know how this happened, we shouldn't make rash decisions. Buzz off. No one in the sect is a saint. Only enemies or allies. Shoving him aside, the two rushed on. Elder Yuan turned to the others. Executive sirs, Stop them please or things will get horrible. Zhuofan can't be touched. Ah! The executives shook their heads. What can we do? Those are the Black Yama and twisted-faced Rakshasa who fought their way into the inner sect. We're not their match. Rules put us above them. But with how lost in rage they are, we will be the ones to suffer instead. Besides, this is the labor office's problem. We have done our part, goodbye. The two bolted away. Elder Yuan stomped and cursed. Damn wastrels, all of them are useless. They don't care even when disciples are at each other's throats. Demon scheming sect will meet its end at their hands at some point. Elder Yuan had a pained expression. Demon scheming sect's cemetery housed the previous generations of sect leaders, venerables, and elders. The immense power they wielded in life became poison after death, filling the cemetery in a dark energy and gave off a haunting feeling. The weak coming here would find this scene rotting their meridians, while longer exposure would lead to damage to their core, crippling them. For that reason, the laborers assigned cleaning duty here would always come under a clear sky and in the afternoon, with the sun's yang protecting them from the cemetery's een. Spending the night would be the last thing on their minds. With such a thick een in darkness, once it got into their body, it was nigh impossible to remove it. Even a strong yuan qi didn't offer great protection. Everyone would suffer the same fate here. Be that as it may, on that night with the moon shining overhead, there was one black-robed person sitting in the center of the cemetery, unaffected by the eerie wind blowing by. The black energy curling thicker and thicker around him sucked in the een, the instant it got too close. All this while, an azure flame burned on his forehead. No one but Zhuofan would be caught cultivating here. Yu Ling and Kuei Lang dumped him here as a punishment, not as a death sentence. At least not before they did a background check. With Zhuofan's profound heaven cultivation, this place wouldn't take his life but would exhaust all his energy, making for a very good punishment. How would they know that Zhuofan was a freak everywhere he went? The een here was deadly to all but him, another man's treasure and all that. With demon transformation art sucking up anything and everything, he'd be dumb to miss the chance of sucking generations upon generations of demon scheming sects powerhouses in energy. So while this cultivation method worked on his body, the azure flame tended to his soul, and within 3 days Zhuofan's cultivation was soaring, on the brink of a breakthrough. He was ecstatic. This place was a funeral for the rest yet heaven for him. It was so good that he didn't feel like leaving even when the month turned. Whoosh! 2 sounds entered his ears. The azure flame was gone and the black energy went back inside him as he sighed. Annoyed. Those schmucks just can't see me happy, huh? They have me sweeping this place and have now sent a foreman to watch me? Now I can't even cultivate in peace. Zhuofan stood up, took his broom and went to work on the leaves and pebbles on the floor. Pure pretense, of course. He didn't want to give the fools an excuse to annoy him further. Since you've got a foreman on me, then watch closely. Rustle. Zhuofan looked like an honest worker for a change, sweeping the place. Just then Kuei Lang and Yu Ling, bent on murder, sprung at him. Zhuofan asked with a frown, "What's wrong with you? Can't you see I'm working here? Why are you looking at me like that? You have the nerve to ask that now? Are you that blind to even your own immoral actions?" Yu Ling snarled. Kuei Lang shouted, "Zhuofan, if you have anything against us, take it out on us. But don't be so twisted as to lay your hands on children, to ruin their lives." Zhuofan got the gist of what was going on and sighed. "I see. So it happened. Humph, see Yu Ling, he knows everything. He must have done it." Kuei Lang was sure of it now, hearing his reply. Yu Ling could hardly contain her rage. Zhuofan's face hardened, having lost his jovial mood. "I warned you not to force things, but did you listen? Now those juniors are crippled. You're full of it. You're trying to act like a saint when you are the one who hurt my sister. And now you'll preach from your moral high ground? I will have your head." Yu Ling struck, but Zhuofan casually blocked it. Zhuofan's voice was chilling to the bone. "I have no grudge with you and want no conflict. But if you insist, then it'll be your funeral. Cheeky, aren't you? But what can a wastrel do with a 7th layer of profound heaven cultivation entering the sect thanks to his daddy against the likes of us? Don't you know the difference between radiant stage and profound heaven stage? We can kill you with a thought, Kuei Lang mocked. Shuofan shook his head, his eyes a sucking abyss. More than you know, but I am not your average cultivator and advise you against starting something you can't finish. You don't make the cut. Insolent little bastard, the two shouted. Yu Ling turned to Kuei Lang. He has a soul demonic treasure so soul attacks won't work. That must be his crutch. Let's do it together and offer his head to Yuer and Ganger. We'll just face it if those behind him come for revenge. But don't go too fast. Let's take his life at the same time, alright? I want revenge for my son. Right back at you. Yu Ling and Kuei Lang nodded and went on the offensive. In their minds, killing a profound heaven cultivator was nothing. The crux was who did it first. The two wanted to kill Zhuofan so badly that they agreed to do it at the same time, to quench their hatred. But Zhuofan just stood there, as if just waiting to take the punishment. He was in fact, That ripple had the two shudder on the inside. A radiant stage's soul attack. The two replied with their own soul attacks. Bam! That clash had them falter back 5 steps. Gone was their contempt and rage, replaced by shock. Impossible! Zhuofan stood in his spot with a broom in hand, bearing a sneer. Now do you get it? You didn't affect me in the Azura Circle. Not because of some soul demonic treasure, but by me having a stronger soul than both of you combined. The two squinted, finding it hard to believe that this was real. A profound heaven expert soul being stronger than 2 radiant stage experts? And he can even release it in attacks? That's clearly in the realm of radiant stage, so why? Leave, stop wasting my time. You're not my match. Zhuofan dissed them casually. The two's faces changed, no longer seeing him as just a nobody, but one equal to them. Not that that would change anything with the likes of Zhuofan and his freaky strength. Yu Ling took a deep breath and turned to Kuei Lang. His soul is at peak radiant stage. Forget about him being in the profound heaven stage and treat him like a radiant stage expert. Let's go all out and kill him in one blow. All right, Kuei Lang agreed. Nobody would do this normally, but they were out for blood and wouldn't go back empty-handed even if it meant going down with him. Pa! The two shot towards Zhuofan from left and right. They flitted across with great ease and reappeared in Zhuofan's face with palm attacks. Profound ranked martial art moon palm. Crack. Dark blue ice covered Yu Ling's palm, making Zhuofan feel the coldness before it even reached him. Profound ranked martial art? Wind wolf rake. Kuei Lang shouted afterwards. With a beast howl, his claw sent thousands of wind blades, wanting to make mincemeat out of Zhuofan. Yu Ling and Kuei Lang showed a cruel smile at what was about to happen. Yet Zhuofan was nonplussed. Bored, he held the broom and as his right arm flashed red, he swept. Whoosh! A tornado rose to the heavens, cutting away Kuei Lang's wind blades to nothing while the broom landed on his chest and sent him flying. On his way down to earth he left a trail of blood. Sweeping Kuei Lang away meant it was Yu Ling's turn. Her ice formed and was about to strike when it got smashed to pieces by that swipe, while she was flicked away the same way. That huge force shot into her body and made her spurt blood. The two slammed the ground, too weak to even move, while Zhuofan held the broom at the same spot with a dull look, like nothing had actually happened. But the two were shell-shocked at his might. He's in the profound heaven stage yet is so powerful. It went on to show that a dragon was a dragon even down on his dumps. Just a wave of a broom had these two bosses of the labor office flying. Zhuofan, are you Alrig-? Elder Yuan and a few laborers were shouting on their way here, but the scene they saw had their brains on the fritz. Zhuofan was the perfect embodiment of a laborer, with that broom on his shoulder and those plain clothes. But that cocky look left no room for discussions. Just like a god. While Yu Ling and Kuei Lang watched him, stunned and bleeding from the mouth, collapsed on the ground in fear. It took just one strike to counter their all-out attacks and leave them with a heavy wound. Who the hell is he? Elder Yuan made his way there and was watching the play with bugged-out eyes. What happened here? Why isn't he dead yet and the others are on the ground instead? Shui Fan glanced over. Elder Yuan, what are you doing here? I wanted to urge them not to do this. Buy time for someone to call the 4 venerables to help you. But there's no point now. Elder Yuan was puzzled. Shui Fan nodded. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Elder Yuan, for your concern. But there's no need for that. They don't have what it takes to hurt me. Take them away, I will be staying for a while longer. We'll debate on the topic of demons and Tao at the first chance I get. Oh? Elder Yuan nodded absent-mindedly. Not knowing the situation did not mean not understanding the outcome. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling had no way of taking Shui Fan's life, and knowing that, he rested easier. So he called the other disciples to pick up the 2 and left. The laborers clicked their tongues seeing their 2 big shots so wretched and unable to even move. That's why Elder Yuan keeps saying Shui Fan is special. Today proves it. His hidden bodyguard is so tough to deal with these 2 so quickly. It only worked to assert his status as a wastrel, since not even the sect leader messed with him. Having bodyguards was just a perk of the job. Never in their wildest dreams would they conceive it possible for Shui Fan to be the one behind Kuei Lang and Yu Ling states. He was just a profound heaven cultivator. That meant his old man's subjects had to have done it. Yet only the 2 victims knew the reality, that this creature had the godlike power to crush all the sect's disciples. Never had they met such a freak in their lives. Yet they had the worst luck ever to make an enemy of the only one they shouldn't on their first meeting too. Yu Ling and Kuei Lang looked each other in the eye, reflecting the endless remorse inside. They were ready to die together, for their baby sister and son, but their target of revenge was beyond their comprehension. The 2 were depressed, wanting to rave at the injustice but couldn't budge an inch. Shui Fan showed them just how puny and weak they were. Shui Fan, you may be stronger, but I will never forget this hatred. One day I will have you answer for what you did to Yuer. She roared at the heavens. The hateful proclamation had the disciples carrying her shudder in fear, almost dropping her and making a run for it. Kuei Lang glared at Shui Fan with fury. Just because they were weaker didn't mean they'd just drop it. Sighing, Shui Fan mocked. Get this through your thick skulls. I am no saint, but at least I'm open about it. Me, you and those kids have no bad blood to warrant using dirty tricks. Most of all, I only need to squash you to kill you. Why waste so much time with an over-elaborate plan? Is there anyone else but you? Didn't you warn them of this outcome? You couldn't have known the result unless you planned it yourself. Kuei Lang half believed Shui Fan at this point since he made damn good sense. With his strong arm, why waste time? No hidden assaults, no smoke and mirrors, just a simple strike and they'd be dead. Shui Fan's strength was his greatest proof of innocence. But Shui Fan must have known the real situation and Kuei Lang wanted to find out the truth. I can't just get beaten for nothing without even finding out about my son's culprit. Shui Fan smiled, having him all figured out. Ask Hu Mayor for that. Hasn't she always helped the 2 scamps? What? The 2 found it hard to believe. Their trust in Hu Mayor had never faltered and they never would have come to this conclusion by themselves. You're throwing blame. Mayor couldn't have done this. What proof do you have? No matter how much Kuei Lang was against it, he still asked Shui Fan for proof. Yet Shui Fan turned his back on him. Not my problem. Figure it out yourselves. But the next time you come at me, you better be damn sure or my subordinates will end you where you stand. Shui Fan flew away, back to the cemetery, leaving the 2 lost sheep behind. Kuei Lang, do you believe him? Yu Ling faltered. Shui Fan's accusation would mean their dear Hu Mayor was out to get them all along. Nobody could just accept it. Since in a demonic sect, a friend was a rarity, and to find that same friend had now turned into an enemy would be a crushing blow. Kuei Lang furrowed his brows and closed his eyes. I don't know, but he is right about one thing, he doesn't need petty tricks to handle us. That means he might just be right. Yu Ling was shaken to the core, her mind replaying everything that had happened in the sect, and she paled. I should have known there's no one in the demon scheming sect worthy of trust. Kuei Lang's silence echoed her thoughts. Elder Yuan ran before them, providing them with a pill, Thank God you're all right. These are mere third-grade pills, but should be enough help to get you moving again. Old Yuan. I never knew that you were so nice. Kuei Lang smiled. You could have spurred Zhuofan to kill us and have the labor office all to yourself. Ha ha ha, I'm just a bone-tempering old bag of bones. Besides, we all meet our end at some point, it's up to fate. Life and death is part of the natural order, the cycle of every living thing. Many disciples treat Azura Circle as their fate as materials, but their death gives life to others. It's survival of the fittest. However cruel, it has a purpose. It would be too much of a pity for you two to die now. Oh, old Yuan, no matter how much sense that makes, I just can't figure out what you're saying, just like Zhuofan. Can't you be simpler? Kuei Lang squinted his dull eyes. Elder Yuan waved him off. Sir Kuei Lang, just tend to your wounds. I was only grumbling about finding time to talk it out with Zhuofan. Oh right, I can't see why Zhuofan would get so close to a bone-tempering old man with his strength. It must be these incomprehensible topics. Having found someone to talk to. Kuei Lang nodded. Elder Yuan smiled. Yeah. We both wish to understand the nature of this world. Elder Yuan had a disciple take them back to labor office, but by then they could move. Zhuofan had obviously gone easy on them. They were going to see Yuer and Kuei Gang in the room Elder Yuan had arranged for them when a very familiar person approached. The two eyed her with suspicion. Junior Sister Mayor. Kuei Lang spoke openly. She was caressing Yuer's head and turned to them. Senior Brother Kuei Lang? Junior Sister Yuling? What happened? Yuer and Ganger are so hurt, yet you went out for a walk? What fortune that I was here to keep them company. Hi hi hi. Hu Mayor's bright giggle sounded like cawing to their ears. It opened them up to how devious she was. Zhuofan was right. She led them by the nose all along. They didn't need proof to see it. What friend out there would be gloating over their misfortune? Hu Mayor? Yuling roared inside, and her eyes burned with the flames of revenge. Hu Mayor, they suffered backlash in the competition. Did you do this? Yuling squinted at her. Sneering, Hu Mayor declared. How can you say that, junior sister? I have done everything I could to get these poor children to pass the outer sect promotion. With them training themselves into such a state, aren't you afraid I will become colder if you pin the blame on me? You! Yuling had no proof and words left her even as she tried to cuss. Kuei Lang eyed Hu Mayor coldly. Enough of your pretense. We don't know how you did it, but we are clear that you're the culprit behind it. You should be frank right about now and not play pretend. Hi hi hi, Senior Brother Kuei Lang is as blunt as always, so I shall oblige. Yes, I planned everything. She grinned. And not just this, but everything since the beginning. The two spoke at the same time. Everything? Why? Did you forget already how you got thrown into the labor office? Blinking her pretty big eyes, Hu Mayor mocked. Hi hi hi. You sure have a nice life here to ignore the outside world. Speak clearly. Kuei Lang almost burst from the anger. Yuling stared daggers at her. Hu Mayor jeered. When Big Brother Kuei Lang had an affair outside the sect, resulting in a son, I reported it to the elders. That's what got you booted into the labor office. As for Ganger, he only escaped execution because of your master being a venerable with plenty of pull. Kudos. Hi hi hi. It was you? Kuei Lang balled his fists, his thirst for blood rising. Hu Mayor snickered, turning to her next victim. Junior sister, do you remember that 5th grade pill? I was kind enough to give you the tip about it so you could steal it and improve Yuer's constitution. And you lived up to my expectations by going with it. I just had to report you. It was you. Yuling shuddered with bloodthirst. Our pains these past decades were all because of you. Why? What did we do to you? I brought you into the sect myself. So why are you so cruel? Kuei Lang was fighting against the rage, his voice shaky. Hu Mayor sneered. Of course I had motive, ample in fact. I wouldn't just go about stabbing my friends in the back over nothing. Hu Mayor's icy eyes landed on Kuei Lang. Big Brother Kuei Lang, I've always respected you since you brought me here. But you shouldn't have pulled your pants and denied me that night. Even daring to call it the sex rule. allowing dual cultivation but forbidding love. You think I'll freaking believe that crap after you went fooling around? And even had a child? Try calling that dual cultivation. Ugh. Kuei Lang felt awkward under her stare and sighed. Just over this trifle. Shut it, of course that's not all. Hu Meier turned to Yu Ling with a creepy smile. What mattered the most was the elite disciples quota. Senior brother Kuei Lang and junior sister Yu Ling were both prominent intersect disciples, and wouldn't refuse going higher, and with the positions being so limited. Shit. That's your real motive, you viper. Kuei Lang's earlier guilt got squashed by anger the instant he heard her. This wretched Hu Meier didn't do it for revenge, but for selfish gains. Curses, being a player will only get you killed. I thought I got what I deserved for being frivolous. Damn. I felt ashamed for nothing. Yue glared at Hu Meier. I get that you schemed against us for the elite spots, but why go after Yue? They're just children. With the elite selection about to start, them just entering the intersect will be of no threat to you. Weeds need to be culled from the roots, lest they grow unchecked. Hu Meier snickered. As your kin, once the brats found out about my involvement in your punishments, they'll hate me to the bone. So rather than wait for them to come for me, I did a preemptive strike, crippling them. A shame that the sex rules protect disciples with potential. An inner disciple can't touch the outer ones, unless the latter initiates it. What other choice was there besides plotting their demise at their own hands? I overheard that the sect leader brought in a new disciple, so I got the girl to test him. Getting him to kill her wasn't such a bad outcome. But that Zhuofan is such a loser, getting hurt instead and ending up in the labor office. Humph had no choice but to resort to schemes. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling were sweating buckets. If Zhuofan was a loser, then the entire demon scheming sect was hopeless. But since Hu Meier was in the dark about Zhuofan's might, they kept it that way. But Hu Meier's vile schemes against these two couldn't be left alone. Yu Ling and Kuei Lang nodded and went for an attack. As third and fourth layer of Radiant Stage experts, even when wounded they were a force to reckon with. Both of them were enough to make the third layer of Radiant Stage Hu Meier gasp in fear. Hu Meier, we'll kill you even if it's the last thing we do, the two cried. Hu Meier faltered 5 steps at the sheer killing intent, using all her Yuan Qi to defend. The following explosion did not happen between them, but on the labor office's wall as a blue figure shot in front of Hu Meier and forced the two to retreat with his palm attacks. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling withdrew 10 steps while the other person only 3. The two cried out on seeing the newcomer, second senior brother Lu Su. Ha ha ha. Juniors are so strong even after so many years in the labor office. Not even with the 5th layer of Radiant Stage cultivation can I hold you back. Lu Su cupped his hands. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling were filled with bloodthirst. Lu Su, you're to blame as well. Kuei Lang roared. Lu Su smiled. Juniors, how can you say that? I don't understand a word you're saying. But if you want to harm junior sister Meier, you'll have to go through me first. Lu Su took Hu Meier's hand and flew away. Junior sister Meier, come. Let's not waste time on them. Not if I can help it. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling were in pursuit. But the sudden arrival of 4 trails of smoke had them surrounded as they gave off the typical creepy jeer. With the rattling of chains, Kuei Lang and Yu Ling found themselves tied up, waiting for the smoke to clear and reveal the 4 scheming demons. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling found themselves unable to break out of the black chain. Hi hi hi. You shall never escape the demonic cultivator hero quartet. The heroic 4. The 4 scheming demons. Sly Demon cackled. Violent Demon was mighty proud, speaking in a savage tone. I just got word that someone in the labor office is itching to die by touching our steward Zhua. Roaming around, we found you two to fit the bill. Talk. Were you going after steward Zhua? A steward Zhua? Who's that? We don't have any steward here. Kuei Lang asked puzzled. And who are you for? What are you doing in the labor office? The 4 scheming demons had just returned to the sect and many didn't know them. But on hearing his words, the 4 scheming demons turned cold and their ill will at them only grew. For God's sake, our names are glorious. the entire sect echoing the demonic cultivator hero quartet. Yet you dare say you don't know us? Just for that, you deserve the most excruciating death. Violent Demon grinned, showing his pearly whites. Brothers, let's tear these ignorant fools in four. Violent Demon squeaked, pulling the chain, and the two could move. Violent Demon's claws clutched Kuei Lang's neck before he could flee, holding him up in the air. His brothers each grabbed a limb as they snickered. The four's eerie laughter echoed around as Kuei Lang felt himself getting pulled in four directions and howled. Yu Ling panicked. The four pygmies' dreadful aura was keeping her away, and she was unable to help. Yu Ling paled, hearing their cawing that filled her with fear. Who are they? I get that they're strong, but why come for us? What rotten luck they had. First was the misunderstanding with Xuefan, almost getting plastered to the ground with his godlike power. Then finding out their good friend had been toying with them for years. And just as they were about to exact revenge, these four crazy pygmies showed up, making them unable to do anything against them. Yu Ling was wrought with sorrow, remorse, and shock, on the verge of crying. Kuei Lang howled with pain, his face red and soaked as his limbs inched further away from their sockets. The four scheming demons cackled all this while, messing around like it was some roughhousing. The usual then. 1, 2, 3, pull. Stop. Kuei Lang's limbs were at their limit when Elder Yuan came over shouting and begging. Executive Sirs, please let him go. He did not know of Sir's status and offended you. Please show remorse. Violent Demon snorted. That doesn't matter, but they also dared to not know our illustrious title. Brothers, pull. Wait. Elder Yuan waved his arms all over the place. You can't kill them, because they're Stewardjua's friends. What? The pygmies stopped at once, and so did Kuei Lang's wails. Looking at Kuei Lang, who they were just tearing into, the four broke out in sweat. Then they let him go, placed him on the ground, and started rubbing his shoulders. Violent Demon even shed his usual violent face for a more amiable smile. An honest mistake here, friend of Stewardjua. Don't mind it now, and never ever tell Stewardjua about it. You don't want us to suffer, do you? Violent Demon spoke in the most cringy and heartfelt tone, and his brothers echoed him. This scene left the rest dumbstruck. The hell is wrong with these weirdos? They were just tearing me off a second ago, and now they are so respectful. Elder Yuan was taken aback as well. He had thrown Xuefan's name in for scare tactics, but it had worked a bit too well. The instant the four heard his name, they became meek as lambs. Just what strength must he have to get these four shits to fall in line? Elder Yuan's eyes glinted. Oh wait, with Stewardjua's temper, he doesn't make friends easily. When we met, he skipped the small talk and went tough on us right off the bat. Either obey or die, what friends? Sly Demon asked. His brothers frowned and asked, Are you really Stewardjua's friends? Kuei Lang and Yu Ling bobbed their heads. Though clueless as to who the Stewardjua was, not admitting would be relinquishing their lives. These freaks were outrageous in strength and character, more like lunatics. Violent Demon frowned and pondered. Being around Xuefan for so long, this bonehead had learned to use his noodle somewhat. Old Yuan, you had someone tell us that Stewardjua is in trouble, so we came and only saw these two Radiant Stage disciples. So we took them as being ignorant for offending his grace. But since they're Stewardjua's pals, then who are the culprits after Stewardjua? The Violent Demon questioned Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan gasped. Crap. When did these shits learn to think? They've become new men ever since they've returned. But this only makes Xuefan, the one to change them, even more invaluable. Elder Yuan praised him on the inside while smiling. Executives, the ones after Stewardjua just flew away. These two were chasing after them, but you stopped them. Didn't you see? The four recalled the earlier scene and did see two people flying away. But since they were too far, they stopped the two giving chase. We stopped the friendlies. The four blushed, scratching their heads with a silly smile. Sorry? Didn't know we're on the same side looking out for Stewardjua. Please don't tell him. Violent Demon pleaded while Sly Demon said in doubt. But who are those two to come find trouble for Steward Zhua? We must take them out at once. The other three nodded. Yu Ling's eyes brightened and Kuei Lang caught on her idea. These four were deranged and unknown, but they were tough and gullible. Why not use them to get rid of Hu Meier and Lu Su? Elder Yuan jumped in before it got out of hand. Seeing their intentions, executives, they are inner disciples, but you can't touch them because of the sect rules. And if Steward Zhua wanted their lives, how could they have escaped? It's better to not interfere and mess with Steward Zhua's plans. The four lit up and nodded. Old Yuan? Kuei Lang glared at him, then sighed. Elder Yuan had just saved their lives and now ruined their chances at revenge. Yu Ling looked at him puzzled. Elder Yuan said simply, Executive Sir's methods are cruel, but those are born out of circumstances while they are but simple and honest men. Having just been pardoned, they've returned to the sect, loyal and brave, but also strong. They won't involve themselves in the sect's politics and die because of it. But now that I've said that, your revenge won't work, so you better look after those juniors instead. Old Yuan, that much I understand. Ganger. Kuei Lang made big eyes. When he wanted to fight Hu Meier to the death, he forgot all about his son on his deathbed. He had to use this life to care for his son. Kuei Lang rushed back to the room. Yu Ling gave a look of gratitude to Elder Yuan and followed him. The four scheming demons followed as well, intrigued, while Elder Yuan just watched them with a chuckle. Returning to the ruined cabin, Kuei Lang saw his son on his last breath and unconscious. His heart was in pain and tears fell. Yuer cursed her sister's waned face, her eyes closed in pain. Oh, they look positively dying, Sly Demon quipped. Then Wimp Demon followed with, Didn't they take their pills? Should we give them? Thank you, executives, but their meridians are crushed and not even a 7th grade pill can. Kuei Lang choked with emotions. Yu Ling wiped her tears in silence. But the four scheming demons were indifferent. Violent Demon had an odd look. What's the use of crying? It's only some broken meridians. Nothing Steward Zhua can't heal. Aren't you friends? Steward Zhua is very generous with his pals. A Steward Zhua. The two stopped their sobbing and hope lit up in their eyes. No matter who the Steward Zhua was, he was their last hope. Can Steward Zhua really save them? Kuei Lang hesitated. Yu Ling stared at the four with the same pleading look. The four laughed, with Violent Demon sticking out his chest, declaring, Clearly you haven't been around Steward Zhua for long, or you'd know. Let us tell you, having worked with him for years. Nothing's impossible for him. Yep, Oldly got crippled too after his fight to the death, but with Steward Zhua's whammy, he was up on his feet in no time. He even entered the ethereal stage. Wimp Demon bobbed his head. Scrooge Demon frowned, shaking his head. I heard that in Tianyu's last war. Those old coots got plenty of rewards for their efforts. Unlike us, who got called back to the sect and missed out on the fun. Even the power couple have become ethereal. What rotten luck. Why do we always miss out on the good stuff? The four lamented their wretched fate. Kuei Lang was still skeptical at all this grandstanding, but one thing was for sure, Steward Zhua was amazing. The future of these children was in his hands. But where is Steward Zhua now? Kuei Lang bowed in front of the four. The four scheming demons found it fishy, questioning back, Aren't you his friends? How do you not know where he is? Panicking, the two were tongue-tied. Admitting they had no clue about any steward was something that would have these madmen go back to tearing them apart. Under the four's glares, the two sighed. We'd rather die than say it. An awkward mood set in, with Kuei Lang and Yu Ling bumbling and the four scheming demons eyeing them skeptically. An aged laughter broke the tension. Executives, Zhua Fan is not a steward here, so they don't know about his previous status. The four scheming demons nodded, appeased with that answer. While Kuei Lang and Yu Ling were overwhelmed. The great Steward Zhua these four have been raving about is Zhua Fan. They turned their shocked looks at Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan chuckled. Now you know, the only hope for these brats is Zhua Fan. It's a shame that you've offended him, and it's hard to tell if he'll even listen to your pleas. You offended Steward Zhua? Violent demons saw their tense faces and kicked them while down. Ha ha ha. You're screwed. Steward Zhua's temper is the worst, petty about everything. Messing with him will ruin you even if you're friends. You're better off burying these kids than to waste your breath. His brothers cackled along, dancing in joy, like their biggest wish was to see others suffer. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling felt worse as the four kept jeering. They had brought it on themselves by always looking to poke Zhuo Fan. They were the farthest thing from friends. Why would he ever help them? The two sighed in regret for not treating him better. Then, Yu Ling perked up and said, "Oh dash, Elder Yuan. Weren't you and Zhuo Fan always on good terms? Please plead our case and ask this god for help. We are powerless." Kuei Lang looked at Elder Yuan with a hopeful gaze. And so it came to be that this in-name leader of the labor office became the target of these two bosses' ass-kissing. You two are usually so high and mighty, not caring about anyone else. Now, at the last minute you've come to little old me. Zhuo Fan might have entered the lowest rung, but he has 4 loyal servants. You should have thought it through from the start. Elder Yuan berated them, and the two took it like it was natural, bobbing their heads. We'll take your lesson to heart, Elder Yuan. We will change our ways. They had an odd feeling all of a sudden. Flattering this obscure old man made him look tall and imposing, making them submit to his words. Then I shall help you. His answer will depend solely on your attitude. Elder Yuan waved. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling were gratified, forgetting the fact that they were bosses of the labor office. And so, the two of them and Elder Yuan went back to the cemetery again, while the 4 scheming demons ended up babysitting the bedridden children at the ingenious words of Elder Yuan. Why? Because he dangled Zhuo Fan over their heads. An hour later, the trio entered the creepy cemetery and saw Zhuo Fan on a rock covered in black energy. Zhuo Fan drew it back with a sneer. Not even a day has passed and you're already back. What, you're already healed and are itching for a fight. But this time it will have a different ending. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling reddened, falling to their knees and slamming their heads on the pavement. Forgive our excessive ignorance all this time. We beg Steward Zhuo to let go of the past and save the children's lives. No, Zhuo Fan's curt reply came and he swished his head away. The two were bitter, casting their desperate eyes on their last hope, Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan caught onto their obvious begging and said, Sir Zhuo, the children's lives are at risk, their future about to cut short. Why wouldn't you save them? Not my problem. Zhuo Fan's stance was like a rock. Elder Yuan showed a wide smile. Will Sir do it for me? Elder Yuan is a friend expanding on the world's nature. But no matter what, that is a mere debate, not a favor. I will still have to refuse. Zhuo Fan's eyes held no pity. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling panicked. Elder Yuan muttered, Then, Sir Zhuo, would you save me if it was me on the deathbed instead? Without Elder Yuan, I would have no one to talk to about Dao. Zhuo Fan blurted. Elder Yuan nodded. Then may I exchange my life for one of the children? Exchange. Zhuo Fan turned around. Elder Yuan, how is it equal? It's not. Elder Yuan took on the look of a sage. Heaven treats everyone with equal cruelty. For the strong, life is but a statistic. As long as this number is stable, life thrives. I will die for their life or they will live for my death. No one will care when it's the same result. Demons are the source of all evil. They represent destruction of everything we know. But from the ashes, new life emerges. Demons have their own path. All the death they spread brings life. It is all in accordance to the natural way. Now, I give my old bones for the young one's future. Zhuo Fan stared hard and muttered. The demonic path represents destruction and bears life. This cruel world that the demons are ruining, they are in fact nurturing life, carrying all the sins and turning demonic. Zhuo Fan smiled. Death for life and destruction for the world's sake. Elder Yuan, you have helped me, so I shall help. You don't have to give your own life. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling were overjoyed. Elder Yuan laughed. Sir Zhuo, will you help one or both? After saving one, I reckon Elder Yuan will want to give his life for the other. So I'll just save them both. Zhuo Fan grinned. The two were exuberant, their smiles growing all the way to the ears. Elder Yuan laughed and nodded. He's so smart. able to understand it on the spot. Meanwhile, Lu Su stood on a precipice, watching white-bearded elders fly by with a sour mood. Hu Mayer came over, annoyed. Curses, the elders are finally on patrol, and all we needed was for those two to waltz in and we would have finished them. Attacking an inner disciple is a death sentence. But those rotten lunatics butted in. What a waste. Their punishment is about to end, and if we are too late, they will make a comeback. It will be a threat to us and to securing the elite spots. Lu Su squinted. Hu Mayer nodded, her eyes glinting with cruelty. Second senior brother. We haven't even looked into Zhuo Fan's background. I wonder which elder or venerable's ward is he. Maybe. Test the waters by framing him. Lu Su cut her off with a devious grin. This way, Steward Zhuo. Kuei Lang acted as the guide, devoid of his bossy air and more like a fawning servant. Who was the target? Zhuo Fan and Elder Yuan. The laborers were all bug-eyed, hardly believing their own eyes. Since when did Kuei Lang fall in line? And look at Yu Ling, so reserved. Did wastrel Zhuo Fan's bodyguards smack some sense and fear into them? The rumor mill was running non-stop, but Kuei Lang and Yu Ling never gave a damn, their humble smiles not even twitching. With Zhuo Fan being their last hope, they had to measure their words before opening their mouths. As for things like honor and dignity, how was that any better than saving the lives of their kin? Besides, Zhuo Fan's strong arm had them completely defeated. They were even content to be under such an almighty boss. Their procession arrived at the cabin and Zhuo Fan noticed the glaring hole in the wall with a raised eyebrow. I've been gone for just a few days, yet the place is already falling apart. Quite nice of you, Kuei Lang and Yu Ling, having your bedridden sister and son taken to this dump while leaving the intact homes for the others. Ha ha ha, Steward Zhuo. This is just ha 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 causing trouble. Kuei Lang shook his head at the reminder. Zhuo Fan frowned in thought. The gang went in and were welcomed by ceaseless cawing grating their ears. Zhuo Fan could hear those four shits' voices from a mile away. Bro. I bet he wakes up in a month and the gal in half more than that, Sly Demon declared. Wimp Demon shook his head. No, it's the other way around. Look at their wounds. There's no way they'll wake anytime soon. Let's bet on it over a 5th grade pill. Old Third said it would be in a month and Old Fourth said after a month. Old Second, what do you say? Violent Demon looked at Scrooge Demon holding the bets. Scrooge Demon grumbled. Can I not join? I don't want to lose. Don't bet and everything you own will be mine. Violent Demon was irate. Scrooge Demon whined some more and then took out a vial. This is my share from the alchemy office this month. A 3rd grade pill. Here, Old Third. 3rd grade? You've got some nerve taking that out. The blind is 5th grade, so cough it up. Don't make me search you. Violent Demon howled. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling's mood hit rock bottom, their faces twitching. These mother-fluffing bastards are betting on the lives of our kin. They'd have attacked by now. A shame they were so weak. Ahem. Zhuo Fan drew the four's attention. For scheming demons? Had enough fun? The four shivered and cried out in unison with cupped hands. Steward Zhuo! With utmost respect and reverence. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling were stunned. These strong and unruly four simply got down on their knees, not caring for their dignity. It only worked to make their respect for Zhuo Fan grow. No wonder Elder Yuan said we're bossy. Zhuo Fan is far better than us. Steward Zhuo, you've come to save him? Violent Demon grinned. Sir will have to work for it based on their sorry states. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling were tense. Zhuo Fan smiled. I anticipated this outcome and came knowing I can save them. Zhuo Fan went to Yuer first. He checked her pulse and scanned her with Yuan Qi before saying, Yuer's training in demon-devouring saber was without any issues until 2 months ago. After hurting her arm, she still trained hard, leading to her collapse and meridians being broken. The instant I saw her unhealed hand, I knew someone was messing around. Not only were the healing pills tampered with, but even pushing her to train while wounded all the way to the outer sect promotion, where the savage energy in her lashed out. The instant I saw Hu Mayer supervising her training and using sisterhood as a guilt trip, I thought of giving you a reminder, but you never listened. Yuling blushed with shame. She was filled with regret for not heeding Zhuofan's advice. Then again, Zhuofan always spoke stuff they barely understood. Not that she could complain when the guy was there saving her baby sister. Zhuofan turned to Kuei Gang. He trains in the blood annihilation, similar to a cultivation method I use, Wraith Art. It has strict requirements when it comes to the user's body strength. In short, one be beginner in 3 to 5 years and proficient in 8 to 10 years of training. Yet when I asked him how many years he had trained, he said it was only half a year. I knew then and there this day would come. And when I touched his arm, it was only to check his situation. His blood vessels are damaged, and he even went beyond his body's limit by using a pill. That's being suicidal. It was Hu Mayor's scheme that lured him to such an outcome, but I did warn you. Sigh. Kuei Lang lowered his head in shame and remorse. He just had to listen to Zhuofan, and this would never have happened. While Zhuofan was showing off, taking the two snobs down a peg, a casual voice came. Oh, Steward Zhuo. You knew everything, so why didn't you say anything? Wimp Demon had a straight face as he ignorantly exposed Zhuofan's machinations. A friend in need is a friend indeed, alright? How would they worship me as a savior if I told them everything? Zhuofan blathered at Wimp Demon. So what if I didn't? Ugh. Everyone sported dark faces and shook their heads. Steward Zhuo is so wild. Not like they knew his mind. Zhuofan had thought long and hard whether to save the 2 ages ago. Xia Wuyue wanted him to gain a huge merit. So he wanted to have Kuei Lang and Yuling under him, and the best way to go about it was guilt-tripping. Thus merely exposing the ploy would be nothing compared to the gratitude of saving someone. But then he realized his life was great in the labor office, even having someone to chat with about Dao, and he simply put the merit business behind him. But it always paid to have another way out, just in case. People always make it so they have more than one choice. Which brought him to the time he dropped that vague warning to Kuei Lang, and Yuling knowing fully well they'd ignore it but gave him leverage to use when he'd throw in the real helping hand. Telling them, see that, you morons? The only way to go places is by working under me. With your dumb minds, all you're good for is following orders. But from the moment he saw the cemetery, his cultivation heaven, he wanted nothing else but to sit there, even ignoring his own saving grace plan. Then Elder Yuan came to enlighten him on the nature of the world, and he decided his next step. As Elder Yuan was his best bud, he had to return the favor. While he also wanted to put the demonic path's true meaning to the test, to see if all the destruction birthed life. So he came, for his little scheme and further understanding of the demonic way. There is no life without death. A demon nurturing life? How amusing. Zhuofan smiled as he checked the kid's pulse. Steward Zhuo, what pill will you use? Violent Demon asked curiously and with admiration. Kuei Lang and Yuling were tense. Zhuofan merely smiled at their worries. You'll see after we get them to wake up. With a roar, an azure dragon soared from Zhuofan's body. The thrumming vitality made everyone's yuan qi surge. Kuei Lang and Yuling's wounded state recovered in an instant, to their shock. What just happened? Only Elder Yuan cried out at its appearance. Dragon Vein Soul! Returning Dragon's Roar! Zhuofan's eyes flashed. Roar! The dragon roar echoed inside the cabin as the azure dragon circled once above Zhuofan's head before shooting for the patients. It followed Zhuofan's arm and entered Yuer. Yuer shone azure and burst with vitality, soothing her broken body and under the shocked eyes of the audience. The flesh mended. In an instant she was as good as new. The shock on Kuei Lang and Yuling was understandable. They wrote Zhuofan off as a god on this earth. That's why those 6th layer of Radiant Stage experts are so willing to serve him. Zhuofan is a god capable of reviving the dead. Ignoring the flabbergasted looks he always got, Zhuofan finished with Yuer and directed the dragon soul towards Kuei Gang. Following the same process, the kid was back in prime shape in no time. Kuei Gang was filled with lashes from his veins bursting. Yet now he didn't even have a scar on him. Zhuofan had the dragon soul returned back to his body, leaving behind 2 bodies like newborn babes, with smooth and perfect skin. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling gulped at the children's peaceful, sleepy faces. They had endless admiration for Zhuofan. But now that they're healed, why weren't they waking up? Then, Yuer slowly opened her eyes and Yu Ling cheered. Yuer, you're all right. Sister. Yuer was filled with doubt. Why am I? Yuer moved but then found something wrong with her hand. Someone was holding it. She saw Zhuofan's lewd look and creepy smile. That was what she saw at least. What are you doing, sicko? Yuer pulled her hand away and slapped him. Pa! A sharp sound accompanied the stinging on Zhuofan's cheek and his mood sank. For crying out loud. What have I been doing? I saved this girl's life and this is how you repay me. Yu Ling was scared witless. Steward Zhuo, please calm down. She is still out of it. Please don't mind it. Yu Ling berated her sister. Damn girl. Steward Zhuo just saved your life and yet you've hit him? Apologize. Yuer looked puzzled from her sister to the glum Zhuofan. Her brain turned to mush. What's going on? Why is sister, who has always hated Zhuofan, sticking up for him? And she's even fawning over him. She knew her sister to be tough and hard-headed. Not lowering her head in front of some wastrel. Yuer was vexed over her sister's attitude and made Yu Ling stomp her foot. Is this girl blind? Can't she see the hints I'm giving? He was holding your hand to save you, but now he can also end you. And there's no way I can save you from that. Seeing Zhuofan's throbbing cheek and heavy look, Yu Ling became jumpy. What's all this ruckus? Kuei Gang woke up groggy only to see his father move, and he felt his hand in Zhuofan's hand. What's this punk doing here? Didn't father hate him? Kuei Lang feared that he'd copy Yuer and rushed over to push him back down. Damn brat. Uncle Zhuo here just saved your life, so hurry up and kowtow. Everyone's faces twitched as they were lost for words. When Kuei Gang had been seeing Zhuofan as a senior uncle, Kuei Lang only had mockery and derision. But how time flies, now sucking up to the guy in any way possible. So even this tough guy has an immoral side. That was how a puzzled Kuei Gang found himself sitting on the bed and his dad pushing his head down again and again. So hard it could snap his waist. Though one thing was certain. For his dad's attitude to do a 180 flip, he knew something was going on, and as he was a good boy, he cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, uncle, for saving me. That's more like it. Zhuofan glared at Yuer, who simply turned her head away. Yu Ling sighed. Yuer was stubborn as a mule, and that wouldn't change until someone explained it to her. Yu Ling shook her head as she told the kids circumstances of their situation. A truly cruel irony how the ever-helpful Hu Mayor turned out to be the viper plotting in the dark, while the ever-loathed Zhuofan saved their lives in their final hour. At long last, the two kids' eyes shone with gratitude. Yuer even felt guilty seeing his red cheek. Forgive me? Yuer mumbled, still playing tough. Yu Ling sighed. Girl, you call that sincere? She knew though that those 3 words were already Yuer's limit. No matter how much she knew herself to be wrong, she'd never admit it. The fact that she spoke those words was remorseful enough. Well, he did save their asses, yet what did he get in return? A slap. Anyone would be sour about it, to say nothing of Zhuofan. Zhuofan mocked. Ha ha ha. I wouldn't have accepted Miss Yuer's apology. Not with her stubborn streak. But for saving Miss Yuer, I had to encroach on her dignity. Feeling her soft skin. A slap is what I deserve. Now we are even, or perhaps Miss will still hold a grudge. A lady's hand is invaluable. Zhuofan finished with a snicker. Yuer's guilt ramped up. Her heart was a mess. Her eyes red. Yu Ling worked so hard to make peace with this godlike being only to fall out again. At least Yuer was out of the woods and could just return to the peaceful days as an outer disciple. Not if Zhuofan could help it. Zhuofan snickered and threw Kuei Lang a vial. He then said, Open it and see what it is. Kuei Lang did so and his eyes bugged out. Everyone else gasped. So shocked their hearts were about to jump out of their chest cavity. 10th grade pill. They all exclaimed at the thick spiritual energy coming from it. Grinning, Zhuofan said, The heaven-reaching pill to be precise. The wounds on these kids were so heavy that their meridians were shot as well. While I did heal them and their cultivation has been saved, advancing in this state is another matter. But with the heaven-reaching pill, your son will toughen his meridians, reaching higher than before. Even the ethereal stage isn't a problem. It's that good? Kuei Lang was touched to the core, words failing to describe how thankful he was. Then he pulled Kuei Gang from the bed and both kowtowed as Kuei Lang taught his son. Hurry up and thank Uncle Zhua. He just gave you your entire future. Thank you, Uncle Zhua. Thank you. Kuei Gang knew this was beyond kindness, bowing again and again. He was truly fortunate. Without popping his veins, there would be no Zhua fan to save him, and no 10th grade pill to lift his prospects. It was God-sent. Who in the entire sect could consume a 10th grade pill? While Yu Ling looked bitter and crushed. Steward Zhua didn't cure them completely? That slap must be eating you inside right about now, baby sister. Zhua Fan gave Yu Ling's sorrowful look a smug grin. That's what you get for being an ungrateful lass. Crack. A shattering sound came from Kuei Gang, who was meditating as his cultivation soared. He was now in the 8th layer of profound heaven stage, lifting up from the 7th. Kuei Lang lit up in joy, forever grateful for Zhua Fan's aid. His son took the pill and powered up just after some meditation. That's the 10th grade heaven-reaching pill for you. Not just remolding one's body but increasing cultivation too. Kuei Gang let out a deep breath and his eyes flashed. Then he kneeled before Zhua Fan and kowtowed again. While his dad had forced him the first time, this gesture came from the bottom of his heart. Now he knew what it meant to be reborn. The simple act of lifting his hand contained unimaginable power, his meridians thrumming with yuan qi. Even though the increase was only 1 layer, his wide meridians translated it into a power increase of dozens of times. He felt unstoppable and was certain he might never feel so amazing ever again. The 3 bumps on his head were totally worth it, while Kuei Lang laughed in joy. Zhua Fan glanced over and stated, "My work here is done. It's time for me to hit the cemetery and mind my own training." But Yu Ling had a different opinion. "Wait, Steward Zhua, please help Yuer as well. Else she will forever be in the 6th layer of profound heaven stage." "Your point being?" Zhua Fan cocked an eyebrow and spoke in an icy tone. "I came to save them and that's what I did. As for how much, it's all up to my whims. Since I don't feel like it, I'll leave it at that." Zhua Fan snorted and walked away. Yu Ling slumped to the ground in despair. Her begging eyes landed on Elder Yuan to say a few words. But Elder Yuan sighed and shook his head. Getting Zhua Fan involved was already a miracle in itself. Opportunity comes knocking only once. It is best to treasure it. He was annoyed, and getting him to finish healing was nigh impossible. The 4 scheming demons resumed their creepy laughter, with Violent Demon getting delighted in others' suffering. "Told you so. Steward Zhua is petty to the core. You deserve it after getting on his bad side." "Hi hi hi." Yu Ling wallowed in remorse. "Wait." Though Zhua Fan's step slowed, he did not turn around. Yuer watched his back with a victimized face. "I would like to thank you first, and apologize, but I'm not begging you to help me. I'm satisfied with being able to keep my cultivation and not turning into a cripple." "Yes, that's it." Zhua Fan paused for a second, then kept walking. The 4 scheming demons jeered. "Dumb broad. No amount of pleading and begging will move Steward Zhua. You're barking at the wrong tree." Kuei Lang sighed at Yuer's fate. Yu Ling felt bitter at her sister's mistreated look. She's just too damn pig-headed. When will she learn to be more flexible? Everyone sighed at Yuer's missed God-sent opportunity. Oh, for scheming demons were not included, still mocking in the background. But soon, the 4 stopped and scratched their heads. "Boss, didn't we forget something?" Sly Demon asked. Violent Demon nodded with a frown. "I have the same feeling that we've overlooked something. What were we doing again? Weren't we talking about how after being around Steward Zhua for so long we should get something out of the Luo clan's share? Why only Li Jingtian and those other foggies get to have something and not us?" Scrooge Demon exclaimed. The 4 nodded. "Yeah, that's it. We gotta demand heaven-reaching pills from Steward Zhua, Ha ha ha. Ugh. Violent Demon's laugh was short as they all shouted, "The heaven-reaching pill!" Whoosh. Violent Demon jumped at Kuei Gang's throat as he howled, "Our precious heaven-reaching pill! Damn brat! Spit it out now!" His brothers came to help, pulling and shouting. "Executives, please! You're choking him," Kuei Lang said to break them up, knowing he couldn't do much else. The 4 scheming demons were freaky in temper and strength. They might very well take it out on him instead and wouldn't stop till he was torn to pieces. While Kuei Gang was gasping through the chokehold, he said, "Uncle Zhua gave it to me. How can I spit it out? And there's no way 1 pill is enough for the 4 of you. You'd be better off asking Uncle Zhua." The 4 jerked to a halt and nodded to each other. Without preamble, they shot after Zhua Fan as trails of smoke. With them gone, the people breathed easier. Those pygmies were outrageous, outlandish, and impossible. Not only were their brains useless, but they were a ticking time bomb. It was only a matter of time before the 4 took their heads. Just how on earth did Steward Zhua tame them? He really is a god. The 4 caught onto Zhua Fan, who was just standing in the shadow of a tree. They made a beeline for him. Zhua Fan grinned. "Took you long enough. Steward Zhua was waiting for us?" Violent Demon laughed. Zhua Fan nodded. "I know your thoughts like it's my second nature. I knew you were after my pills the minute you said healing the kids will need medicine." Whoosh. An azure glow shot for the 4 and Violent Demon caught the vial. "You might not have joined the final battle of Tianyu, but you're on my side and I don't skimp on my people." Zhua Fan crossed his arms, leaning on the tree. "In there, you have 4 heaven-reaching pills. Split them amongst yourselves." Grinning, Violent Demon felt awkward, though he had no shame putting the vial in his ring. With Steward Zhua as our boss, the way forward is limitless. We may be in the demon scheming sect, but we'll follow Steward Zhua through hell and high water." "Yep," the brothers echoed, then turned their angry stare at Violent Demon. "Boss, Steward Zhua told us to share, so why are you hogging them? Take them out." Violent Demon spoke with entitlement. "I am the boss, so of course I am the one to keep them." "Bullshit," the other 3 pygmies raved, raining fists on him. Zhua Fan waved to stop them. "Sharing is for you to decide, but later. I need you to do something for me." "We await your orders, Steward Zhua." The 4 cupped their hands the next second. Zhua Fan said, "As executives, there's little information you have access to, but you should pick up clues about the elders from their actions. So keep an eye out for the slightest disturbance and report back. And more importantly, see if the elders intend to have Kuei Lang and Yu Ling reinstated." "Why do you ask, Steward Zhua? You know that once someone is dumped in the labor office, coming out is almost impossible. There hasn't been a pardon in centuries." Violent Demon asked, puzzled. Zhua Fan smiled. When Hu Mayer went to the labor office, she taunted the 2. Was it all just showing off and acting smug? She plotted against the juniors just to get to them. In short, help me keep an eye out. If they are to return and I have no choice but to do as Xia Wuya said, then these 2 are my ticket into the intersect. The 4 scheming demons cupped their hands. 3 days later, Yuer and Kuei Gang jumped back on the horse, or, in this case, back to the outer sect promotion to beg the elders. Everyone at the competition was stunned. With their gruesome wounds, everyone was aware of their fate. Yet here they were a couple days later. To top it all off, Kuei Gang had even advanced. "What the hell did you eat to get on your feet so fast?" The elders were even more shocked with how these 2 had made a full recovery, not just in body but in cultivation as well. It left them speechless. No one healed completely was a saying everyone knew. Yet these 2 were back in action better than before. But since the 2 had shed their status as a waste and had yet to piss off any important people, there was no point leaving them in the labor office. So the elders welcomed them back into the outer sects without even an inquiry. Meanwhile, Hu Mayer swung her hips walking towards a pavilion. Lu Su was there, playing the zither in the marvelous scenery, the river on one side and the mountain on the other. Though the tone of the music gave an insight into his foul mood. "Second senior brother. This is absurd. Hu Mayer was rushing now and appeared with a flabbergasted face. Who? The zither stopped as Lu Su sighed. Mayer, what has got you so shocked? Is the sky falling? Not yet, but what I found is far more wicked. Hu Mayer shook her head. Just what could have gotten you so unnerved? Lu Su raised an eyebrow. Hu Mayer had a bitter smile. Second senior brother. I bet you won't believe it either. Those brats have made a full recovery and are back in the outer sect. Say what? Lu Su was incredulous. There's no way, not with their broken meridians. And so fast too. Just healin' dash. No, not even healing is possible. That's why I said it's absurd. Hu Mayer stomped, her dainty complexion ruined by her frown. Lu Su paced around the pavilion in thought. No, this is an impossible feat for Kuei Lang and Yu Ling. Some big shot must have lent a hand. But who? Not even the elders can do this, while the venerables that can are too few to count. Moreover, the price is too big. Would a venerable waste all his hard-earned capital just to save some nobodies? Not even Kuei Lang saving his master from death would get his master to help so much. Lu Su speculated. Well, of course not, since no venerable had the good stuff like Shuafan. Nor were they so filthy rich to throw away 10th grade pills like nothing. They were clueless as well about the golden goose hiding in the labor office. Or the labor office's doorstep would fall every day because of the crowd of people coming to hug that big tree. Hu Mayer frowned. Second senior brother. The brats are too freaky. I made some inquiries and it only gets weirder. Just that I don't know how it's related to the two. What? Lu Su asked. Hu Mayer said. The same day the brats recovered. Someone said they saw Kuei Lang and Yu Ling fawning over Shuafan they'd cast out in the cemetery to come see the brats. But it wasn't long after that Shuafan was back in the cemetery, while the brats improved. Shuafan again? Lu Su's brow shook. Hu Mayer surmised. Maybe Shuafan got his backer to save the two. Out of the question. Shuafan has no status in the sect and has no one to ask. Lu Su shot it down. Hu Mayer cried. He has no one in the sect? But isn't he a wastrel? Ha ha ha. That was just us jumping to conclusions. Lu Su sighed. I asked for Master's help to get to the bottom of this, and Shuafan has no ties to any elder or venerable. He's a nobody. Then why would the sect leader bring him in just to demote him? Hu Mayer couldn't understand. Lu Su shook his head. No one understands the sect leader's mind. We can't make wild guesses. More or less, he found a kid with great potential but who lacks experience, so he dumped him in the labor office as a trial. You know how ruthless sect leader is to his disciples. Didn't you just say not to make wild guesses? Hu Mayer put on her charming smile. Lu Su smiled, but his mood soured soon. We may not know how these two events are related, but one thing is certain. The punk will rise sooner or later and become a threat to our position. Second senior brother, you mean? Hu Mayer frowned. Lu Su nodded, his eyes icy. Hu Mayer hesitated. So he isn't a wastrel, but the sect leader has brought him into the sect and he will even become his disciple one day. That means the sect leader will look into what we're doing. No worries. Sect leader is unyielding. He may appreciate the kid's talent but shows his cruelty by throwing him into the labor office where one's very life is at stake. No disciple of the sect leader is a weakling. Lu Su's eyes glinted with bloodthirst. Hu Mayer nodded, blossoming in a smile. Leave him to me. His 7th layer of profound heaven cultivation is good, but I never touched him before fearing his wastrel status. But now I have no qualms. Junior sister, a dreamboat is nice, but getting greedy is a no-no. Watch out for Kuei Lang and Yu Ling. If they report you to the sect, it will bring you trouble. Lu Su snickered. Hu Mayer waved him off, her smile intoxicating. Second senior brother. I know what I'm doing and won't let greed get the best of me. Hi hi hi. Hu Mayer swung her hips on her way back, catching Lu Su's content eyes. In their oblivious states, they were going to piss off this easy pretty boy on the surface yet mean and ruthless beast on the inside. Hu Mayer and Lu Su were digging their own grave, calling it, I told you so, couldn't be more fitting. The biting wind whistled past Shuafan in the cemetery, swallowed by the black energy around him. With a few shakes, Shuafan showed a bright smile. Reaching the 8th layer was just around the corner. Pa! Though the snapping of a branch dampened his good mood. For crying out loud. What is it this time? Who the hell is messing with my quality time breaking through? Shuafan grumbled as he took back the black energy and looked at the newcomer coming over. Even before he saw her, her voice reached him, hypnotic and intoxicating. Not even Shuafan's steady heart could fight the attraction off completely. Oh, junior brother Shuafan, it's been a while. I have longed for you so much. Humayer swung her ass, ramping up the charm. Any male would be reduced to a bumbling, drooling idiot right about now, wishing nothing more than to jump into the sack. Though the green grass would do just fine as well when it came to jumping like rabbits. It wasn't Humayer's average looks doing this either, but the way she carried herself, her every gesture, her every blink, got every male hooked, Shuafan included. Though as he wiped the drool off his face, his heart turned into an ice block. Miss me, is it? Miss your head. 2 months back, you took me for a wastrel, yet now you've come to toy with me? Hee hee. Isn't it just because I saved those two? Heh, you've come to the right guy. Licking his pearly whites, Shuafan's eyes flashed with savagery, waiting to pounce on the oblivious prey inching closer to its doom. Her devilish swing of hips drew nearer with every intoxicating step. In front of him, she rolled her coquettish eyes in a frown of revulsion. Oh my! What is this place? How can you stand it? Just how could those two send darling to such a foul place? Ha ha ha! But senior sister, I like it here. Shuafan's smile leaked a jeer. Rolling her eyes, Humayer grumbled. How can you deprecate yourself, junior brother? You may not care about your body, but I am heartbroken. Humayer placed a hand on her chest. This killer move got even Shuafan dazed. Humayer snickered inside. Dear Fanner, I'm going to give those two a piece of my mind and make them take you back. I can't bear to see you wither in this awful place, enduring the cruel winds, when you're already sporting white hair. Humayer traced Shuafan's hair with her dainty hand, then his head, then his cheek. Her hand fell on Shuafan's cheek like a feathery touch, making his heart skip a beat. With a bright smile speaking endless promises, Humayer fell into his arms. His face flushed, his ears reddened and his mind blanked. Junior sister, what are you doing? Shuafan stammered. Giggling, Humayer said, Silly, I found you so pitiful enduring so many hardships, and wish to reward you. Reward? What is it? Shuafan showed an odd smile. Humayer rolled her eyes, pouting, Meanie, you want me to spill it out? Why play hard to get when it's so obvious? Humayer's soft hands wound around his neck like vipers, making him freeze. With a giggle, Humayer's sexy lips touched his neck. Like a bolt out of the blue, Shuafan shivered, just like a veer dash. All right, a real virgin, not knowing what to do with his hands. Humayer had a cold smile looking at his nervousness. Proud of herself too. This pretty boy is in the bag. Humayer's hot lips kissed him along his neck, like a general sieging a city. All this while Shuafan had a dumb look on his face and was rooted in place. She took all the liberties she wanted, attacking his frail heart with every action. He was like a lamb in front of a tigress, puny, weak and helpless to even cry out. Better yet, not wanting to cry. Her full lips finally reached Shuafan's mouth. Junior sister, no. Shuafan could hardly speak. Humayer figured, that should do it. And her eyes took a darker tone. Time to die. Humayer's power surged. A thick aroma wafted from her, stopping any of his movements with a whiff. He couldn't move even if he wanted to. Grinning, Humayer wiggled her tongue in Shuafan's mouth like an eel, sealing them together. Seeing her succubus eyes, Shuafan's blood boiled. His dantian roiled, wanting to escape. So that's it. She's training in some charm method to steal men's yang for herself. To men, their yang was their essence. It was through it that they grew closer to the Tao, their cultivation rose. It was the foundation of their very existence, without which no spiritual energy would gather upon them. Or at least they couldn't hold it and turn it into one's own yuan qi. Losing one's yang meant turning into a cripple if not a corpse. A man's yang made for good medicine as well to a woman's yin. An intact yang even more so. Thus the world had ways to nurture yang through yin and the other way around. A shame that her wiles fell short when it came to Zhuofan. Not something her meager third layer of radiant stage cultivation could overcome. Your funeral. Zhuofan activated demon transformation art. Whoosh. Thick black energy shot from Zhuofan as his blood cooled and Mayer's poison inside it vanished, offering his joy of movement once more. The pitch-black energy wrapped Mayer in its black abyss. Mayer's expression froze in that prideful smile as the horror in her eyes soared. Why can't I take his yang, and why is such a dreadful power seeping into my body? I can't stop it. What the hell did he do? Mayer was panicking, wishing nothing more than to bolt. But having lost the means to escape, she became the prey of a ruthless savage beast. The prey and hunter had switched places. Success. Zhuofan's trademark evil smile was back in the works as the black energy rushed back to him and seeped out of Mayer. Mayer felt her yuan qi plunging out of her control. Di-dan. Her frail hands pushed Zhuofan's chest, wanting to escape from this demon. Alas, no prey had ever left Zhuofan's sight, unless dead. As the yuan qi left her, Mayer grew weaker and so did her attempts. Realizing her life was leaving her as well, Mayer cried. She was regretting coming to mess with this freak. How is this enjoying a pretty boy when I am the one turning to dust? If she had a second chance, she would never ever come at him even if it killed her. Steward Zhua, ugh. A hoarse voice grunted to a stop. The two of them noticed four people watching them, Kuei Lang, Yu Ling and the kids. Mayer was thrilled finding her enemies here, crying, "Save me!" Grasping at straws, Mayer cared not about sides right now, but only about her survival. The four of them bumping into such a touching scene were too out of it to react. Is Steward Zhua shagging the fox? That means we've come at the worst time. Sorry to disturb you, we'll be going now. But Steward Zhua, she is evil. Having fun is one thing, but never let it become serious or you'll be sorry. Kuei Lang sighed awkwardly. The other three went crimson. Knowing it was all a misunderstanding, he shoved Mayer off, giving back her freedom much to her joy. Not for long though, because here came Zhuofan's coup de grace, clutching her neck and hoisting her. This woman came to steal my yang. Zhuofan spat. The four exclaimed. So they're not bumping uglies, but she came to kill him. But having felt Zhuofan's power on their own skin, they laughed at her predicament. While they were also happy that they didn't tell this vixen about Zhuofan's real strength, or this scene wouldn't have happened. Evil begets evil, as they say. The bitch is finished. Mayer was filled with remorse, tears streaming down. What is wrong with me messing with an obvious hidden expert? She was regretting her decision so much that she was getting an ulcer. Mayer, I didn't feel like joining your intersect politics, but since you've come knocking, you will get just desserts. Zhuofan grinned and flicked Mayer away. She landed hard and watched him with fear. Zhuofan waved her off. Take a hike. I'll leave you with a warning. This is far from over. Your reckoning is at hand. Mayer chilled and quaked as she stumbled away, far from this monster. Never had she felt such dread as she did from Zhuofan and wished to leave this place at once. How ironic. She had come to suck him dry only to enter the wolf's jaws instead. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling wanted to chase but forwent it on account of Zhuofan's icy face. Being in a demonic sect for so long they knew not to encroach on a strong man's dignity. With Zhuofan here, their opinions were moot. Or dealing with that fox would earn this big shot's ire. For now, at least, they let their bitter enemy alone to live another day. Glancing over, Zhuofan said, "Clever. You know how to defer to me. Though it's also what saved you. There's no point in venting, adding to your crimes and nullifying your return to the inner sect." What? The two cried out, Return. Shuafan nodded. I've been inquiring around for you. In light of your great achievements in the labor office, the elders and venerables are going to pardon you. Or who mayor wouldn't have taunted you after targeting the kids. It's all smoke and mirrors to hide their true plan. So that's why. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling rejoiced at the near miss they just survived. They'd have plenty of time for revenge once they are back in the intersect, no pressure. 2 lives for one was so not worth it. Steward Zhua, why did you spare her? Kuei Lang wondered. You're not in the labor office because of punishment. Killing her was just a disciple dispute, within your right and rules. It might even get you out of labor duty and straight into intersect. Shuafan shook his head. I'd be leaving myself open. Killing her here would force her handler to implicate others, and your return to the intersect might even fail. Besides, I have different plans. She's not worthy of dying at my hand. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling had puzzled looks. Do his words have another meaning? Shuafan laughed at their looks since they didn't know the intricate political schemes the higher-ups employed. Now, why have you come for me? He eyed the 4 despite knowing all about it. With a bow, the gang recalled their objective and said, Steward Zhua, we have come for Yuer. I've made up my mind and that won't change. No amount of begging will help. Shuafan cut her off, turning away. Having debated with Elder Yuan on Dao, he understands the most. Ever wondered why he isn't here as well? Yu Ling gasped. They had asked Elder Yuan to come as well, but he knew nothing would change. Shuafan is a true man of ambition, never going back on his words, never regretful of his decisions. All sighed. Then Shuafan added, although, your timing is perfect. I need you to do something for me. Steward Zhua has saved my son, and I would go through hell or high water for you, Kuei Lang declared. Yu Ling cupped her hands as well though she wasn't into it, having lost the jovial mood. Shuafan knew she wasn't much keen on doing anything since he stopped helping her baby sister halfway. But Shuafan did it on purpose, all for this moment. Not from you, but from the juniors. Shuafan spoke. The 2 jerked. What could he have for them? Shuafan grinned. I need them to deal with someone. Who? All echoed. Who mayor? What? Startled, the 4 couldn't believe their ears. He wanted the kids to deal with a 3rd layer of Radiant Stage Cultivator. Besides the fact, this task was impossible. Who mayor's life was in his hands just now, yet he let her go. The hell had he been thinking? Sending kids after her? Expecting this reaction, Shuafan smiled. Not right now, of course, but in 3 months, when the outer sect promotion ends and the inner promotion begins. I want everyone to see that outer disciples can beat an inner disciple. This can't be. Kuei Lang was incredulous. The inner disciples are all excellent talents showcased in the outer sect competition. They all show promise of reaching Radiant Stage within 5 years of becoming an inner disciple. And that Hu Mayor is in the 3rd layer, even more well-known, with a high chance of being chosen as an elite. What can 2 children do against a Radiant Stage expert at their level? Steward Zhua, if you hate them so much, I would do it in their stead and appease your anger. You'll do no such thing. I can kill her any time I want. I've only let her go so that she'd attract attention in the inner competition after losing to some juniors. I want her to be disgraced. You and Yu Ling better not do anything the following few months, or you'll be sorry. Shuafan snorted. Kuei Lang sighed. This Steward Zhua is a deep mastermind in one moment and a spoiled brat the next. For the kids to finish that woman on the stage would definitely make her a disgrace, but the question was, could they do it? They were a stage of cultivation below her. Everyone knew the difference between Radiant Stage and Profound Heaven Stage. But then he turned to the anomaly in front of him and words left him. He might be the only monster in the Profound Heaven Stage as strong as a Peak Radiant Stage. Kuei Lang shook his head. Steward Zhua, not everyone is as special as you. The only time they might be her match is in 10 years. Enough baloney, I am asking them. It's their choice. I will personally teach them in these 3 months, guaranteeing their rise. Be that as it may, there's no way they'd reach the 3rd layer of Radiant Stage in such a short time. They're going to die. Kuei Lang lamented. If an outer disciple challenges an inner disciple, they have all the right to kill the former. Yu Ling nodded. Ignoring the two labor office bosses, Shuofan turned to his victims. Well, any complaints? I'm looking at you, Yuer. To boost you, I'll have to give you a heaven-reaching pill. Better think it over. Kuei Gang shook his head in the end, offering his apologies while stepping back. He had just gotten better and his body had grown a level. His future was limitless and he didn't need to take unnecessary risks. While Yuer's gaze hardened and she nodded, I agree. Fool, do you want to die? Yu Ling cried. Yuer gave an innocent smile. Sister, I do not care about my stagnant cultivation, but I do know that I will become your weakness. Here is a chance to not only advance but defeat our enemy. I have to try. At worst, you'll just refuse to see me as your little sister, and I won't drag you down anymore. Oh child, you've never burdened me. Yu Ling rubbed her head, choking with emotion. Shuofan jumped up and grabbed Yuer. Good. You'll be following me for the next 3 months. And the two blinked away. Yu Ling panicked, looking everywhere but finding nothing. All she heard was Shuofan's disembodied shout. People, I'll give you the new and improved Yuer in 3 months. Look forward to it, ha ha ha. PFF. In an elegant and tasteful pavilion on a mountain peak, Humayer stumbled her way over to the stone table where she splattered, bathed in crimson. Her delicate complexion had now taken a sickly turn. Whoosh! An azure person flashed over the second senior brother. Lu Su gasped at her wounds. Junior Sister Mayer, what the hell happened? Did Kuei Lang and Yu Ling attack you while you dealt with that punk? They didn't have to. It's all that rotten punk's fault. He played us. Humayer shook her head, lamenting. This must be my most unlucky year. I just ran into a monster. A beast this close to tearing me apart. Lu Su asked, Junior sister? What are you saying? I don't understand anything. Ha ha ha, you're not the only one. He's supposed to be some weak lamb. Yet underneath it all, he's a monster ready to pounce. I would have never risked today if I knew him for what he was. Humayer sighed with a pained face. Having complained enough, she detailed her battle to Lu Su. Lu Su was dumbstruck. That brat is stronger than you? How? Why else do you think he had me immobilized in one move? I couldn't resist at all. Humayer sighed. Lu Su paced around the pavilion, his face heavy. With a power like Shuofan, this changes things. Sect leader brought him in for a reason after all. But why dump him in the labor office? What is sect leader up to? Second senior brother, don't be rash. Humayer cut in his train of thoughts. We can't beat that guy, so don't taunt him. We're already on his bad side from today. But let's not do something we'll regret. So, this is the demon scheming sect. No matter how great he is, he still needs a stable footing to stand tall. What slips my understanding is the sect leader's design revolving around him. Will it affect the elite selection? Lu Su's eyes glinted. This is no longer something as simple as a disciple affair. I'll take it up with the master and hear his opinion. Humayer cried. Venerable sure. Yes. Lu Su nodded. Let him probe Shuofan's importance to sect leader and we'll just ask him or an elite senior brother to deal with the brat depending on how much sect leader values him. If the sect leader has his eyes set on him, we'll block the labor office and he won't get any merit to leave this place. With no excuse to base his rise on, he'll be stuck there forever. Humayer nodded, and her charming smile was back, yet was soon replaced with a frown. But with his strength, he simply has to challenge an inner disciple before the elders and venerables and he's out. Moreover, our competition is in 3 months. He is our biggest threat. Ha ha ha, that's even easier. If we meet him, we just forfeit. Lu Su said. Humayer was still puzzled. Lu Su beamed. Junior sister. Everyone that ends up in the labor office is either a criminal or a reject. The first type will either die of old age stuck in there for the rest of their lives or gain enough merit to recover their status. Exactly how Kuei Lang and Yu Ling created the Azura Circle. Laborers are the lowest rung, no matter how hard they work. how strong they get. They'll never become disciples again. Only elders or venerables to safeguard the precious inner disciples. Zhuofan is a laborer but not a criminal. That means he's lower than a bug. So no matter how much he proves his strength, he'll be a venerable or elder at most. Unless... What? Hu Mayor asked eagerly. Lu Su shook his head. Junior Sister Mayor, it doesn't matter. It's just impossible. Unless he flips the world on its back and has the whole sect acknowledge him. That's the only way to become an elite. They say the High Venerable came from the labor office as well, with unstoppable power, the highest in the sect. But even so, he's still just a venerable falling short of becoming the sect leader. It is a rule unchanged for eternity. Hu Mayor nodded. That means Zhuofan and us will never cross paths. That's how it should be, but I worry that the sect leader has brought him here not to deal with disciples but those old guys. Lu Su's eyes glinted. If their situation does not settle, our structure will change. Hu Mayor nodded after a pause. Meanwhile, back among the tombstones, where the een was thickest, a guy and a girl popped out of nowhere. Achoo! Yuer sneezed from the biting wind, hugging herself from the cold. The creepiness of this place had her feeling threatened. The sneeze was the most obvious sign. Even at her 6th layer of profound heaven cultivation, some cold wind actually managed to pierce her body. Zhuofan had an ineffable smile. From now on, you will be under my guidance. You are to follow my words to the letter. No matter if the path is rugged, torturing, or deadly, you will obey. And get it out of your head that someone's going to save you. I've set up a barrier those two will never find. Got it? Yes. Yuer nodded with a steeled face, disregarding her gruesome fate. Zhuofan beamed. No questions? How strong you'll get or your survival rate? None. Yuer said. Knowing that you can restore my meridians to keep me cultivating is enough. Nothing else matters. Zhuofan smiled. Great. He made a gesture and pointed. Place of een, gates of heaven. Howls of wraiths, gather within me. Biting winds lash my body. Rip the sky, destroy this world. The air shimmered under Yuer's incredulous look, and a 2 meters tall door appeared. It opened with a creak to reveal nothing but a black abyss and howling winds like banshee screams. Yuer stood frozen before the eerie door and ice formed on her hand, robbing her of feeling from it. Yuer lost her composure, now panicking. Zhuofan smiled. This is the 7th grade array I've set up, Black Wind Array. I've gathered all the biting winds, strongest here in the cemetery's center. Entering this place will have one's bones and tendons snap like twigs, their soul pulverized. A feeble mind would end up soulless just looking at the door. But not you, because you have a death wish. Yuer turned her shocked face at him. How does he know my thoughts? Zhuofan continued. From the moment I laid my eyes on you, I knew your character, ruthless to the extreme and even more so to yourself. I thought you were just putting up a tough front. But after all that's happened to you, I knew it all came from your steeled will. It's because of you that your sister ended up in the labor office and made you feel like a burden. You worked hard to live up to her expectations while also hellbent on succeeding or die trying. So that maybe, dying will free her of this burden. That's why not fully healing didn't come as such a disappointment to you, because you're a lost cause, hopeless, right? Zhuofan's eyes pierced her. Yuer stared right back, though her eyes were in shock. He saw through me. Not even my sister knows me so well. Now, this temper is quite good. Perfect to train this top profound ranked martial art, Black Wind Blade. Zhuofan's trademark evil smile was back in business. His hand revealed a jade slip. This art is trained with the biting winds here, far stronger than your demon-devouring saber. And since your meridians are shot to begin with, this een seeping into you is a blessing in disguise and you don't need my help. Follow this art and these winds will be your deadliest weapon. Yuer took the jade slip, about to read it, when Zhuofan threw her inside the door. No time, just get to it. Ah! The devil's hand pushed a wailing Yuer into hell. Zhuofan stayed behind with a wide smirk. The crucial point of the black wind blade was to stay calm in the face of certain death. Or the second one panicked, the Een would devour him. Shuofan planned for Yue to learn this art the minute he saw her. All his actions lead to this point, even forgoing healing her. He wasn't that petty, just cruel. Or no matter how much she agreed, her sister would never let her. Ooh. The biting winds howled in the cemetery, brushing up the white hair and making them dance. Shuofan closed his eyes and sat on a rock. Then, with 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, he got another layer under his belt. After Hu Mayor's interference half a month ago, Shuofan finally got the feeling of reaching the 8th layer again and grasped it. He eased a breath and gazed at the endless black before him. The winds sounded like wailing wraiths, drowning the sound of a faint sharp swing. Yue had been in there for half a month. The first week was only wails of agony, but now it's replaced with the sharp sound of blade swings. Shuofan perked up knowing Fei Yue had blended in with the array. Shuofan, congratulations. In just a few months you've reached the 8th layer of Profound Heaven stage. The voice was saying one thing and the tone another, thick with sarcasm. Shuofan saw a hazy shadow floating over. Its vibe was ice cold. Xie Wuyue? Shuofan blinked. Even as a soul, Shuofan recognized the voice. Xie Wuyue faltered then snapped. It's sect leader for you. Oh, sect leader. Shuofan nodded. What wind brought the great sect leader here? I wonder? Just checking up on your progress. Xie Wuyue sighed. You've done well for yourself by the looks of it, hogging the cemetery to yourself and cultivating in peace. But you never once considered my words. You wound me. Am I not doing it as we speak? Shuofan stuck out his chin. Xie Wuyue sneered, then sighed. What are you up to now? Placing some arrays over here? Shuofan, where's that fire from back in the Luo clan gone to? Why are you so boring here? Not doing anything. Sect leader, whatever gave you that idea? You told me to earn merit, and that's what I'm doing. Shuofan stuck his chest out, pointing around him. Did you want me to fight my way up to the elites? It's fast, crude, and brutal, but I doubt it's your intention. If it were that easy, I'd have had you do it by now. Why else did I put you here to earn merit? Xie Wuyue sighed. With how deep the still waters of demon scheming sect run, using brute force will end with getting besieged on all sides. Shuofan's eyes flashed. Xie Wuyue nodded. You're a smart guy and should have guessed by now why I pardoned those 4 shits and made them executives. Even sent them as guides for you. Also they could work under you and make it easier for you. I reckoned they should have gathered juicy info after all this time eavesdropping. Demon scheming sect is filled with factions. Besides the disciples' conflicts, there are also the elders and venerables behind them. Like that elite selection, becoming an elite will get one showered with resources, with their masters dipping their fingers in this wealth as well. By bursting into this act, everyone will be out to get me. And besides, sect leader doesn't want me for this. Xie Wuyue's shadow eyed him for a long time. He nodded in the end. Shuofan, you're very clever. Fighting your way into the inner sect, you'll have elders and venerables wishing to take you in. But that's not what I want to see. You'll just be integrated into the system and that won't change anything. A rot has been festering inside the demon scheming sect for years and years. Not even I and High Venerable can touch these old fools' interests. It's because of their selfishness that the disciples fight each other and end up looking like trash outside. The disciples' strength has degenerated so much since the last Double Dragon gathering. Xie Wuyue was overcome by sadness and changed the subject. So when I mentioned you to High Venerable, he had you placed in the labor office, to watch you and free you from those choppy waters, since no one coming from the labor office will ever become an elite. Unless you have the whole sect's respect, that means overthrowing the elders and venerables' selfishness, while also crushing them into submission. That's the same as bitch slapping them and getting them to thank me for it. Isn't that impossible? Shuofan pondered, then shook his head. Xie Wuyue smiled. That's why I've brought you. At first I figured I'd just take Huangpu Qingtian to enter the elites, but witnessing your skills, I decided to go big and have you do the unthinkable. I want you to sit on the elders and venerables, to reform the elites so that the next double dragon gathering won't be a crushing defeat. High Venerable's wish is even loftier, to reform the entire sect. That's why he sent you to the labor office. You just made up your mind on your own, without even asking me if I am up for it. Shuafan sighed. Xiaowu laughed. Now you understand everything. So how will you work towards that merit? Shuafan pouted. Xiaowu followed his eyes and saw the black hole with howling winds. Not getting it, he waited for the kid's explanation. Sect leader, in the next inter-sect competition I will make my challenge. Shuafan stated. Xiaowu said, I just told you I wouldn't have put you here if it's just about throwing fists. You'll become an executive or elder at most. It's not me doing the fighting, but an outer sect disciple. Scratching his nose, Shuafan had an evil smile. Xiaowu pondered, exclaiming, You want to smack those oldies in public and affect their repute? Not only that, but also probe for their limits. And I can't get on everyone's bad side either. But win one faction while slapping another. I just got on Kuei Lang and Yu Ling's good side. They're masters. Venerables Bai and Qi. They had lost faith in their disciples, but nowadays, their inner disciples were done in by sparring with Guei Hu. So they were hasty to make the Azura Circle as their great merit to bring them back. I get your plan. So I'll have the two return as inner disciples in no time and establish your faction. Xia Wuyue nodded, but frowned the next second. But how is an outer disciple supposed to beat a seasoned inner disciple in just 3 months of training? Ha ha ha. Leave that to me, sect leader, and that competition will just be the start. I will have the entire sect trembling and crush the old geezer's venues. Though, will the sect leader be kind enough to lend a hand when they start raving? Shuafan snickered. Xiaowu said, I am the leader of the demon scheming sect and must be obeyed. By the way, do you know our rules? Of course. Shuafan nodded. As long as you're within the purview of the rules, you have me on your side. Fricking weasel, you want to use me and still won't stick your neck out. Shuafan rolled his eyes. Xiaowu soothed him. Even I have my problems. You're a smart guy and can use the rules. Like how venerables and elders can't touch the disciples, the higher ranks can't mess with the lower rung. Any issue will be dealt with by capital punishment. Better remember these important rules and use them well. Ha ha ha. Shuafan nodded, mirroring his grin. Xiaowu clearly wanted to instigate him. Go ahead and kill to your heart's content. With me around, no one will touch you. It's not my fault that you're the lowest rung there is, a laborer. You can beat anyone you want, even kill them. Just win. What was the lowliest status in the sect became Shuafan's best shield, working in his name to cleanse the demon scheming sect of those selfish pricks. As for the old-timers in question, they were blissfully oblivious of sect leader's cruel plan he had in store for them, still fighting among themselves over crumbs. Greetings, Master, Grand Elder, Second Elder. Greetings, Master, Venerable Sure, Grand Elder. In a quaint wooden house, second senior brother and Hu Mayor bowed before 3 people. They were tall and imposing elderlies. The one in the middle had a hard look and sharp features, immovable as a rock. Venerable Sure, Master of Lu Su. On his left was a scrawny old man with beady eyes used particularly in devouring Hu Mayor, this hunk of feminine pulchritude. He was none other than the second elder, her master. As for the one on the right, he had a dull face and a shaky beard. He was in charge of distributing the sect's resources, Grand Elder. He had a weight no other elder in the sect had. In fact, most average venerables had to show him respect. The trio sat on a couch, watching the two while a buff man at the side sported a savage look. Not even his silence could conceal his ruthless vibe. Guei Hu, I know it's hard to hide the fiendish aura of that cultivation method, but you can at least control it and forge it into a weapon. Grand Elder glanced over. The man bowed. Thank you, Master, I shall take it to heart. Guei Hu breathed in and the savage aura got cut down in half. Grand Elder didn't react while Venerable Sure smiled. Guei Hu is the head inner disciple for a reason. At the 7th layer of Radiant Stage and the top profound ranked cultivation method, Underworld Fiend, there's hardly any elites that could fight him. Master is right, head senior brother is remarkable. I cannot wait. With the head senior brother's help, no other fellow disciples can stand in our way of becoming elites. Lu Su spoke in the most humble tone. Venerable Shi smiled. Grand Elder waved his hand. Of no importance. Gue Hu helping you is all part of the agreement. Though Venerable Shi has many elite disciples, I will trouble Sir to look after Gue Hu. Ha ha ha, naturally. Gue Hu will remove many obstacles for us. He just cleared one elite position. We're all on the same side here and of course should help each other. Venerable Shi's eyes shined. Grand Elder nodded. Not ganging up in demon scheming sect did not mean just the elders and venerables couldn't skim the profits, but even their disciples would have an untimely end. The same way the promising future of elites found their demise at Gue Hu and others' hands. Going by the current trend, only these three were hopeful of becoming elites and lavish in resources. Grinning, Venerable Shi could hardly wait to dip his fingers. I just can't believe Venerable Qi and Venerable Bai found so many allies to get those two criminals to return. With their strength, they're bound to take 2 spots. No other choice, enviable talent exists everywhere. Decades ago we were the ones to become elites, but those elders and venerables had no disciples to use and favored Venerable Qi and the others. They must be jumping in joy that they stole 2 spots from us. Second elder mocked. The rest nodded. Venerable Shi warned. Are we just going to stand for this? Are we to let others take our bread? Why not incur public anger? We're no pushovers either. By removing those seeds we do it from the shadows. Even if those oldies find out, they'd have no proof. We'll make them pay for our loss. The others nodded. But Lu Su spoke. Master, I have a request. Speak. Sect leader has brought in a disciple, Zhuo Fan, from outside and placed him in the labor office. I ask the honored master to investigate him. Lu Su looked Venerable Shi right in the eye. Venerable Shi had never seen his disciple show such a calm expression, with so much eagerness too. Isn't he just a laborer? What's the problem? It's grave, peculiar, and convoluted. Lu Su cupped his hands. He has just joined the sect and was sent to the labor office without any crimes. Even though the sect leader has brought him, they've never met. And finally, his outrageous power doesn't fit his 7th layer of profound heaven cultivation. So much so that not even junior sister Mayor could beat him. Master, something stinks here. Venerable Shi's brow was locked in a frown. It is indeed peculiar, and such strangeness is bound to hide something deeper. It must be sect leader's plan. Venerable Shi, won't sect leader come for us if we interfere? We have been a bit brash over the past decades after all. Grand Elder worried. Venerable Shi sank into his thoughts before coming to a decision. Sect leader's methods are cruel and cunning. He can't come at us in the open and can only play some tricks. Letting his plan come to fruition will threaten our future. Humph, the first to strike has initiative. No matter how crucial that brat is to sect leader's plans, getting rid of him will solve everything. You want to handle him? Grand Elder cried. But who should we send? Looking at the others, Venerable Shi said. Based on Lu Su's words, the kid is an anomaly, stronger than what his cultivation dictates. Even Gue Hu will fail. That will give the sect leader an excuse to blow this out of proportions. By going myself, I'll finish it in one blow with none the wiser. You want to do it yourself? Grand Elder waved in panic. Out of the question. The rules state no elder or venerable can touch a disciple. Not even a laborer. Even when picking up materials we have to wait for the right time. But now that the Azura Circle is in effect, none of us can touch the labor office at all. Failure means ruining everything. Venerable Shi dismissed his worry. It all comes down to getting some dirt on us. He won't get squat if I don't leave it. Or do you think a kid not even in Radiant Stage can do that? Hiding isn't among the sect rules. Humph. Lu Su. Where is he? Master, he is in the cemetery. With a moonless night and fierce winds, It's the most secluded location. Venerable Shi made a sign. Look after my body while I go. A shadow flew from his body and shot away in Zhuo Fan's direction. The rest remained to watch over the vessel. An hour later, a shadow whistled into the cemetery in search of Zhuo Fan. Where the hell is that brat hiding? Venerable Shi's eyes shone like the sun in search of his target. As he flew around in soul form, he picked up something, and by following its trace, he found something rippling. The punk has even set up a barrier. A shame everything is moot beneath ethereal stage. I'm going to take your head. Venerable Shi charged right in. But before he could enter, something slammed into him and knocked him away. Crying out inside, Venerable Shi sensed something oddly familiar about that gray mist that had hit him, and he ran without a moment to lose. The gray mist chose to let him go, looking back at the barrier, before vanishing. Silence reigned once again, with Zhuo Fan oblivious to his near brush with death. PFF. Venerable Shi's soul got back in his meat suit, and his first reaction was to bleed out. Venerable Shi, what happened? Grand Elder was restless. The others were the same. What could make an ethereal stage expert suffer such a heavy wound? Venerable Shi stammered. It's High Venerable. Say what? Everyone was speechless. The punk has High Venerable acting as his bodyguard? Who the hell is he? The eerie silence gnawed at their shocked minds. Demon scheming sex #1 expert, High Venerable was a bodyguard. Who on earth is that punk? Grand Elder said. Venerable Shi, are you sure it's him? No mistake. No matter how mysterious High Venerable is around the sect, with most only seeing his soul form, but that aura and power are without a doubt from High Venerable. Does that mean the High Venerable knows everything? Grand Elder sighed. Venerable Shi frowned. Not sure. High Venerable stopped me before I could get to the kid. It felt more like he didn't want to fall out with me, and only warned me. That's the only reason I'm still alive. Everyone pondered. True. Does that mean the High Venerable wants to keep the sect from plunging into chaos? Grand Elder mulled. Venerable Shi said. I think so as well. No matter how strong High Venerable is, we aren't pushovers either. Taking us out will have the inner and elite disciples flip, while the other elders and venerables will use this opportunity to get their own disciples to climb ranks. The sect will be in a mess. High Venerable has always cared about just cause and will never let that happen. All we have to do is not push him. Master, does that mean we cannot kill the kid? Lu Su was apprehensive. Venerable Shi rolled his eyes and pointed at himself. Isn't it obvious from my state? Don't touch the kid. I'll be probing sect leader in the meantime and figure out who he is and why is High Venerable so fixated on him. Lu Su frowned. No matter how much of an anomaly Zhuo Fan is, we can't get to him now. After further deliberations, they reached an accord. No one was to make a scene, especially move against Zhuo Fan before the inner competition, lest they provoked Xianxia and High Venerable. At dawn, they disbanded just as they received notice that the sect leader had called a meeting of elders and venerables. There, they heard Xianxia pardoning Kuei Lang and Yu Ling and reinstating them as inner disciples. Venerable Qi and Venerable Bai were wild with joy, their hopes rekindled with promising disciples for elite positions. They had even banded together with other fellow elders and venerables to petition their case. Yet sect leader announced it on his own accord and just before the big inner sect competition. A last-ditch effort for these oldies to grab some profits. Venerable Shi's faction refrained from fighting and handed over the 2 spots with modesty and grace. On and off, Venerable Shi made some remarks about Zhuo Fan to test the waters. But Xianxia didn't rise to the occasion. With Kuei Lang and Yu Ling back in the inner sect and him coming out empty in regards to Zhuo Fan's matter, this lofty venerable sulked out of the sect leader hall. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling were reinstated and worked hard for the inner competition 3 months later, as did the other disciples. Everyone was giving their all in grasping even the smallest chance of becoming an elite. The cultivation trend was in vogue in the sect, which made these months fly by without an incident. On a 10-meter-tall stand, the elders watched the competition with a cold eye. On the highest seat was Xianxia, his chest was out, his head high, like a true sect leader. On his left were the venerables, starting with Venerable Shur, while on his right he had Grand Elder and other elders. The new elders were not worth mentioning. The audience was packed, with outer disciples enjoying the bustle and learning what to look for when they become inner disciples. All were buzzing and commenting, waiting for the sect leader to start the competition every disciple yearned. A cruel battlefield. Ha ha ha. It seems High Venerable isn't around to join us. Venerable Shur commented next to Xia Wuyue. Xia Wuyue merely glanced over. Venerable Shur was the second Venerable. In High Venerable's absence, he had the right to stick closer. Xia Wuyue didn't let his derision show. High Venerable enjoys peace. The inner competition isn't so great to make him come, even less than the outer competition. I wouldn't be here either if I didn't need to. Ugh. Venerable Shur's beard shook in anger. Xia Wuyue jabbed him, knowing that he had rigged the inner competition. He gave a roundabout criticism, leaving him speechless. All because they had full control of the spots. 3 of those were taken by their disciples, Gue Hu, Lu Su and Hu Meier. The rest were thrown to the other elders and venerables to appease them, i.e. Kue Lang and Yu Ling. As for the rest of the disciples, none had the strength to take them, or they'd be snuffed out if they tried. The inner sect competition had devolved into a mere formality with time. Sect leader, we aren't so selfish not to care about others. Grand Elder didn't catch on to Xia Wuyue's mockery and smiled. Xia Wuyue frowned, seething in hatred. Him and Venerable Shur were in cahoots and hard to counter. A shame that High Venerable only cared about Dao and left Venerable Shur room to seize power. Or with the Venerables and Elders keeping each other in check. This never would have happened. Even if High Venerable returned, seizing control couldn't be harder. It left the only glimmer of hope shining down on Zhuofan, the anomaly, to break this corruption. Xia Wuyue sighed, not finding Zhuofan down below, and shook his head. No more waiting. I just hope he shows up in time. Begin. Xia Wuyue flicked his sleeve. The judging elders bowed to the sect leader and the rest, before shouting, "Let the inner sect competition begin." The disciples all hollered. The judges took a ribbon and read the names on it. The fighting started with the arrival of the contestants while the audience grew livelier. None, however, noticed 3 shadows 1,000 meters away, sitting on a tree. Ha ha ha, another boring competition. At this rate, the elites are nothing but average, with the promising disciples left for dead in the inner sect. One laughed. The other sighed. Such is the rot festering inside our sect. It makes Wuyue's actions so dull. What's the point of rewatching the same thing over and over again? If it were me, I'd explode by now. Looking at it now, I think not having a sect leader is still a blessing in disguise. Ha ha ha, true, our luck is great. Reminds me of that double dragon gathering, when only the 4 of us survived after those rich boys killed the rest. Our luck is practically godlike, weaving the same cloth that ruined us then. The third's laughter ended in rage. The first person sighed. Yeah, some elites are still excellent. Yeah, crazy good. But who'll then lead the double dragon gathering team? Who the hell cares how great and mighty one is, even the best across the lands, when you can't work together? What can they possibly achieve? The third voice ranted. The second shook his head. The first looked at the second. By the way, Wu brought some tough guy from Tianyu, right? How is he? Don't remind me. I know of Tianyu's regent estate, plagued by narcissistic tendencies. Providence this, providence that. Annoying up to here. I don't feel like seeing him. The third shot it down. The other 2 shrugged. Not that they knew the one to come to the demon scheming sect was not Huangpu Qingtian but Zhuofan. A demon like no other. Meanwhile, in the cemetery, a lovely figure came out of the black wind array, her eyes flashing with a piercing gaze. Zhuofan nodded and handed over a vial. Hurry and take it. Then complete your task. Crack. With a kaboom, a thin man spun out of the ring and spat blood on his way out. His adversary was tall and sturdy, ruthless and cruel, the reinstated Kue Lang. The 8th match in the 3rd ring goes to Kue Lang. The judge pointed at him. The audience was abuzz. See that, in just one strike senior brother Lin Feng lost, despite having the same cultivation of fourth layer of radiant stage. Not even decades in the labor office held Kuei Lang back. It's only natural. Who could hold his own against Black Yama back then anyway? With his appearance, an elite spot might be taken. The chances are high. But senior brother Lin Feng worked so hard these past years, yet nothing came of it. No one expected an old fiend to make a comeback. They sighed at the unconscious Lin Feng being taken away. Others lamented his poor luck. Just when he was soaring through the rounds, this nemesis knocked him down to earth. The sighs were short-lived though, stunned by the cries coming from another ring. Yu Ling eyed a bloody figure with cold and merciless eyes, like he wasn't even human, but an object. The seventh match on the fourth ring goes to Yu Ling. The judge shouted the result. Everyone shook their heads. Their senior brothers were out of luck in this competition. With the already scarce spots, two monsters had returned and cut their chances at victory. As for the other three shouts came in succession. The sixth match on the ninth ring goes to Lu Su. The seventh match on the eighth ring goes to Hu Meier. The 13th match on the first ring goes to Guei Hu. The audience twitched, then shrugged. They should have known the ones to take the elite spots would be those 5. The rest were just extras to make them look good while doing it. Everyone turned to the first stage and looked at the 13 cold corpses lying there due to the insidious hand of head senior brother Guei Hu. He was too fast and too brutal, killing them in a flash every time. Just as one corpse hit the ground, thrown from the ring, another was already falling, just like a murder machine. H-head senior brother, I forfeit. A lanky guy in the third layer of radiant stage shook to the core at Guei Hu's savage look. He gave up even before going up there. The judge eyed him coldly. The 14th match. Crack. The sound echoed in everyone's ears, resulting in the lanky guy opening his eyes wide before collapsing on the ground as blood flowed from his forehead. Guei Hu ended him in one palm strike. Success. Everyone gasped, their hearts shivering from the horror. Why kill him when he forfeited? We are demonic cultivators, true, we are cruel, also true, but at the very least we're also fellow disciples. The only deaths in this competition came from Guei Hu, out for blood. The judge looked irked. He didn't kill on the stage but outside of it and after the opponent had quit. I was going to declare the result and you killed him under my nose? Guei Hu turned his cold gaze at him. He shouldn't have entered. Shove it. How's he supposed to know your savage ass will be waiting for him in the ring? The judge breathed in to soothe the incoming anger. The 14th match on the first ring goes to Guei Hu. Next. We forfeit. Shouts came from below as they fled in fear. The judge felt for them. No one wished for death. He declared, the final winner of the first ring, Guei Hu. Roar. The audience cheered, though Guei Hu had the same dead look in his eyes as he left the ring. The other ring's competitors looked over and shivered. After an hour, each ring had a winner. Lu Su, Hu Meier, Yu Ling, and Kuei Lang were the obvious ones, while the rest had a much harder time grasping victory. They were spent in body and mind, knowing they were going to lose in the fights that came. Only 5 may become elites. Come. Draw your opponent, but only the strongest 5 may move on. An elder presented a box. The 5 seeds of the competition were indifferent while the others were bitter. They were far from being their match, but still braved through. A handsome man sighed over to the box and gave the ticket to the elder. Elder. It's the 5th ring. The elder nodded. Then came a rough hand plunging into the box, soon revealing a creepy smile. Hee, what a coincidence. I'm in 5th ring as well. Guei Hu landed his bloodthirsty eyes on the first man. Shivering with shock, the man waved his hands. H-head senior brother. I Kadash. Crack. The guy was down from a single slap from Guei Hu. Everyone's hearts sank, their eyes twitching. Guei Hu is a cruel beast. The elder frowned. The match hasn't started. What's the point? It'll end the same way anyway, ha ha ha. Guei Hu cackled. The elder sighed. The strong were respected in a demonic sect, and Gue, who was the strongest disciple. He couldn't say anything when the guy could back up his attitude. Besides, as the grand elder's disciple, he had all the reason to flaunt his airs. Rest of you continue. The elder gave the box to the next one. The other four drew their spot, while the extras shivered from Gue, whose display as they reached inside. For crying out loud, the inner competition is a death sentence. I thought only the labor office's Azura circle was a killer. Their pained faces shuffled the contents of the box, hesitating on and on before finally drawing. The fourth ring, versus who mayor? A pale disciple with slumped shoulders gave the paper to the elder, who announced. But then the guy's eyes lit up as he saw who mayor's delectable curves. His heart was blooming, his soul about to fly out in happiness. Oh, it's senior sister mayor. I'm not dreaming, am I? Everyone talks about her smooth skin, how even dying is worth it at this dainty flower's hands. Since I'm going to lose, at least senior sister mayor will be the one to deliver the blow. He gawked at mayor, who was giving him coy looks. Junior brother, my body is frail, please be lenient. Of course. The guy bobbed his head, drooling as his heart thumped harder. Everyone was jealous. What dumb luck on this punk to meet her. Leave something for us? Aren't we all friends? While Kuei Lang's face was heavy and serious. Only the elders sneered. Idiots. You won't get anywhere with such poor self-control. Senior brother Kuei Lang, please. With everyone getting their numbers, one tall guy faced Kuei Lang. In front of this demon of days long past, the guy turned meek, bowing on the spot in hope of leaving this ring with his life. As he bowed there, the lowest he could, Kuei Lang came kicking, snapping countless bones like twigs, while the victim shot for the ground and left behind a crater. All the others saw was that guy spurting blood and slumping unconscious. Well shit, all of them are savages. None of them hold back at all. They gasped in fear as they watched Kuei Lang cursing. Humph! Once you're up here, it's either death or life. The others gulped at the cruelty. The other matches went down just the same, Lu Su and Yu Ling getting their win just as easily. While their opponents had a ghastly exit, at least their lives were safe and they weren't crippled. They'd be back in shape in a year. Wiping their brow, the audience lamented. These geniuses are the essence of demonic cultivation, unhesitating. They're easier than Gue, who, though not by much. Among the five, senior sister mayor was somewhat compassionate. At this thought, they turned to her match, where she swung her hips and batted her intoxicating eyes at her opponent. The guy was lost in those wonderful curves, those charming eyes, that sexy body. Humph! That fox is using charm again. Kuei Lang eyed her with bloodthirst, while the audience watched on with jealousy. Damn that punk! He's so freaking lucky. The victim thought the same, sniffing Hu Mayor's aroma, bringing him into the ninth heaven. Hu Mayor giggled. Hi, junior brother. What are you waiting for, come? Right away, senior sister. With a dumb look and lustful smile, the guy grabbed for her two most prominent features. Hu Mayor's smile turned cruel, and she said, Junior brother? Where are you aiming with that? Hee, it's my special art cheese dash, heart-piercing dragon claw. Senior sister. Do be careful. Ha. The guy eyed her like a wolf in heat, throwing himself at Hu Mayor's chesties. No good two-bit filthy lowlife. The audience cursed in jealousy and envy. God damn it. Why isn't it me up there? Hu Mayor's face changed tunes the instant that guy closed in, her eyes taking a darker and savage tone. PFF. Hu Mayor's dainty hand clawed the guy's throat out. The victim gurgled in his feeble attempts to breathe, even as the lust remained in his eyes and his smile remained ever so vulgar. Hu Mayor drew closer and sucked the guy's yang out. Everyone watched in shock. She's even more vicious, stealing his essence. The victim groaned in pain, twisting but in vain. He was growing weaker by the second and soon his yuan qi scattered. He slumped on the ground, without a breath and life. All that remained was a lost look in his eyes. Loosing one's mind to charm would only result in one ending, death at the hands of the fairer sex. Bang! Hu flicked the mummified corpse away and walked off the ring. Hu dabbed her lips with a hanky and giggled at the crowd. But no one bought it anymore, looking at her in fear. It dawned on them what it meant to be burned by a woman's scorn. Beneath that intoxicating look, she is hiding a deadly venom. Letting out a breath, they looked at the dried husk with pity instead of envy. No matter how deserving it is to die under a flow, who the hell would want that? If it came to choose between life and a hot number, most of those true characters would choose the first option hands down. When faced with this choice, all anyone would ever care about was their lives. Moreover, before reaching success, it would be a darn shame ending up killed from lust. Everyone had endless regret and remorse for the corpse. The fourth ring's winner, Hu the judge announced, which drew a close to the elite spots candidates, just as planned. Though Xiaoyue didn't like it anymore. Xiaoyue eyed Hu Venerable Shi, Grand Elder. I won't speak about the rest, but how could even she become an elite with just charm? The elites are crucial this time for the Double Dragon gathering. The participants there are all known figures, with staunch wills and high cultivations. How can they fall for something as simple as charm? It's not worthy for a charm user to become an elite. Ha ha ha. Sect leader isn't exactly right. Venerable Shi shook his head. Our demonic sect is based on strength, with the winner taking everything. Since Hu won, she has earned her spot among elites. Changing the rules will earn everyone's ire. Then again, if there's a sixth person beating her, it's also acceptable. Venerable Shi revealed a nasty grin, with Grand Elder and Second Elder nodding. Only Xiaoyue felt like cursing to high heaven. God damn it, with you fools killing everyone worthy. How will there be a sixth challenger? Wait, didn't Fan say he'll come slapping? What's taking that punk so long? Xiaoyue looked around for his figure. Meanwhile, the three shadows in the tree 1,000 meters off sneered at the outcome, while being regretful and sorrowful. Humph, see? These bastards are crossing the line. Are they that damn short of talents to let a charmer become an elite? Her eye batting would be worth a damn in the Double Dragon gathering, and will end up ridiculed. One shadow snapped. The others nodded. With the elite's tempers and cultivation, it's unique to have her charm among them. Raising her as our elite will be for nothing. These old-timers only care about using their disciples to steal the sect's resources. Be that as it may, I find Hu quite capable, as is Kuei Lang. A shadow pointed out. The others nodded. Even the most average batch has some talents. At least this time we have something to work with, unlike before. The three sighed bitterly. Hu, Lu Su, Kuei Lang, Yu Ling and Hu sect leader has some words for you. An elder shouted for the five to approach. The audience watched excitedly. What came next was the official declaration from the sect leader that these fives were elites, granted the highest honor. The least they would be in the future was elders, men among men. Greetings, sect leader. The five bowed. Xiaoyue hid a sneer as he fulfilled his duty. Congratulations. From now on you will be Eli Dash. Hold it. As space warped on the ring, a guy and a girl appeared. The familiar voice continued. Sorry. It seems you five still have a challenger left. Who's there? Venerable Shi barked in annoyance because of the sudden appearance of the interlopers. Not even the Venerable's ethereal stage experts picked up on their arrival. How could this happen? Venerable Shi soon found a young man with white hair and an attitude to boot holding a broom over his shoulder. As if to say, come get your spanking. His insufferable arrogance had Venerable Shi crawling up the walls. He had never met another person more deserving of a beating than this punk. The other arrival was an 18-years-old girl. Her lovely looks ruined by the cold disposition and the icy air around her. Even as an ethereal stage expert, his heart seized for a beat. These brats are up to something. While Xie Wu's face turned sinister. Who are you to show up here? Outer disciple Yuer. Greetings, sect leader. Yue was familiar with demon scheming sect and its rules, showing her respect. Xiaowu nodded, but Zhuo Fan still held that broom like a broadsword over his shoulder 1 second, and the next second he cupped his hands, his voice booming, "I am Laborer Zhuo Fan. Greetings, sect leader." Xiaoyu's face twitched at Zhuo Fan's straight back. He was the picture of heroism, with not one submissive bone in his back, not even in front of the sect leader. This brat, casualness is fine, but doing it in broad daylight, you're taunting my name. Humph, you must have had an easy time ruling on the outside that not even the labor office could curb your tendencies. Xiaoyue grumbled inside, but he did need Zhuo Fan at the end of the day, so he overlooked his fallacies. At Zhuo Fan's declaration, everyone was stunned. Even Venerable Shi and Grand Elder. They eyed him with suspicion, looking for any clues. So he's the one sect leader brought. Let's see how great he really is. While the big shots had eyes only for Zhuo Fan, the 5 elite candidates watched Yue. Yu Ling sensed the cold vibe coming from her baby sister and was left with a blank stare. How can she release such an icy aura? Just looking at her makes me shiver. What did Zhuo Fan do these past months? Yu Ling was perplexed by Yue's aura. Kuei Lang was dumbfounded as well. But unlike Yu Ling, what had him stumped was the last growth to the 9th layer of profound heaven stage. And that thick bloodthirst made even the great Black Yama feel threatened. What did Steward Zhuo do to her? Even Ganger only gained a layer when he took the heaven-reaching pill. So how come this girl gained 3 layers instead in such a short time? Kuei Lang muttered incredulously. Hu Meier heard him and gnashed her teeth at Yue. You impudent laborer dare cause a scene at the inner sect competition? Venerable Shi roared and turned to Xiaoyue. Sect leader. This man has breached the rules. Please describe his punishment. Xiaoyue sneered inside. Venerable Shi knew Zhuo Fan was on his side and now wanted to push him into punishing the kid to test him. If the Grand Second Venerable couldn't deal with a measly laborer, was it sect leader's turn now? Always acting alone in other matters, yet he wants me to attend to such trifles. How disappointing. Xiaowu hid his annoyance and turned to the two. Zhuo Fan, what is a laborer doing here? You better have a good explanation or you'll suffer for this transgression. Second Venerable's face twitched and the rest of the oldies rolled their eyes. Any demon scheming sect member worth his salt knew about sect leader's wild temper. Yet he was tolerant towards this laborer for no reason? Even the oblivious oldies knew this laborer was on sect leader's team, which in turn sparked their interest. Zhuo Fan grinned, cupping his hands. Sect leader. I am but a laborer and have only come here to sweep. Yes, sweeping. Though it seems my timing is off. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan paused for a moment before coming up with an apt excuse for interfering with the inner sect competition, no matter how absurd. Sweeping? What damn sweeping when so many of us are here? Venerable Shi berated. Lunacy. How can a laborer come to the inner sect competition? Speak. Who told you to sweep here? Or else? The boss, of course, told me to come here to sweep on the 23rd. Zhuo Fan's eyes spun around thinking of more white lies. He couldn't point fingers or he'd only sink himself. And Xiaoyue picked on his meaning, adding, today's 24th. Oh gotcha. Sorry. But by then. Zhuo Fan scampered off. Holding his broom, he ran like a little thief desperate to fence his goods. Venerable Shi was stumped. The kid sure is dramatic, worthy of sect leader's patronage. No elder, venerable, or even sect leader said that he could leave, yet the punk ran off. Venerable Shi shouted. Hold it right there. This is the demon scheming sect, not your backyard. I don't care who you are and who's protecting you, you will suffer for breaking the rules. Zhuo Fan stopped in his tracks. Venerable Shi grinned, finally getting somewhere. He bowed before Xiaoyue with a cruel smile. Sect leader, laborers are forbidden to enter the outer and inner sect competitions. Please punish him. Venerable Shi taunted Xiaoyue. He must have had a great plan in store for Zhuo Fan, and the sooner Venerable Shi dealt with him the better. Forcing Xiaoyue's hand was the same as slapping him. Xiaoyue was more than familiar with his intent and turned to the rest. Who's the elder in charge of security? It is I, sect leader. A grizzled elder bowed. Crack. The next second he was flying, losing his life before he even hit the ground. Sect leader, Venerable Shi watched stunned. Xie Wuyue sneered. A laborer mistaking the day is normal, but letting him inside is the true offense. How many executives and elders in charge of security will escape, I wonder? Xie Wuyue's eyes flashed with bloodthirst over the victims. Regardless if it was an excuse, but just being under his ruthless gaze felt like being watched by a viper. Xie Wuyue turned to Venerable Shi at last. Anything else? Everyone is beyond grateful for the sect leader's benevolence. I ask that you spare them. Venerable Shi gnashed his teeth with a bow. No matter how much resentment he carried in the deepest corners of his heart, he was clearly threatening other people's lives to let Xuefan go, or he'd soon have a dead pile growing. It would certainly strain the elders' and venerables' cooperation. Hatred had that kind of effect on people. Xie Wuyue, I'll get you for this. Venerable Shi fumed. Xie Wuyue beamed at Xuefan, who beamed back. Respected sect leader, esteemed elders, distinguished venerables, since you have no need of me, I shall take my leave. Xuefan spoke and cupped his hands, and bolted the same way he had done before, fearing for his life. Everyone snickered at this one-man show. No matter how he appeared on stage, he was just some nobody laborer and a village idiot. But then recalling sect leader and those big-shot elders' reactions, getting scared was only natural. Xie Wuyue jeered as well. Not at Xuefan's comical escape, but at his impeccable theatrics in shifting the elders' and venerables' attention away from him. The grand autocrat steward Xue played a tiny role just now, yet it was enough to piss someone off. As for the other oldies, they had a mocking smile. There's nothing going on between the sect leader and him. We're just too paranoid. No way would the sect leader care for a nobody. Only the true connoisseur of Xuefan's boundless might knew it was just Xuefan's way of laying low. When he jumped in for real, he would do it with a bang. Yu Ling and Kuei Lang smiled and shook their heads. Hu Meier and Lu Su watched the comedy man run for his life with a dark face. It was then that a shout came and someone shot towards Xuefan. I don't care who you are. You aren't leaving the competition so easily. Kuei, whose eyes flashed with bloodthirst, going at Xuefan with fists swinging. The pressure got so heavy, even the audience groaned. Kuei, who is a beast, not even letting a laborer off. Is he a natural-born killer? None of the audience noticed how under this heavy aura, Xuefan showed no reaction. Kuei, who grew excited. Having heard from Hu Meier and Lu Su, Xuefan was some fancy expert. He wanted to test him. Since all his fights for a long time had been dull in the inner sect, he was curious to test himself against Xuefan, an unknown variable. The thrill of battle consumed his mind. He didn't give a flying hoot about anyone as he was crass to the venerables and even sect leader, though no one quibbled about it. The oldies were too lofty to concern themselves with petty stuff, or at least wouldn't speak before sect leader did. Venerable Shi and Grand Elder squinted. All they had ever heard of Xuefan was that he was some hidden variable. Kuei, who was the best person to test him out. Xie Wuyue was at ease as well. Even though he was in the dark about Xuefan's level, he trusted his potential. As a bone-tempering cultivator, he fought the amazing Radiant Stage expert Huangpu Qingtian to a draw. And now that he was in the 8th layer of Profound Heaven, he should have no issue with any Radiant Stage expert. As for Kuei Lang and the other three, they shook their heads at the brash Kuei Hu. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling the most. They were more than clear about Xuefan's power, having gotten handled like ants. Kuei Hu stood no chance whatsoever. He was charging to his death. While all Kuei Hu had on his mind was to test himself for a couple hundred rounds with Xuefan. A shame he'd be utterly disappointed. Xuefan's ears twitched and he turned his head to see the savage beast coming. Here I was minding my own business and you had to ruin everything. Screw off. Xuefan used the broom with his right hand glowing red. Kuei, whose cackle came to a jarring halt as the incoming force left him shell-shocked. This can't be. Xuefan just swung a broom, yet he had him pressured? How was he human? While others only felt a breeze, Gue who got the brunt of the wind pressure. The one before him wasn't just blowing smoke, but unleashing a raging storm. An unrelenting force bearing down on him to crush his bones and rip him apart. Sweating, for the first time ever Gue who was scared. But he bore through it, unleashing his yuan qi and making his palms release some gray light. Underworld fiend, Gue who shouted as he slammed into the storm. But then his eyes were bloodshot and almost popping out of their sockets. PFF. Gue who spurted blood, his feet planted in the pavement. But the storm pushed him down still, as the rocks beneath exploded outward. It followed with him flying off the stage from the heavy winds, laying on the ground with his waist below the stage just in time for the wind to go right past his nose. From the stage, all one could see was his legs. A warning to all that this laborer was a monster. The shock was so great everyone was in denial. A simple sweep of the broom had the top inner disciple lay flat on the ground without putting much of a resistance. Everyone was slack-jawed watching Zhuofan still carrying the broom like nothing had happened. Who the hell is he? There's no way a laborer has such power. Venerable Shi's side shook on the inside. No amount of guesswork helped them prepare for what they had witnessed. At least not for Gue who's inglorious defeat. Gue who couldn't even touch him. The strongest inner disciple was useless. The gap between the two was a world apart. The elders and venerables were speechless. All they could express was endless shock. Xiaoyue was no different either, despite being the one to recruit him. He and Zhuofan met 3 years ago. He had some guesses that he'd be strong after all that time, but not outrageously strong. He had no way of knowing about the transformation that followed after he left or about the might of the Qilin arm. Seeing it for the first time impressed him greatly. Zhuofan's freakishness had him believe that getting this godlike creature into the sect was the best thing he had done, and more surprises were left to come. Paying that measly 9th grade pill was all worth it. He had struck gold. As for the other 4 soon-to-be elites, they were lost for words. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling fared better having been manhandled before, though clearly Zhuofan hardly tried back then. How can such a monster exist on this God's green earth? Hu Meier and Lu Su had goony looks. Such power was unheard of even among elites. Zhuofan was so strong that it left them powerless and bitter, deprived of any options to deal with him. Gue who slumped at the edge of the ring, pale and horrified. For the first time ever, he felt this was the closest he'd been to death. He never thought a peer of his could ever treat him like an ant and made him feel the taste of demise. Zhuofan's calm was too unnerving. He felt like he was facing a venerable and not some laborer. He was no threat to Zhuofan. The 3 shadows 1,000 meters away were lost for words. They thought Gue who was the best this inner competition had to offer, the only one worthy of rearing. Only to find their promising seed smacked away like nothing by an even more savage one. These 3 lamented about the sex rot and now felt hope blossom like never before. We have to have him as an elite. One shadow drooled, excited. Speaking of, who is he? One of our sect's disciples? Why haven't we heard of him before? Another shadow pondered. Looking like a laborer, it's only normal that we missed him. Laborer? Throwing such a genius in the labor office. Those rotten bags of bones must want to ruin the demon-scheming sect. The third said enraged, then overcame with glee again. Ha ha ha. But now that we have our seed, it won't matter at all. We'll ask Wuyue to put him among the elites tomorrow. Another shadow nodded, but the second one sighed. Don't forget, no laborer can become an elite. It's the rule. Not even the sect leader can change it. How is this a violation? Elites can come from anywhere, just how high Venerable came from the labor office. Why can't we have him? The third shadow rebuked. The other 2 shook their heads. This rule has been in effect for ages, just to defend the purity of elites. Since laborers are either criminals or wastes, they are tainted. Especially those wastes, having been cast out, have no promise. No matter how many pills are dumped into them or how much they toil, their core will never recover. Thus they are barred from becoming elites. I hate this rule the most. They let those with natural flaws in, but are not willing to mend the rest. The demonic cultivation is based on strength, period. What do your 18 generations of ancestors have to do with it? The third shadow was annoyed. The other two were just as pained. If the base is shaky, it affects the future. The sect had put out this rule in consideration for the sect's future. But to see it turn into a burden instead. A cruel irony. The labor office is all about dumping the loser disciples. The moment one enters it, his future is shot. Yu Ling and Kuei Lang were the only ones in luck, recovering through great achievement. But there are still plenty of outstanding disciples stuck in there, left to rot. The third shadow sighed. The other two echoed his sentiment. Then the third shadow perked up. No. The elites as they are can't join the Double Dragon gathering. This kid must become an elite no matter what, even if we get the entire sect against us. The other two agreed with conviction. Meanwhile, on the ring, Zhuofan's Gale had left it as a mess. Xia Wuyue laughed after collecting himself. A true laborer indeed, sweeping out all the dirt. Venerable Shi and company twitched. Blatant mockery. To hell with sweeping dirt when Zhuofan just threw Guei Hu out. Xia Wuyue was obviously saying Guei Hu, an elite candidate, was nothing but dirt waiting to be thrown out. He was having a field day smacking the oldies around. But since Xia Wuyue minced his words, they had no comeback, left to stew in resentment. Thank you, sect leader. Anything else you need cleaning? Zhuofan cupped his hands. Hu Meier and Lu Su were wound up tighter than a violin, taking slow steps back. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling mocked them. Xia Wuyue sneered at their display. No need. You were good at sweeping, but you got the wrong day. It's better if you go back. Zhuofan nodded and left with the broom on his shoulder. His vibe was no longer as carefree. Since he already stuck his neck out, there was no point in playing the schmuck. The audience was filled with mixed emotions of shock, respect, doubt, wonder, PFF. Guei Hu crawled back on stage and all he had for Zhuofan was fear. That simple exchange told him all he needed to know about the man. Hu Meier and Lu Su sighed. No one in the audience got anything from Xia Wuyue and Zhuofan's coded dialogue. But they did. If the sect leader had agreed just now to more sweeping, they'd be next. Thank God sect leader is apprehensive about the second venerable and the others. But their self-consolation was shot out the window with Xia Wuyue's next words. Outer disciple Yuer. Zhuofan came here to sweep, but what about you? Sect leader. I am dissatisfied with the results of the inter-sect competition and wish to challenge the winner. Yuer bowed and replied how Zhuofan had taught her. Yu Ling and Kuei Lang were filled with worry. How dare an outer disciple interfere with inter-sect competition? Venerable Shi roared. Any other time he wouldn't give a rat's ass, since it would be their funeral. But since Zhuofan, sect leader's man, brought this girl along, it ought to be within sect leader's plan. He just had to block it. Not that Xia Wuyue would let it happen. Xia Wuyue dissed him. Venerable Shi, the demon-scheming sect holds strength in respect, with none of its members fearing challenges. It is a quality even more prevalent among future elites. No coward is worthy of being an elite of my sect. Venerable Shi's beard shook. But then his eyes turned to young Miss with a warning. Miss, think this through. The rules make it so that no inner disciple can touch an outer one and no outer disciple can pick on laborers. But reaching above your station will be a death sentence. Not even the sect leader can help you. Venerable Shi was obviously intimidating Yuer. Even if it was an embellished truth. No matter who she was, once the challenge was on and she was in danger, sect leader couldn't do squat. Be good and walk away now before you get hurt, or lose your head. Yu Ling watched her tense. But Yuer smiled. Thank you, Venerable Shi, for the reminder, but I've made my decision. Ha ha ha, what boldness. Xia Wuyue cut off Venerable Shi's further attempts. Yuer, who is it you want to fight? None of these elites are pushovers. Think long and hard now, for your sake. Yuer's smile widened and she pointed at Hu Meier. Senior Sister Meier, please don't mind if I ask you to give up your spot. Her heart jumped from the tension. Yuer knew Zhuofan planned for her to fight Hu Meier, but doing it for real still had her worried. Even after all that training, Hu Meier was in the third layer of radiant stage while she was at peak profound heaven stage. The gap was huge. Hu Meier was lost for a moment before mocking her. Ha ha ha. My care for you hasn't been in vain. I've always looked out for you, but don't think for a second that my kindness is my weakness. Hu Meier released her power. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling cried out. Fourth layer. The fox advanced. With the fox being in the fourth layer, their gap had only widened, it was now worlds apart. Yu Ling and Kuei Lang were quite worried. Xia Wuya frowned, not knowing how to gauge her after being under Zhua Fan's tutelage. Reason dictated that with profound heaven versus radiant stage and 5 layers of difference on top, losing was a foregone conclusion. Ha ha ha, Yuer. You must have a death wish, so don't come crying to me at the end. Hu Meier mocked. Yu Ling balled her fists, her eyes filled with anger. Yet the tough attitude of the fox had no effect on Yuer, replying with a smirk and holding a cold blade. 8th grade demonic treasure. Everyone jerked, even the oldies gasped. Such a high-grade demonic treasure wasn't found even in their hands. Yet a no-name girl from the outer sect had one, and observing the blade style, both soft and a perfect harmony between yin and yang, it was clearly the work of a grandmaster. This was no ordinary 8th grade weapon. Even the sect leader's eyebrows rose with an unhealthy interest. So that's the basis of her confidence. This weapon would make it easier to bridge the cultivation gap. Although, the kid sure is wealthy to hand over such a fortune to this girl. I sure as hell couldn't. Xia Wuya gasped, smiling inside. No way in hell did this girl get her hands on such a demonic treasure without Zhuofan giving it to her. For crying out loud. Where did the kid get all this dough from? I had to buy him with a 9th grade pill, yet now he shows up with an 8th grade demonic treasure? He's no beggar, but a moneybags. A trip is in order to check and see how deep are his pockets, he. Xia Wuya calculated. Hu Meier's brow twitched looking at the blade. Humph. Humph, you got a bigger toy and it got to your head. But it all depends on the wielder to unleash its power. I was the one who taught you demon-devouring saber and I've guided your training all your life. I know everything you can do like the back of my hand. You think an 8th grade demonic treasure can change that? Ha ha ha, that's rich. Oh really? Yuer's grin turned sinister, her icy aura focusing on the blade. The temperature plunged on the ring so fast, some disciples started shivering from the cold. It felt like entering a glacier cave, about to freeze to death. Hu Meier frowned in shock. What power is this? A slash was Yuer's answer. With a bang, the ring was bisected, with the scar releasing endless gray and icy energy as the pavement was corroded. Such pure fiendish yin, Xia Wuya praised. How did Zhuofan even train her to enhance her yin to such a degree? Even without the demonic treasure, their gap will be cut down in size. Contrary to popular belief, cultivation wasn't everything. One had to consider the meridians, how wide and tough they were to allow the purest yuan qi to pass through. And the girl's yuan qi was so pure that not even some elders could contest. It caught the elders and venerables by surprise. While Yu Ling was stunned. Just what did Zhuofan do to her in those months? She's like a completely different person. All they knew was that Zhuofan was a freak, no question about it. Turning Yuer into a freak as well proved it. Junior sister, be careful. Lu Su eyed the eerie blade and tensed at the vibes it gave off. Hu Meier nodded, her features hardening. She couldn't afford to look down on the girl. She's no meek girl, but a tiger threatening my life. But I won't let her. Hu Meier burst with bloodthirst as a ripple shot for Yuer. It's a soul attack, Yuer. Yu Ling panicked. Yuer's profound heaven cultivation's weakness was soul, and an attack like that would leave her disoriented, if not in a critical state. Yuer's response was a cold smile. Hu Meier, did you really think I'd challenge a radiant stage expert without some countermeasures to my weakness? The ripple slammed into something just before reaching her, turning into an azure glow now coming back for Hu Meier. Boom! Hu Meier was caught off guard, feeling like her head was about to explode. as if her mind was cooked from the inside. She wailed for a whole 15 minutes. But from her ashen complexion, clearly her soul was in a sorry state. Everyone was speechless. Didn't she just use a soul attack on Yuer? How is it that she's the one on the receiving end? What just happened? They kept looking from one to another. Yuer smiled, showing an azure bead. That's ninth grade spiritual weapon, anchoring soul bead. Xiaoyue cried. The oldies echoed his reaction. It was common knowledge that the mystical heaven sect had the anchoring soul bead, the only one in existence. So what's it doing in the hands of this girl? All of the old guys were flabbergasted. Yuer smiled. The refining of this item has the anchoring soul bead as its core, but they can't be compared. Anchoring soul bead can only defend one soul, while this bead contains powerful soul flames. At an enemy's soul attack, it will lash out, returning an attack stronger than before. Oh, it's just an anchoring soul bead ripoff. The oldies bobbed their heads like little wise men as their greed for her bauble bubbled inside. That's some good stuff right there. What is it doing in the hands of an ignorant outer disciple? What a waste. If it were mine. All eyes glittered. Damn you, that strength isn't yours. Fight me for real if you dare. Humayer gnashed her teeth. Yuer deflected. They're a part of my strength though. Grumblers will always pick faults. In a demonic sect, the end justifies the means. Winning is everything and there's nothing that can change it. Besides, you're a fourth layer of radiant stage here and want me to throw away my demonic treasures? You've got some nerve. Why you? Humayer's eyes were bloodshot. Curse you, skank. Since when did you get so talkative? Her voice drowned as Yuer recalled some words. When fighting someone, use any dirty trick in the book. Unnerving them with words is just another way of winning. You need to change that cold attitude of yours. It was Zhuo Fan's pearl of wisdom, and from Hu Mayer's reactions, it only validated his argument. Yuer smiled, mocking, Oh, senior sister Mayer, you were both kind and mean to me. With your soul in pain, it'll be hard to avoid this slash. It will cleanse our grudge. Yuer raised her blade as the Een focused on it. Hu Mayer's eyes shone. Hu. The biting winds flooded the air. Yuer's blade stabbed at the sky, gathering all the Een around into a single blow. A gloom set in and the sky darkened as the temperature dropped. The space itself trembled with the coldness. The elders and venerables shuddered inside. This girl's Yuan-Chi purity is insane. Just a peak profound heaven cultivator yet with the power of a fourth layer of radiant stage. Not even Hu Mayer could beat that, wounded as she was. A shame such a great move had a glaring weakness. The oldies sighed. The outcome was clear. Xiaoyue squinted, feeling something was off. A shame for all those items to be wasted on a greenhorn. Hu Mayer's eyes flashed, waiting for her to finish working up to her peak, only acting just as the blade was about to drop. Ha ha ha. Let senior sister teach you one simple truth. Accuracy is more important than strength. It doesn't matter how tough you are if you can't hit anything. Hu Mayer mocked, turning into dozens of images, coming upon Yuer from everywhere. Low profound ranked movement art, Fox Phantom Trail. Yuer's brow shook, looking around for her target yet not finding her. Yuling was worried. Yuer, stop and defend. Hi. It's a bit late for that. Hu Mayer giggled, full of herself. She appeared in Yuer's face and struck with a red claw at her waist. Yuer simply stared at her, too late to defend. Yuling's heart was in her throat, while the oldies sighed at the outcome. The girl has everything, advantage and gear, but if there's one thing she lacks is experience. Hu Mayer's sharp claw came along with her stuck-up smile. Girlie, one last lesson. In a life and death battle, everyone pays attention to offense and defense. With you focusing all your Yuan-Chi on attacking me, it left you wide open for my attack. Time for you to get your just desserts. You will die for challenging me. Hu Mayer's claw inched closer to Yuer under the size of the audience. Yuer calmed down and sported a vague smile. Crack. Hu Mayor's deviant claw struck something hard and very much solid. Hu Mayor cried out, but had no time to panic as Yuer shone golden and blinded the audience. Roar! A golden dragon gushed out and flicked its tail, capturing Hu Mayor's claw. When the glow ebbed, the audience stared in shock, their eyes popping. What is that? One disciple pointed at Yuer. Only some oldies, gulped at the resplendent golden glow. Well shit, it's an 8th grade defensive demonic treasure. Sure was. Yuer came packing a golden armor with a golden dragon wiggling all over it, stopping Hu Mayor's fine dainty hand from marring this work of art. Xia Wu's face twitched. She focused on attacking on purpose, because she had the bead for soul defense and armor for her body as well. For God's sake, she's just an outer disciple. This is too much, Xue Fan. With his endless list of items, I'm better off just hitting him and he'd drop something. Xia Wuyue had come to a decision. Venerable Sure side were sporting long faces. Oh come on, moneybags much? An 8th grade demonic treasure for attack we can take, but 2 more defensive ones and even superior ones at that. That's just plain cheating. You can challenge elites with that setup. Venerable Sure and company side. What the hell? Hu Mayor panicked, unable to extricate her dainty hand. Yuer jeered. Sister Mayor, you fell for it. Any strike on the 8th grade demonic treasure dragon locking armor will hold the attacker in place. Let's see you run now. Why, you did it on purpose to draw me in. Hu Mayor's eyes shook watching Yuer's sharp eyes. Yuer grinned. Oh sister, how can you forget the simple truth that if you give up in a challenge, you'd be safe? It would give your master an excuse to save you. The only way to kill you is with a definitive strike, but that's hardly possible at my level, which leaves trickery as the only option. Hu Mayor was incredulous. Since when did you develop a mean streak? Just now. Yuer grinned and let her blade fall on the defenseless Hu Mayor. High profound ranked martial art, black wind blade. And no. With the eerie blade reflecting in her eyes, Hu Mayor cried out her denial. But the blade cut off not only her voice but her life as well. Boom! The ring shook as cracks spread all over it, as Hu Mayor lay splayed in 2. All that was left was a deep fear etched in those charming eyes. Guehu shuddered and sighed. Lu Su watched the show pale and overwhelmed. Hu Mayor died, but this blade's power was not something even he could take. He felt overcome with sadness at her death. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling were floored by this unbelievable outcome, surprised by Yuer's progress. The fox got done in 1 strike. Venerable Sure and the elders were brooding. They had planned on using the elites as a way to skim the sect only to find one of their choices was laying dead. And a disciple's failure translated into the master's failure. Looking at Hu Mayor's wide-open stare, Xia Wuyue laughed. The challenge has come to an end, with a great inner disciple done in by a single strike of an outer disciple. She's not worthy of being an elite. It only proves that this inner disciple batch is subpar. Sect leader was not about to miss this chance to mock the others. Venerable Sure bowed. Sect leader, Hu Mayor's death came from her poor skills. It does not speak for the rest. The other disciples are still viable for being elites. Shameful. Do you want to go to the Double Dragon gathering with such disgraceful elites? Just take the top disciple and that's it. Xia Wuyue snorted. With the inner disciple's inadequacy more than visible, this inner competition's result is now void. We will be holding another one in 3 months. Sect leader. Enough. What I want are elites, not paper mascots. Xia Wuyue cut Venerable Sure off, his decision final. Venerable Sure had no choice but to nod. Today's results proved that the sect leader was on the move, using the disciples' competition as a way to strike at the old man's greed. Hu Mayor's was simply a victim to him, of no importance at all. Now all this old man cared about was what would sect leader cook for the competition 3 months from now. So Venerable Sure shouted at Yuer, Outer disciple Yuer, since you've defeated Hu Mayor, you are now in the inner sect. Who is to be your master? Speak. Which elder or venerable will take her? The elders and venerables gazed upon Yuer with newfound interest. She ain't half bad, a good promising elite seed. Besides, it's only natural that the master gets to safekeep his disciples' gear, no? Ha ha ha. She is a fine disciple and I haven't seen someone like her in years. Since no one wants her, I'll be taking her. A grizzled old man eyed Yuer. Or was it her items? Who knows? But then a creepy voice shouted, Elder Yang, don't go hogging everything. I find the girl quite pleasing. She'll be under me. Heh, Elder Gu, you must be dreaming. I got dibs on her and now you want to take her away from me. Elder Yang glared at the interloper. His greedy look warned him. Stand the hell down before you hurt yourself. But Elder Gu merely huffed. Then came another voice. You two are in your own little world, I see, to think she is yours. Heh, shameless old Wang. You got your share last year and didn't see me fighting over them, did you? Now that I've finally found a good seed, you want to take it. Elder Yang would simply not have it, no. Elder Gu chimed in. Yeah, you always get the most disciples and still come back for more? Go back to your cozy home and stay out of our business. Haha. Now you both are coming for me? No chance. I get to have so many disciples because you two throw them away. No matter what, she must be mine, Elder Wang roared. The two bickered and as the oldies piled up, the fighting escalated. The competition was now in chaos, shouting and fighting everywhere. The disciples were speechless. The same elders and venerables who they saw having stone faces and fighting for respect were now clobbering each other. All for one tiny little disciple. They were stunned and also envious of Yuer. She's just some outer disciple, and just because of a measly win she's got everyone's attention and they are fighting over her. While Yu Ling was overflowing with joy for her sister. Xia Wuyue sneered at their tantrums and watched Venerable Shi. This guy must be thinking the girl has been nurtured with great care all these years. A pawn to quell the inner disciples. And he must be planning to throw her into the inner sect and take her away from my control just so she loses her worth. Funny though. She's not mine but Zhuofan's. Take her for all I care. Zhuofan is bound to rear another one in the labor office. This sect leader had no worry whatsoever. Xia Wuyue grinned inside, praising Zhuofan's whammy. Even he would have needed more time to get an outer disciple to this level. To say nothing about catching the eyes of everyone with every movement of his as a sect leader. Having Zhuofan as his proxy was so much better. While Xia Wuyue's non-committal attitude threw Venerable Shi for a loop. Isn't she his pawn? Or does he have other plans? Venerable Shi probed. Silence. Venerables, elders. Have you no shame exhibiting such disgrace before the entire sect? Ugh. The oldies froze mid-swing, looking at Xia Wuyue and Venerable Shi with shy gazes and red faces. They got too caught up in getting the girl that they let themselves go and devolved into bickering like old hags. But as the matter stood, who will get the doll and her dowry? Venerable Shi spoke with a cold smile. Sect leader? Everyone shows interest in taking her as a disciple, but it is hard to decide. From how I see it, with Hu Mayor dead, second elder has lost a dear disciple and taking Yuer would mend his broken heart. You rotten no good vile Shi Manshan. You want to hog all the goodies by yourself. Every elder and venerable screamed at him, in their minds at least. Venerable Shi had the second elder in his bag, and by proxy he would get all the demonic treasures and an elite candidate. Hu Mayor died, but he would get 3 demonic treasures. It's totally worth it. The hell with mending hearts? Look how perverted the second elder is. Do you see any hurt on his face? The whole sect knew just how close he was to his female disciples. Since one died, he'd just get another. Take the mending and stuff it where the sun doesn't shine. All elders and venerables were outraged, moving from Venerable Shi to second elder. The latter was even roaming his creepy eyes over Yuer's body, even nodding now and then. Yu Ling panicked. Any female disciple knew of the second elder's tastes. Yu Ling feared her sister would fall to his poison and would end up the same way as her predecessor. You're wrong, Venerable Shi. A middle-aged man in white smiled. In the inner sect competition, there are no grudges. Once you step on the ring, emotions have no place, with life and death settled on a whim. We are elders and venerables, accustomed to our disciples' fate, so how could we care for them? Second elders' perverted tastes have been going on for centuries now, yet it just so happened that today he has changed? Venerable sure. Letting him have this doll is an insult to the rest of us. Venerable sure squinted. Second elder glared. The man glossed over and chuckled. While my disciple, Yu Ling, is her sister, by having them work together, their future will be limitless, achieving glory in the Double Dragon Gathering. Venerable Bai, are you fighting me over a disciple? Second elder's hawk eyes stared back. Venerable Bai waved his hand. Can you even fight? I only care about the sect's future and speak facts. The sisters will help each other and thereby the sect. Why you? Second elder was fuming. Venerable sure said, Venerable Bai, you're a venerable yet you would fight an elder? Do you mean I can't? Venerable sure. Aren't you always doing it? This was a naked taunt. Everyone saw a thin elderly in a plain robe poking fun at Venerable sure. Venerable sure snorted. Venerable Chi, you too? Of course. It is my responsibility to look out for our disciples' future. Venerable Chi stuck out his chest and annoyed the hell out of Venerable sure. Xia Wuxia snickered inside. Venerable Chi and Venerable Bai are third and fourth in line of authority. The two together can hold Venerable sure back. They all had no care for each other until now. Since Venerable sure and Grand Elder allied, they considered everyone beneath them, taking what they pleased and setting up their disciples into becoming elites, while eliminating all obstacles and in turn getting on these two venerables' bad side. Their disciples, Kuei Lang and Yu Ling, were demoted to laborers. But with Kuei who always picking fights with their other disciples and killing them, they knew the two were after their share. Left with no other choice, they used their two disciples' credit in the labor office to get them back. Venerable sure had always pushed back Venerable Chi and Venerable Bai. But now at last, someone stood up to these greedy bastards. Xia Wuxia grinned. Enough squabbling. I know everyone wants a talent to nurture, but did you ever stop to think to ask the person herself? Wasting a talent like her is damaging to the sect. Everyone nodded and turned to Yue, eager to be her master. Xia Wuxia said, as an inner disciple, you have to have a master's guidance. Speak now. Who will be your guide? Yue roamed her eyes over the oldies and their hypocritical smiles, lost on who to pick. Yu Ling was giving her obvious hints from the side. Pick Venerable Bai. If you don't want to die, go back to the labor office. An aged voice entered her ear. 3 months of training should have let you know that the strong never ask for anything. Yue shuddered and turned to the blade in her hand, and her eyes lit up. With a bow she said, Sect leader, please send me back to the labor office. Say what? Everyone was slack-jawed. What did she say? The disciples in the audience watched the girl with dumb looks. What did I just hear? She wants to go to the labor office on purpose. Yes, I heard that too. Another said, stumped all the same. It was a reaction quite popular today, even among elders and venerables. A place that was designated as the sex dump, where disciples were thrown to spend the rest of their days crying, just got a volunteer. But how could a lady with glorious prospects conceive such an idea? Xia Wuxia said, Yue, are you certain? Once you are there, your future is over. It is a pit from which you can never crawl out of. Yu Ling kept dropping more and more hints to do the opposite. I was forced to go there, but you shouldn't. Why do you insist on wasting yourself away? But Yue's decision was final. Sect leader, I want to got to the labor office. As it is your choice, I won't force you. You shall henceforth be a laborer. Now go. Xia Wuxia waved coldly. Venerable sure was uneasy. Sect leader, how can we do this to a talent? She wants the labor office rather than helping the sect. What would you have me do, beg? Humph. Forcing her will only make it worse. Xia Wuxia flicked his sleeve. From now on, the girl is a laborer, so don't let me see you going after her still. If you've got so much time to waste, You'd better use it preparing for the competition 3 months from now. It's a chance for your disciples and yourselves. Don't squander it. Xia Wuya left with a hard face, annoyed that Yuer refused his goodwill and selected the labor office. Alas, no one noticed the flicker of a smile tracing his face just before leaving. Venerable Shi scowled, his eyes wandering like his thoughts. Something's definitely off about all of this. But what? The sect leader threw her into that dump too fast. Was it just to abandon her? Or something else? Venerable Shi turned to a frowning Grand Elder. He read the old man's eyes. The thoughts running through his head were the same. Gui Hu, come. Grand Elder left. Gui Hu rushed to follow him. Venerable Shi called Lu Su over and left to ponder as well. Soon, all the oldies left, leaving Yuer on the ring with one last look of pity. A shame for those baubles, with no excuse I can't take them. Or just stealing them will make others attack me. Doing all the work just to have another profit from it was such a waste. As such, the elders came to a silent accord, only to move when another got them first. They all left with snickers and evil glints in their eyes. Only Kuei Lang, Yu Ling and her sister remained. Fool! Why are you going to that damn place? I myself barely got out. Yu Ling grumbled, but more than anything she was worried. Yuer giggled. I believe that I'll become far stronger there. Didn't you see me kill Hu Mayor? I took revenge. The two jerked with surprise. Yeah, which elder or venerable could make someone be reborn and grow so much in 3 months? It might be far better to stand by his side than to end up an elite. The two were getting fired up. And Kuei Lang recalled his dear son. The 3 lurking shadows were disappointed. Never mind the 3 demonic treasures. Just the fact that her Yuan Qi is so cold and icy makes her a gem. She needs a bit of guidance and she'll stand atop even elites. One said. The others nodded before shaking their heads. A pity Wuyue sent her to be a laborer. The elites lost a good seed. Just what is up with Wuyue? He should use her, not throw her away. That black wind blade is worlds above the other girl's charm whammy. She'd have taken us far in the double dragon gathering. Let's drop it. Wuyue may be rash but not one to ignore the bigger picture, or he wouldn't have become the sect leader. I've got a feeling that things are more complicated than they seem. I'll ask him about the girl and that kid. No matter what, the kid must become an elite. The others nodded and the shadows flew away. Meanwhile, Shuofan had just gotten back to the labor office. The rundown house stirring in him, wistfulness. Ha ha ha. I must be really born to work under others. Shuofan chuckled, walking towards the door and shouting, Is Elder Yuan around? I'm back. The door creaked open and Elder Yuan's humble face stuck out. Steward Zhua. Weren't you supposed to never come out of the cemetery? Those 2 made me stay there for a month, but I took 3. Can't I come out even now? Shuofan grinned. Elder Yuan rolled his eyes. Please, those 2 are practically worshipping you. I may be of low cultivation, but I still got a good pair of eyes on these old bones. Since you're stronger and those 2 are back in the inner sect, that makes you the big cheese in here. Oh no, I march to my own beat. Elder Yuan, you're the one in charge, it's best if you handle the labor office. But if you meet some hard times, I can just lend a hand. Ha ha ha. Shuofan raised an eyebrow. Elder Yuan nodded. Why thank you, Steward Zhua, for becoming my rock. Now I can finally get the respect this old body deserves. Elder Yuan stuck out his chest and put on a feisty look. But with his short stature it looked funny. Elder Yuan scratched his head and chuckled along Shuofan. The 2 acted like age-old friends. Like they've never been closer. It was a first for Shuofan. Oh, he had had his fair share of loyal men, Li Jingtian and the power couple. But that was based on rank, while the difference in mentality made sure that no common ground was established, nothing to talk about. While with Elder Yuan he'd never felt freer. He had gained from their talks as well. So while the old man was weak, he had a broad heart, earning Shuofan's respect. To him, Elder Yuan was his equal. Steward Zhua, I heard you trained Yuer for 3 months in order to deal with Hu Mayor, Elder Yuan added. Shuofan nodded. Yes, and there should be no problems. Why are you so carefree while they fight? Shouldn't you be watching the fight? Elder Yuan asked. Shuofan smiled. Why, when her win is obvious? I'll be honest, I've put a lot of effort into that girl. Shuofan pointed and a blue flame appeared. Elder Yuan's eyes widened. I'm an alchemist, and in my travels, I found this flame. Shuofan spilled its secrets. This flame protects the soul and can also harm it. I used it to refine the soul bead replica, Azure Bead. With the flames inside it, Humayer's soul attacks will bite her instead. The azure flame inside isn't strong but enough. Elder Yuan blinked at the azure flame in shock. The flame didn't seem much in its tame form, but he felt its raw and destructive power. Steward Zhua, you can make a 9th grade spiritual weapon? Ha ha ha, that's not all. I gave her an armor piece and a weapon as well, the 8th grade demonic treasure, dragon locking armor, and the 8th grade dark moon blade. So you tell me if she'll win or not. Failing even now will prove that she had to die. Shuofan raised a smug eyebrow, though Elder Yuan was too lost for words at the sheer wealth he had dished out. And here I thought he already had them, when in fact he actually made them. A 9th grade tool refiner and a 10th grade alchemist, and to say nothing about his outrageous cultivation. Elder Yuan was confused for a long time, almost forgetting about the real topic. Steward Zhua, wouldn't it be better for you to handle Humayer? Why would you let a young girl do it? Ha ha ha, Elder Yuan. You should know the structure of the sect better than me. Shuofan had a vague smile, but a wise gaze. To get to someone, you go through his men first. Humayer is a nobody, hardly matters if she's out of the picture. I could have killed her with a snap, but let her go just for today. When a grand inner disciple falls at the hands of an outer disciple, the whole sect will be shocked, and the oldies behind her will be floored. But this is only the beginning. If you think I'll just stop at smacking them around, you'd be dead wrong. In regards to fighting authority as an underdog, like they say, first time is a coincidence, second time's a happenstance, but the third and fourth times. Now you fools are damn useless. Elder Yuan frowned, then cried, Why you want to flip the sect system? Correct, the inner sect is a gangrene simply because the elites are chosen from there so that each elder and venerable gets a share of resources. But how can they share resources when no inner disciple is worthy of being elite? Shuofan snickered. Now do you understand why I didn't do it myself? My success will only be short-lived. They'd just make me an executive of the inner sect and make my efforts moot. They'll even say everything I did was for the inner sect, and then I'll start becoming like them, looking for disciples to get a share of resources. Wuxia surely does not want that to happen. Elder Yuan panicked. Steward Zhua, you can't say sect leader's name like that. You need to address him by his title. Why, we're all friends here. Besides, Wuxia needs me too much to throw it all away just over some technicality. Shuofan dissed him. Elder Yuan understood this kid was sharp and lofty beyond his years. He knew when to be humble, when to step back, and when to charge with impunity. Elder Yuan rubbed his beard. Is this why you came to the labor office? I think so. Wuxia has put me outside the political plays of the sect so I don't get absorbed into the conflict and could break the endless chain of greed. Labor office is the bottom of the food chain which those oldies can't reach. While thinking that brat will be easy to control here and hard to mess with me, Shuofan whispered. Elder Yuan shook his head. Wuxia was known for his short temper, but this fearless kid had no respect for him whatsoever. I bet he'd be so angry, he'd stomp the sect flat. But just like Shuofan said, it's your fault for needing him. Elder Yuan laughed inside. By your words, does that mean you're going to teach more people? But who will come besides that miss? That miss was forced by circumstances, with her broken meridians, to get the heaven-reaching pill from you. Who on earth would risk death to mess with those average inner disciples? There will be at least one more disciple after today. Shuofan grinned. They could never conceive it earlier because of uncertainty and doubt in my skills. But you are acting as proof, at least Kuei Lang's kid will be sure to come knocking. Who doesn't want to get stronger anyway? Who doesn't like a shortcut to the inner sect or to become an elite? And when Kuei Gang wins, then even more will come in soon. The elites won't be coming from the inner sect, but from Steward Zhua's direct teachings. Elder Yuan finished, his eyes glinting more and more at the ineffable Zhuofan. That's the same as sacking the inner sect, but the resource upkeep will be huge. Bang. Zhuofan cut him off by slapping his chest with a cocky grin. No problem. I can cover it all. Success. Gasping, Elder Yuan was floored by how cocksure Zhuofan was. Where did this money bag come from? He's got on him as much as the demon scheming sect has gained over 1,000 years. Elder Yuan pondered. What's the point of petty tricks when you have so much dough? Elder Yuan frowned. Steward Zhua, the plan is solid, but have you ever considered the outcome of these challenges? What else could happen? They win, they gain fame, become inner disciples and soon elites, the envy of everyone. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Elder Yuan held his gaze. You really think so? Zhuofan frowned, then shook his head. They say old men are wise for a reason. Yes, starting with Yuer. None of them will have an easy time in the inner sect. They'll be ostracized because of the fact that they beat an inner disciple as an outer disciple. Next would be tutelage, with every oldie greedy for the trinkets on them, no matter who they pick. Even with Venerable by having Yuer's sister, he'd use this excuse to get his hands on them. If she chose another oldie, she'd have it even worse. Venerable by won't help her and the second elder will hate her guts. All while being looked on with greed by the rest. I've worried a lot about her future. Zhuofan sighed. Elder Yuan nodded. Steward Zhua's heart is like a mirror, piercing every veil. That means all these kids will suffer at your hand. It is the lesser evil for the greater good. Zhuofan shrugged. Small sacrifices net you greater rewards. Soldiers are there to be used and thrown away. This time I used a single one to test the waters knowing it will never return. Besides, no pawn can ever move backwards. All they can do is advance and advance. Once they're in the enemy's camp, in the inner sect, their fate is in their hands. I merely gave them the push they needed, and it's up to Xiaoyue to keep the momentum going and wrest back control of the inner sect. Elder Yuan's brow shook with sorrow. Pawns? But after all, they are the people you've nurtured yourself. Even considering them as tools to discard, it's still such a huge loss. Steward Zhua, have you thought about calling them back? Never. Zhuofan shook his head. Elder Yuan was startled. Why? They'll be your arms and legs here, in the labor office. And when you become an executive elder, they'll make your faction, bringing better results. I don't need them. Zhuofan's tone was final. I don't need someone's trash. And I'm only here because Xiaoyue gave me a 9th grade pill per our agreement. Once I hold my end and do what he wants, I'm gone. And besides, which disciple will throw away their bright future as an inner disciple for this dump? Elder Yuan, we're all men with experience. Our gaze on the horizon. But they are just too green. They do not understand the meaning of blessing in disguise. Exploiting them, then recalling after they've won will only make them hate me to the bone. Zhuofan sighed, a smile of contempt for the ignorant world around him. Elder Yuan sighed with him. That's why you don't care about the sect and aren't thrilled to make it thrive like Wuyue. Ha ha ha. It's just a phase for you. Elder Yuan was frustrated. Such a talent yet no care for the sect was the sect's loss. Steward Zhua, are you here? A shout came. Zhuofan grinned. See, Kuei Lang's already here. Yuer's win was free advertising. I bet he even brought his kid. Yeah. Ha ha ha. Elder Yuan's eyes flashed. The two walked out to meet 4 people outside, the sisters and the father and son. But Zhuofan had yet to put on the smartest smug smile as Yuer and Kuei Gang kneeled and kowtowed 3 times. Please take us in, master. Zhuofan was shocked. What's going on? Zhuofan was floored. The 2 youngsters' eyes steeled and they cupped their hands. Please, master. Take us in. Ha ha ha. Congratulations, Steward Zhua. You have new disciples. Elder Yuan laughed. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling joined him without shame. Like he'd just have to agree no matter what. Face twitching. Zhuofan's mind ran a mile a minute and he snapped. Congrats my foot. I'm still just a disciple myself. If you want a master, go to those old-timers. Especially you. Shuafan pointed at Yue. Don't you dare tell me that you lost. You should be replacing that fox instead as an inner disciple. What have you come running back for? Yue pondered, then looked him in the eye. Take me in. Take my foot. All those old-timers await your bow to bring you a bright future. What the hell are you doing back in this dump? For me. I'm a disciple. God damn it. Shuafan sighed. Yue was stubborn. Being under your care will make me stronger than them. Strong my ass. I'm just a laborer who can't do anything right. Shuafan flared his nose. Yu Ling and Kuei Lang chimed in. Steward Zhua. It's not the place that's famous but the one residing in it. I've never seen anyone make a disciple so strong in just 3 months. I believe Yue can only live up to her potential under you. My brat shall be in your care as well. I hope he'll soon catch up to his senior sister, ha ha ha. Kuei Lang pushed his son over with no shame. Shuafan was brooding, then shrugged. You better not complain about it later. There's nothing in the labor office. I have no resources or pills to give them either. How far do you think they'll go? Ha ha ha, with Steward Zhua being the moneybags, a few disciples will barely strain his pockets. Giving the kids to him is the best decision. Elder Yuan butted in. Look at Yuer's gear that got all those elders and venerables vying for her. All of it came from Steward Zhua. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling's eyes sparkled. Rather than be pals with a moneybag, taking him as godfather was way better. And master wasn't that far off either. With the brats under Shuafan, they believed not even the labor office could thwart their progress. They'd have done the same, but since they already had a master, they couldn't. Shuafan's wealth had that kind of effect on people. Shuafan eyed Elder Yuan and sighed. Elder Yuan, could you please not cramp my style? Ha ha ha. But I'm not, only helping you set the stage. Your disciples will come back running and lift you up. Why let them go to waste? As for being a disciple, you shouldn't nitpick, since teaching isn't dependent on age. Elder Yuan chuckled. Yu Ling and Kuei Lang bobbed their heads. Shuafan's face was hard. I can never accept disciples, not now, not ever. And Kuei gang. If you want to be like Yue, I can teach you for 3 months, but that's it. Take it or leave it. Shuafan entered the house. Yu Ling and Kuei Lang froze. What's with Steward Zhua? Isn't it just some disciples? Steward Zhua, Yue refused to be an inner disciple and willingly returned to your side. You'll condemn her by refusing, Yu Ling implored. But all that came was a cold voice. That's her choice, nothing to do with me. Yu Ling looked at the rest, shaking their heads, and everyone placed their last hopes on Elder Yuan. The old man pondered before turning serious. Wait here, I will settle this. This is about your honor and the sex design. They were puzzled while looking at Shuafan's door. Isn't it just about us? Elder Yuan entered the house. Here they could speak at leisure. At Shuafan's glum look, Elder Yuan smiled. Steward Zhua, are you touchy? As if. Then a sore spot? Even less. Shuafan denied. Elder Yuan smiled. Oh yes, a sore spot. I said I don't have a sore spot. Shuafan was annoyed. Why won't you take them then, yet show such dislike and revulsion? I'm a maverick. Shuafan cut him off. Elder Yuan smiled. Ha ha ha. I've lived for so long and seen so many things, so you can't fool me. You'd be indifferent or ignore them if it's just being a maverick, not show such a strong hate for it. Something must gnaw at you. Talk to me, maybe I can help. Shuafan glanced at the short elder and sighed. Elder Yuan, did a disciple ever betray you? Steward Zhua, you're such a kidder. Look at me, I'm but a frail old laborer, who'd want me as their master. Why? Did a disciple betray you? Elder Yuan probed. Nodding, Shuafan sighed. He truly surpassed his master. Back then, we were close as kin. Yet to steal from me he colluded with others and wounded me deeply. I vowed to never have a disciple. Shuafan's eyes were filled with fear and bloodthirst. Oh, did you kill him? Got revenge, Elder Yuan said. The issue would have been more or less settled if he did. His silence was answer enough, that this point bothered him more and more. Shuafan shook his head in hatred. He is too far away, but one day, I will find him and pulverize him for his betrayal. Elder Yuan nodded. Then said, all the more reason for you to take in the kids. Ugh. Shuafan stared back. Elder Yuan, are you pouring salt on my wounds? You know my pain and still insist. No, no, no. I only have your best at heart when I say this. Elder Yuan continued. Since your disciple caused you pain, it will only end with disciples. If you shirk away, you'll never overcome the pain, while keeping it bottled in, and one day it will become a trauma. It will only harm you instead. By teaching honorable disciples, it might soothe your anguish. As demonic cultivators, we go against the world order, braving any dangers and obstacles. This is one of them. Bear through it to relish its fruits. Ignoring it and avoiding the issue will hold you back from reaching the best you can be, no matter how high you go. Because your heart is incomplete. Elder Yuan pointed at his chest. Shuafan felt his heart become broader and freeing his Yuan Qi into flowing faster. He had grown once more in his heart and mind. Elder Yuan, I would have taken you as my master if not for your low cultivation. Shuafan grinned. Elder Yuan gave a warm nod. With you as my disciple, my life has found meaning. They both laughed. Finding such a close friend, they both relished the experience. Shuafan and Elder Yuan walked out and saw the two still kneeling. He agreed, and Kuei Lang and Yu Ling were overjoyed. The kids' future was going to be brighter than ever. Like, where are the experts, only to find they already beat them all.